My parents hid a $5 million trust fund from me while I struggled to make rent, and when the truth came out, they sat there, unable to meet my gaze. I thought my 26th birthday would be like any other, just another year of scraping by, building my life from the ground up in the heart of Chicago. But that night, a simple question from my grandfather shattered everything. It wasn't just about a birthday dinner. It was about a betrayal so deep that it stole millions from my future and decades from my past. My 26th birthday was intended to be a pleasant occasion, commemorating another year of hard-earned independence. Instead, a single simple question from my grandfather shattered my entire world, revealing a grave betrayal that had stolen millions from my future and decades from my history. Before that night, I was Iris, a graphic artist in downtown Chicago who was just trying to make things work. I lived what I believed was a very regular existence, sharing a little rundown 2-bedroom apartment with my beautiful roommate Olivia. Even when we shared the rent, it was prohibitively expensive. But that was simply city living, correct? Our apartment, however, had character, with mismatched furniture we'd discovered over the years and walls covered in paintings I adored. Despite having a rich grandfather, I was really proud of making my own way. My parents, David and Rachel, had a very happy upper-middle-class existence in the suburbs, with a 5-bedroom house, a pool, and 2 costly holidays per year. I imagined they were doing well because my father was a senior at an insurance business, and my mother worked in real estate. They never gave financial assistance, instead emphasizing the importance of working for your goals. Developing character. When I graduated from art school 4 years ago, drowning in nearly $70,000 in student loans, they practically slapped me on the head. While other friends received assistance with down payments or a few months' rent from their parents, I received a copy of Dave Ramsey and another lesson on character development via suffering. I never disliked them for it. Not then, anyway. I was really desperate to prove myself capable, but there were moments when things were so tight that I questioned why they seemed so hesitant to assist, especially when they'd arrive in a brand new luxury automobile or brag about their most recent kitchen overhaul. It didn't quite add up. Grandpa Edward was always an enigma. He'd started from scratch in real estate development and established one of the Midwest's largest property corporations. He was severe, intimidating, and rarely showed up for family events. When he did, everyone walked on eggshells around him. However, for some reason, he always had a soft spot for me. On the rare instances when we did speak, he asked serious questions about my design work and sincerely listened. My cousin Sophia was the only one in our generation who appeared to benefit from the family wealth. She possessed a trust fund that allowed her to live a very luxurious existence. She never worked a day in her life and was constantly uploading images of exotic locales and high-end eateries. And at family gatherings, she'd always find a way to bring up her most recent buying spree or vacation, almost as if she was attempting to underline the gap between us. The week before my birthday had been very difficult. My design firm lost a key client, and I was one of 5 people let go. I began to panic. I only had enough cash to cover about 2 months' rent, and finding a new work in a competitive area seemed impossible. So when my folks called and insisted on taking me out for an expensive birthday dinner, I tried to decline. I proposed something easy, like takeaway from my apartment, but they were adamant. 27 is special, Iris, they explained. It deserves a proper celebration. In retrospect, their insistence makes twisted sense. There had been clues, small things I'd overlooked, such as when I proposed considering returning to school for my master's degree and my father instantly shot it down, stating I already had enough student debt, or how my mother would swiftly shift the subject anytime I addressed my financial difficulties. There were quiet phone conversations that ended the instant I walked into a room, as well as a weird tension whenever Grandpa Edward's name was spoken. A few months ago, I discovered my mother looking at properties in Panama online. When I asked if they were planning a vacation, she slammed her laptop down, claiming she was only daydreaming. My father had also been making strange comments about how we might not see each other as much in the future because they were planning to travel more. Olivia surprised me with a handcrafted card and a small potted plant for my birthday. We'd been friends since college, and she knew better than anyone how hard I'd worked just to get by. As I prepared for dinner that night, she assisted me in putting together an outfit that looked good while remaining within the confines of my restricted wardrobe. I had no clue that in just a few hours, everything I thought I knew about my family would be broken beyond repair, or that the financial difficulties I had been experiencing for years were absolutely needless. As I applied my mascara and put on my only acceptable pair of earrings, I had no idea I was about to discover the most agonizing treachery. My parents chose a restaurant where the menu had no prices. That instantly made me uncomfortable. Crystal chandeliers, spotless white linens, the whole 9 yards. The hostess brought us to a table in the center of the dining room, where my parents had already reserved champagne. I felt extremely out of place in my plain black dress and the heels I had worn to job interviews for the previous 3 years. My mother, on the other hand, was dressed in a designer clothing I'd never seen before, complete with a necklace that most likely cost more than my rent. My father wore an exquisite suit with gold cufflinks that gleamed in the light. The talk felt forced from the start. They asked surface-level queries regarding my job search, but swiftly changed the subject when I indicated genuine concern. Instead, they kept the conversation safe, discussing a movie they had watched and updates on distant relatives I hardly knew. Following our order, they presented me with my gifts: a luxury pocketbook and a scarf. They were stunning but shockingly modest for the restaurant. As I thanked them, my mother started into a typical lecture about financial responsibility and the value of good credit. I was halfway through my entree, nodding along to another of my father's college memories, when the mood in the restaurant abruptly changed. People at nearby tables straightened. Staff became much more attentive. I turned to see what had caused the change and quickly noticed him. Grandpa Edward. He had arrived with his assistant, Claire, a bright woman in her 40s who was never more than a few steps away from him. At 82, Edward remained an imposing figure, tall, straight-backed, with a full head of silver hair. He wore a wonderfully fitted suit that probably cost more than my annual income, and his very presence demanded attention without him saying anything. My parents paused in the middle of the talk, their faces ranging from surprise to nearly fearful. My father rose hurriedly, almost knocking over his water glass. "Edward, this is unexpected," he said, his voice raised above normal. "We didn't think you'd make it." My grandfather absolutely disregarded him. His severe demeanor relaxed as he neared our table. "Happy birthday, Iris," he said, leaning down and kissing my cheek. His fragrance smelled rich, like leather and cedar. 27 years. It's hard to believe how quickly time passes. "Thank you, Grandpa," I said, grateful that he remembered. "It means a lot that you came." He took the empty seat beside me, leaving Claire standing, tablet in hand, ready to take notes. "I wanted to check in on how things are going," he added, looking at my face with intelligence eyes that missed nothing. "Claire tells me the quarterly reports for your investment portfolio look strong. The trust should be performing well in this market." I blinked in confusion. Investment portfolio? Trust. A tiny furrow formed between his brows. "Yes. The trust fund established when you were born. You turned 25 2 years ago, so everything should have been transferred to your control by now." He talked as if this was common knowledge. My folks became suddenly very interested in their plates. My mother's knuckles had turned white around the fork. "I think there might be some confusion," I answered softly, my gaze shifting between my grandfather and parents. "I don't have a trust fund." Edward's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes sharpened. "Of course you do. Your cousins as well, though yours was the largest. $5 million initially, plus growth, managed by your parents until your 20th birthday, when control was to transfer to you." As I tried to understand what he was saying, the restaurant around us faded away. I had no idea there was a $5 million trust fund. That made no sense. "And the apartment in Gold Coast," Edward said, his voice cheerful, but his gaze now riveted on my parents. "Is it comfortable?" "I selected that building specifically because of the security and the views of the lake." "What apartment?" I asked, barely above a whisper. The hush that ensued was deafening. My father had turned pale, and my mother appeared ill. Edward's demeanor remained serene, but there was a frightening stillness about him, like the moment before a storm. "You don't know about the apartment?" he asked. It was not a question. "The 2-bedroom corner unit in the lakeside tower purchased 2 years ago as your 20th birthday present." I shook my head carefully, trying to figure out what was going on. Edward turned to my parents with deliberate slowness, his voice sinking to a quiet tone that was more terrifying than if he had yelled. "Then where did the money go?" My father began to talk with a quiver in his voice. "Edward, there's been a misunderstanding. We can explain everything." "I sincerely hope so," my grandfather said, his tone indicating that he didn't feel there was any explanation that would satisfy him. He turned to his assistant. "Claire, please call Martin and have him meet us here right away." "Already done, sir," Claire responded quickly. "He was at a dinner nearby and should arrive within 10 minutes. I've also contacted security at the office to pull all the relevant financial records." The other guests were staring openly, as if the drama at our table was more exciting than their pricey dinners. A waiter stood close, hesitating whether to approach. My mother stretched across the table for my hand, but I backed away, a nasty feeling rising in the pit of my stomach. Iris, sweetheart, this isn't how we wanted to tell you. Tell me what? I asked, my voice rising despite my efforts to remain composed. That I have a trust fund and an apartment I never knew about, or that somehow you kept them from me? My father looked uncomfortably around at the other diners. This isn't the place to discuss family matters. I agree, Edward remarked coldly. Claire, please arrange for a private room. He looked at me, his expression softening slightly. Iris, I promise you will get answers tonight. All of them. As Claire spoke softly to the restaurant manager, I sat startled, trying to connect the previous year's financial struggles with what I had just discovered. Why would my parents withhold this from me? What had they done with the money that was purportedly intended for me? How could I ever trust them again? The restaurant's private dining room featured dark wood paneling and a large table that could seat 12, making our tiny group feel even more isolated. Edward sat at the head of the table, with me on his right. My parents sat across from me, looking as if they wanted to be anywhere else in the world. Claire positioned herself at the door, tablet in hand, face professionally blank. We were soon joined by Martin Thornton, my grandfather's longtime attorney, a balding man with piercing eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles. He carried a leather briefcase and gently placed it on the table. I took the liberty of bringing the original trust documents, Edward said, as well as the most recent financial statements. Edward nodded. Martin cleared his throat and addressed me directly. Good. Let's start at the beginning for Iris's benefit. When you were born, your grandfather established a trust fund in your name with an initial deposit of $5 million. The terms were straightforward. The trust would be managed by your parents as trustees until your 25th birthday, at which point control would transfer entirely to you. The only stipulations were that the money could be used for your education, health, and general welfare prior to your 25th birthday, with all expenditures documented and approved. I looked at him in bewilderment. And no one thought to tell me about this? Your parents were instructed to inform you about the trust when you turned 18, Martin said, looking at my father and mother. Based on your reaction, I gather that didn't happen. It did not, Edward answered, his voice tense with repressed wrath. Nor apparently did the transfer of assets at 25. He turned to Martin. What is the current value of Iris's trust? Martin removed several documents from his briefcase and set them on the table. According to the most recent statement from 3 months ago, the trust had grown to approximately $8.3 million. This includes the original principal plus investment growth, minus authorized expenditures for college tuition and the purchase of the Gold Coast apartment 2 years ago. $8.3 million. The number looked impossible. While I was working overtime and foregoing meals to pay the rent, millions of dollars belonged to me and were intended to be used for my advantage. I want to see proof of all withdrawals from the trust over the past 5 years, Edward said. Martin. As the attorney presented additional documents, my father finally spoke up. Edward, we can explain. There were investments that didn't perform as expected. The money is just temporarily allocated elsewhere. Allocated where exactly? Edward inquired, his demeanor menacing. My mom jumped in. David, just tell the truth. She looked at Edward, tears in her eyes. There were some financial difficulties after the recession. We had to make some adjustments by stealing from your daughter. Edward's voice was freezing cold. It wasn't stealing, my father insisted weakly. We are her parents. We were looking out for her best interests. I have found my voice. By letting me struggle with student loans and a tiny apartment with a roommate while you lived in a 4-bedroom house with a pool? By watching me stress about making rent while you bought new cars and went on luxury vacations? How exactly was that in my best interest? Claire softly put a glass of water in front of me. I didn't realize I was shaking until I attempted to take it up and almost spilled it. Martin was perusing the financial documents with a rising frown. There appeared to be numerous unauthorized withdrawals beginning approximately 7 years ago. Large sums transferred to personal accounts belonging to David and Rachel. He turned around, his face gloomy. Based on my preliminary review, it appears that all but approximately $150,000 has been diverted from the trust. The room became silent. $5 million was lowered to $150,000. I felt physically unwell. Where's the money now? Edward inquired, his placid demeanor belying the rage in his eyes. My father gazed down at his hands. Some of it went to pay off our mortgage, some for cars, renovations to the house, investments in Rachel's real estate business, vacations, whispered my mom. The house in Florida. Memories flooded my head, terrible in their new context. When I voiced concern about the payments, my parents refused to help with my security deposit for my first apartment after college, telling me that my student loan burden was important character building. My mother proudly displayed her new Mercedes as I rode the bus to work since I couldn't afford vehicle payments. All while they had access to millions of funds intended for me. You let me struggle, I muttered, scarcely rising above a whisper. All those years, all those sleepless nights worrying about money, you watched me work 2 jobs during college, you saw how stressed I was about being laid off last week. My voice grew sterner as I vented my frustration. And you had my money the whole time. You were living off my trust fund while letting me think I was on my own. It wasn't like that, my mother said, tears flowing down her cheeks. We always intended to pay it back. Things just got out of hand. Out of hand? I asked incredulously. You stole nearly $5 million from me. Edward put a steadying hand on my arm. Claire, please call Detective Ramirez. I believe he's still with the Financial Crimes Unit. Edward, no, my father screamed. There's no need to involve the police. This is a family matter. Theft is a criminal matter, Edward said coldly. Particularly at this scale, please. My mother begged. We can solve this. We can sell the house and automobiles to pay it off. Edward glanced at me and said, Iris, this is ultimately your decision. They stole from you. Whether or not to press charges is entirely up to you. I stared across the table at my parents, whom I had always trusted entirely. The astonishment was giving way to a profound, hurting sense of betrayal, which I knew would never fully heal. I need time to think, I said. I can't process all of this right now. Edward nodded. A reasonable request. He turned to Martin. In the meantime, I want all of their assets frozen. Nothing happens without my approval, and I want a full forensic audit of every dime that has left that trust. Already initiated, Claire stated from her position near the door. The team will work through the night if necessary. And the apartment? Martin asked. Have the locks been replaced immediately? New keys will only be given to Iris, Edward directed. My father made a final desperate attempt. Edward, be reasonable. Where should we go? My grandfather confronted him with a cold stare. You've bought a 5-bedroom house with stolen money, enjoy it while you can. The real estate fraud unit will be particularly interested in how a trust fund purchased property was titled in your names. The restaurant manager tentatively knocked on the door, peeking his head inside to see if we needed anything further. The tension in the room appeared to have its own gravitational pull. Just the check, Edward remarked dismissively. We're finished here. As the manager retreated, I looked around the table at these people who were my family, wondering how I had never seen the truth before. My parents, unable to meet my gaze. My grandfather, steady as a rock beside me. Claire and Martin, efficient and professional in the face of this family implosion. Nothing would ever be the same after tonight. The foundations of my life had been exposed as lies, and I had no idea what would remain standing when the dust fell. The car ride home was silent and oppressive. I had denied Edward's invitation to stay at one of his houses, preferring the familiar comfort of my own apartment, no matter how shabby it was. As the cab drove away, I noticed my parents standing transfixed on the sidewalk outside the restaurant, suddenly seeming small and ancient in the glaring streetlight. When I stepped through my apartment door, Olivia saw my face and knew something was dreadfully wrong. She led me to the couch, wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, and patiently waited while I struggled to find words. My parents stole $5 million from me, I finally said, the words sounding absurd even as they left my mouth. I told her everything, the stories spilling out in disjointed pieces, the trust fund I had no idea existed, the apartment that was supposed to be mine, the years of financial struggle that had been entirely unnecessary. As I spoke, the shock gave way to a bone-deep rage I had never felt before. I applied for food stamps last year, I said, my voice breaking. I was eating ramen for dinner 4 nights a week to save money, and they were using my trust fund to remodel their kitchen and buy luxury cars. Olivia held my hand tightly as I cycled through shock, rage and grief. At one point, she made tea. That grew cold on the coffee table. My phone buzzed constantly with texts and calls from my parents, which I ignored. The only message I responded to was from Edward, who confirmed my safety and asked if I needed anything. Claire called the next morning with an update. Edward's legal team was moving quickly, and they had already confirmed that the house in Florida, my parents' primary residence, and both of their vehicles were purchased with money from my trust. A forensic accountant was tracking down every withdrawal and transfer. The preliminary findings indicate that approximately $150,000 remains of the original trust, Claire remarked with ease. Most of the money went to real estate purchases, luxury items, and some high-risk investments that performed poorly. The days that followed were a fog. I took sick leave from my new job search, unable to focus on anything other than the current problem. Edward sent a car every day to take me to appointments with attorneys, financial advisors, and eventually a therapist specializing in family trauma. A week after my birthday, we discovered that my parents had purchased plane tickets to Panama 3 days before my birthday dinner, and they had planned to leave the country immediately after the celebration, apparently realizing that Edward could discover their deception at any time. The only reason they hadn't fled already was that they needed to maintain appearances until after my birthday, which they knew Edward might attend. My father's siblings backed him, claiming that Edward was overreacting to what was just terrible money management, while my mother's side was more divided, with her sister calling me directly to apologize for her sister's actions. My cousin Sophia, who arrived at my apartment unannounced one afternoon, looked uncharacteristically subdued. I always wondered why Uncle David and Aunt Rachel lived so well when Dad's and our trust funds were basically the same size, she admitted, sitting uncomfortably on my worn couch. I guess now we know. Sophia's trust had been properly maintained, but it was much less than mine had been. She had been careful with her money, making it last while flaunting a more humble lifestyle than social media showed. I was always jealous of how close you were with your parents, she confessed. My parents were always honest about the money, but they were never truly there for me emotionally. I believed you had loving parents and were humble about your wealth. I never imagined they would steal from you. That talk marked the start of an unexpected connection with my cousin, a bright spot in the darkness that had consumed my life. Edward's team discovered that only about $150,000 of my original trust remained. The rest had been spent on my parents' lavish lifestyle or lost in bad investments. The house in Florida and their primary residence were both seized, as they had been purchased directly with trust fund money. The cars, the boat my father rarely used, and my mother's extensive jewelry collection, all documented and evaluated for potential recovery. Throughout it all, my parents made desperate attempts to contact me. As the legal consequences became clear, my father called from a hotel room, claiming they had nowhere to go. My mother sent long emails about how everything they did was ultimately for my benefit, though she never managed to explain exactly how their luxury lifestyle had helped me. Eventually, the media became aware of the story, and a small piece about Edward Harrington's family financial dispute was published in a business publication. Although I was not mentioned by name, the article hinted at significant misappropriation of trust fund assets by close family members, so I deleted all of my social media accounts. The worst part was the constant gnawing feeling of guilt that plagued me, despite being the victim. Had I somehow driven my parents to this? Should I have noticed something was wrong? Was I overreacting by allowing Edward's legal team to pursue them so aggressively? The therapist Edward had arranged for me explained that this was a common response for victims of familial betrayal, but understanding the psychology didn't make the feelings go away. After 3 weeks of living in a fog of legal meetings and mental agony, Edward invited me to dinner in his penthouse, which was unexpectedly warm and pleasant despite its evident opulence. He fixed us both drinks and dismissed the staff for the evening to allow us peace. "I want you to know that none of this is your responsibility," he added, gazing directly at me. "Your parents made their own decisions. They deceived not only you, but the faith you had in them." "I keep thinking I should have known," I confessed. "There were signs," Edward mentioned. "You had no reason to suspect your own parents of stealing from you. Especially when you didn't even know the money existed." That night, Edward showed me images I had never seen before. My grandmother, who died when I was too young to remember her. Edward as a young man working on his first project. And my mother as a youngster sitting on Edward's shoulders in a park. "Family is complicated," he added, his voice gentler than I'd ever heard it. "Your grandmother and I did not always agree on how to raise your mother. I was frequently excessively strict and focused on growing the business. Perhaps if I had been different, your mother would have had a better relationship with money. My parents had not only stolen from me, but also betrayed the father who had tried to secure his granddaughter's future. It was the closest thing to vulnerability I had ever seen from my grandfather, and it helped me understand that the betrayal had layers beyond my own pain. I agreed to meet with my parents 1 month after my birthday. The legal mediation was scheduled at Edward's attorney's office, A sleek space in a downtown high-rise that made my parents look even more out of place than they already did. My father's face was gaunt with dark circles under his eyes, and my mother's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her purse. They had visibly aged in the past month. My parents had a single lawyer, a nervous-looking man who kept shuffling his papers. They were dressed in clothes I didn't recognize, more modest than their usual attire, and I later learned they had been forced to sell much of their designer wardrobe. The conference room was intimidatingly large for our small group, and Edward sat beside me with Martin and 2 other attorneys from his team nearby. The financial forensics team presented their findings with clinical precision, detailing the systematic draining of my trust over 7 years, which had begun with small amounts borrowed and escalated to major withdrawals. The money had funded their house purchase, cars, expensive vacations, my mother's failed attempt to start a luxury real estate agency, and my father's disastrous foray into day trading. As the evidence accumulated, my father's stance became increasingly defensive, while my mother merely gazed at the table, periodically wiping away tears. At the end of the presentation, Edward addressed my parents directly. The forensic accounting is completed. We know exactly where each dollar went. The only remaining question is whether this will be resolved civilly or criminally. My parents' attorney cleared his throat, saying, "My clients are willing to completely comply. They comprehend the seriousness of their misdeeds and want to make amends to the greatest extent feasible." "Amends?" I repeated, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. "You stole my future. You watched me suffer while living on money that was intended for me. How do you intend to make amends for that?" My father could not meet my gaze. "Iris, we never intended for things to escalate this far. It began simply, with a little loan to help get through a difficult period. Then it was easier to take a little more and more. We convinced ourselves we earned it," my mother added quietly, "for raising you, and all the sacrifices we made as parents. We promised ourselves we'd pay it back before you knew." "And the apartment?" I inquired. "The one Grandpa purchased for me 2 years ago. What was your plan there?" They exchanged remorseful looks, and my father sighed deeply. "We were renting it out. The income was being deposited into our account. While I was sharing a small apartment with a roommate, they were collecting rent on a luxury house that was meant to be mine." Edward placed a steadying hand on my shoulder and addressed my parents. "These are your alternatives. Option 1. You sign over all remaining assets purchased with trust fund funds, fully cooperate with recovery attempts, and agree to a structured repayment schedule for items that cannot be retrieved immediately. In exchange, Iris agrees not to file criminal accusations." My folks nodded enthusiastically. "Option 2, Edward said, his voice sharpening. If you continue to obfuscate and justify your activities, we will pursue criminal charges for fraud, embezzlement, and theft. The evidence is overwhelming. You'd both face considerable prison time." "We choose option 1, my father said quickly. "We'll cooperate completely." Edward stared at me. "Iris, the decision is yours." I observed my parents, who had reared me, tucked me in at night, and applauded at my graduations, but had also gradually plundered my inheritance while watching me suffer. The contrasting emotions were overwhelming. "I don't want them in prison," I finally responded. "But I do want every penny that can be recovered. And I want them to admit precisely what they did. Not only to me, but to the whole family." Over the next few hours, my parents signed document after document, transferring assets and agreeing to the terms Edward's team had outlined. By the end of the day, I legally owned their Florida home, which would be sold, and arrangements were made to recover as many of their possessions as possible for liquidation. When the attorneys left to make copies, I found myself alone with my parents for the first time since my birthday. "Why?" I inquired calmly. "I'd like to understand how you could achieve this." My mother grabbed for my hand, and this time, I didn't back away. "We got caught up in a lifestyle we couldn't afford. Your father made several poor investments early in our marriage, and we were constantly catching up to maintain appearances. When we had your faith, it seemed like a simple solution. Just enough to help us get ahead. But it never ended. We have a problem with money," my father said, feeling sincerely ashamed for the first time. "With spending and status. We need assistance. Professional assistance. That does not excuse what we did to you, but it may help explain why. It wasn't enough. No explanation could ever be enough, but it was a start, a tiny gap in the wall of betrayal that separated us." 2 weeks later, I moved into a modest one-bedroom apartment purchased with a portion of the recovered funds. It wasn't the luxury Gold Coast property that should have been mine, but it was mine, free and clear, with no mortgage or rent to worry about. Edward had assisted me in choosing it, insisting on security features and a good location near public transportation. With Edward's guidance, I began to learn about financial management. The recovered assets, including the Florida house and various liquidated possessions, amounted to just over $1 million, a fraction of the trust's value, but still a life-changing amount for someone who had been living paycheck to paycheck. While I was initially hesitant to accept help that felt like nepotism, Edward pointed out that getting me the interview was all he had done. Earning the position was entirely up to me. A new job opportunity came through a connection of Edward's, a position at a reputable design firm with higher pay and advancement potential than my previous job. As spring turned to summer, I began to establish new routines and boundaries. I allowed limited contact with my parents, accepting brief phone calls but declining their request to visit. They had moved into a small rental apartment and were both in therapy for financial addiction, a term I had never heard before but seemed to describe their behavior accurately. Edward and I grew closer, and our weekly dinners became a fixture in my calendar. He taught me about investments and business with the same precision and attention to detail that had made him successful, and I began to see past his gruff exterior to the complex, caring man beneath. Claire, surprisingly, also became something of a friend. Having worked for Edward for over 12 years, she had stories about him that humanized him in ways I had never expected. She also proved to be an excellent mentor for professional development, guiding me through office politics and career planning with her characteristic efficiency. The most unexpected was the re-emergence of Jake, a college friend with whom I had lost touch. He contacted me after seeing me at a coffee shop near my new apartment, and our reconnection felt like finding an anchor in stormy seas. He had no connection to my family drama, no preconceived notions about who I should be, and with him, I could just be Iris, not the victim of a high-profile family betrayal. As summer faded into fall, I began to feel something I hadn't felt in months: hope. Not just for financial stability, but for rebuilding an authentically mine life based on truth rather than deception. 6 months after the revelation that changed everything, I found myself thriving in ways I could never have predicted. My position at the design firm had evolved from a basic graphic designer role to leading a small team working on a major rebranding project for a national client. Edward had helped me establish a proper financial foundation with the recovered funds, which had been carefully invested, with a portion set aside for immediate security. I now had a retirement account, health insurance that covered more than catastrophic emergencies, and an emergency fund that would sustain me for a full year if needed. For someone who had spent years counting pennies and fretting about unexpected expenses, the security was almost disorienting. I still hesitated before making simple purchases, my financial anxiety habits deeply ingrained, despite my improved circumstances. My parents continued to struggle with the consequences of their actions. They had been forced to downsize dramatically, moving from their 5-bedroom house to a small 2-bedroom apartment in a modest neighborhood. My father had taken a position at a small insurance agency, several steps down from his previous executive role, while my mother had surrendered her real estate license as part of the legal settlement and was working as an administrative assistant. The social consequences had been arguably the most difficult adjustment for them, as former acquaintances had withdrawn themselves once the story circulated through their social circle, and they were no longer invited to the country club gatherings and charity galas that had formerly been the focal point of their social calendar. After months of minimal contact, I agreed to meet them for coffee at a neutral location. They arrived early, noticeably apprehensive, with no gifts or overtures, other than a clear desire to reconnect. "We've been working with our therapist on making amends," my mother stated, her hands tightly wrapped around her coffee cup. "Not only to you, but to Edward, and to ourselves. We understand that we cannot undo what we've done. Separate accounts, strict budgets, accountability partners, we're establishing financial boundaries," my father added. "It's like recovering from any other addiction." I listened more than I spoke, seeing the changes in them. A humility that had never existed before. The absence of the designer brands and status symbols that had formerly been so important to their identity. Before we parted ways, my mother asked tentatively if we could have regular contact, perhaps over a monthly lunch, and I agreed to think about it, unwilling to commit but no longer wholly averse to the notion of a carefully formed relationship. Edward had a minor health scare in early fall, a warning from his doctor about his blood pressure that resulted in lifestyle changes and a reduced work schedule. The brush with mortality had softened him even more, making him more reflective about family relationships, despite the pain of betrayal. "Your grandmother always said that family was worth fighting for," he reminded me when we were eating supper each week. "Not worth sacrificing your self-respect or safety, but worth the effort of understanding and forgiveness when possible. Edward taught me not only about financial management, but also about resilience in the face of treachery. Despite being terribly saddened by my parents' conduct, he remained a constant presence in my life, never letting his dissatisfaction with them impair his connection with me. With Edward's encouragement, I started a small side business in graphic design consulting, working with startups that couldn't afford full-service agencies. The work was challenging and rewarding, allowing me to build something entirely on my own, independent of family connections or recovered funds. My confidence was growing not only professionally, but also personally, and the therapy sessions that had begun as crisis management had evolved into a valuable tool for examining patterns and building healthier relationships. I was learning to trust my own judgment again, to recognize that I had been a victim, not because I had failed, but because those I trusted had made terrible choices. An unexpected development occurred in the form of a surprise dinner organized by Edward 6 months to the day after my disastrous birthday. He reserved a private dining room at a restaurant even more posh than the one where our family had crumbled, but this time the atmosphere was completely different. When I arrived, I found not only Edward, but also Claire, Martin, my cousin Sophia, and even Jake gathering to celebrate what Edward referred to as my half-birthday. 6 months ago, your life changed in ways no one could have predicted, Edward remarked, raising a glass in salute. Tonight, we celebrate not what was lost, but what you have built from the ashes. After dinner, Edward handed me a little box containing a key and a deed to a new apartment, modest but secure, with a short commute to my office. The Gold Coast property was sold as part of the recovery efforts, he said. This one is all yours. Purchased with recovered monies, but chosen expressly for your current life, not the one that was taken from you. The gesture drove me to tears, not because of its monetary value, but because it symbolized a clean break with the past, a new beginning free of betrayal. My relationship with Sophia had evolved from a cautious connection to a genuine friendship, free of the artificial competition that had characterized our earlier interactions. We discovered shared interests and complementary personalities, and she had even invested in my side business, providing capital for expansion in exchange for a small equity stake, which Edward had helped structure to ensure fairness for both of us. I always thought you had the perfect family, she confessed over a lunch date. It's strange how we envied each other for things that weren't even real. Jake had become more than a friend in recent months. Our coffee dates had turned into dinner dates and long conversations that often lasted late into the evening, and he had been present through the worst of the aftermath without attempting to fix or minimize my pain, instead providing steady support and the occasional necessary distraction. When he kissed me for the first time on a walk along the lakefront near my new apartment, it seemed like I was crossing a threshold into a new part of my life, free of treachery. Our relationship was built on honesty. From the start, I used a portion of my recovered funds to establish a small mentorship program for young designers from disadvantaged backgrounds, providing scholarships for software training and professional development. Although the program was still in its early stages, helping others who faced financial barriers to creative careers gave me a sense of purpose that went beyond my personal experience. As autumn went to winter, I understood that, while betrayal will always be a part of my tale, it no longer dominated my everyday existence. I was creating something new, something authentic, based on the painful truth, rather than the comfortable lies. 1 year after the birthday that changed everything, I found myself in a place I never could have imagined. Not just financially comfortable, but emotionally stronger, with clearer boundaries and deeper, more honest connections than I had before the betrayal. The healing process had not been straightforward. There were still days when my wrath would flare up suddenly, and the recollection of those years of useless struggle would feel fresh and raw. But these times were becoming less common as I built a fuller life. My parents and I had established a cautious reconciliation process. We met monthly for lunch with clear boundaries and expectations, and they had shown genuine remorse by continuing their therapy and making small but consistent restitution payments that Edward's team had structured as part of their amends process. I never thought I would sit at a table with them again without feeling rage, I revealed to my therapist during one of our now bi-weekly sessions. It is not forgetting or even complete forgiveness yet, but it is something like peace. Edward's financial education had transformed my relationship with money, and I now manage my investments with confidence, understanding the balance between security and growth. The remaining trust funds, though much smaller than they should have been, were carefully managed to provide long-term stability while allowing me to live comfortably in the present. Despite the betrayal and the legal ramifications, Edward was still my grandfather and my parents' father, and our time together was limited and precious, even with the shadow of his past actions. Edward had a more serious health scare, which required a brief hospitalization, and the fragility of his death brought perspective to our family situation. During his recovery, I spent hours at his bedside, learning more about his early years, his relationship with my grandmother, his regrets, and his triumphs. These conversations helped me understand not only him, but also the complex family dynamics that had contributed to my parents' actions, though they were never excused. My design job had taken off, and my side business had grown to the point where I was considering turning it into a full-time venture. I had hired 2 junior designers to help with the increasing client load and a business manager to handle the administrative aspects that I had little interest in. The mentorship program had also expanded, with 5 young designers now receiving scholarships and professional guidance. Seeing them grow in confidence and skill gave me a sense of satisfaction unlike anything I had ever felt professionally. Jake and I had grown steadily closer, and our relationship, built on a foundation of transparency, was something I now recognized had been missing from most of my previous relationships, familial and romantic alike. He had his own apartment, but spent most nights at mine, and our lives intertwined in a way that felt natural and effortless. "Do you know what amazes me the most about you?" he commented one evening as we cooked supper together in my kitchen. "How you've taken something that could have made you bitter and turned it into growth instead." The apartment had truly become my home, filled with art and books that reflected my taste, adorned in colors that brought me delight. It was modest in comparison to what could have been mine if the trust had remained intact, but it was totally mine in a manner that the Gold Coast house would never have been. My cousin Sophia and I had developed a genuine friendship that had surprised us both. The artificial competition that had characterized our previous relationship had given way to mutual support and understanding, and she had even joined the board of the mentorship program, contributing both funds and connections. On the anniversary of the revelation, I hosted a small gathering at my apartment. Edward was there, looking fiercer than I'd like to admit, but still sharp as ever, as were Sophia and Jake, Claire, and a few close friends from work. My parents were noticeably absent, not because they weren't invited, but because they recognized that this was not a milestone they should be a part of. As we ate at my dining table, I felt an overwhelming sense of thankfulness for these folks who had become my chosen family. "A year ago I thought my life was destroyed," I said, raising my glass as a toast. "What I've learned since then is that when the foundation is revealed to be false, you have the opportunity to build something true in its place." Edward nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with unshed tears. "To truth," he simply whispered, raising his glass to meet mine. "To the truth," the others repeated. Later, after the visitors had left and only Jake remained to assist me in loading the dishwasher in peaceful stillness, I reflected on the deeper lessons of the previous year. Financial prosperity, while offering security and opportunity, was not the most valued currency. Trust, authenticity, and self-awareness were far more valuable and difficult to recover once damaged. I had learnt that forgiveness was a process that did not require forgetting or excusing but did eventually result in a lighter burden of wrath. Most importantly, I had learned that, while we cannot choose what happens to us, we do have complete control over how we respond and what we create from both gifts and wrecks. The betrayal would always be a part of my tale, a chapter that could not be erased, but it would not be the defining one. Rather, it was the one that compelled me to take charge of the narrative and write the remainder with purpose and honesty. Accused of being a terrorist with fake evidence, I played the hidden camera in court. My mother-in-law collapsed when the judge turned to her. My son looked up at me and said, "Mom says we'll be happier when you're not here anymore." That's when I knew they were planning something behind my back. Our family represented the white picket fence American wet dream. Barbecues on Sundays. Homemade lemonade stands. Matching family clothes. Everything. My wife had just 2 lovers before me, and she was always my first choice. The lone exception was my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law was rude to me because I was from Turkey and my wife was a full-fledged American, calling me things like camel jockey, or kebab boy. Her witch-like laughter filled the air every time she spoke those phrases, and she'd chuckle with her friends like it was the greatest thing ever. And, while my wife initially attempted to stop her, I eventually advised her to give up because it only made matters worse. Plus, I was dating Alice, not her family, so everything should have been alright, right? This is exactly how Alice and I came up with the brilliant idea of inviting her family to our Sunday BBQ. It appeared harmless at first. After all, our son Mikey needed to know Alice's side a little better. Everything went perfectly at first. Her father hugged me. Her brother gave us a housewarming present. Then came her mother. "Don't worry, I brought plain hot dogs in case the food's too exotic." Her tone was so cutting it could have cut a brick in half. But I ignored it and wore my well-practiced Hollywood smile. "Thank you," I responded, giving her a hearty embrace. I could feel her tensing up, and it took everything in me not to chuckle directly into her ear. After that, everything seemed to improve. Everybody was laughing. Our plates glistened in the sunlight like a tortoise shell on a lovely beach. Our stomachs were stuffed. But midway through the cookout, I saw my mother-in-law had vanished with Alice for over an hour. I assumed Mom was making one of her "you need to divorce him" speeches, so I disregarded it. Mikey was exhausted by the end of the cookout, having received so much attention. I knew the cookout was a success. I wasn't expecting a thank you from my mother-in-law, or anything good, for that matter. However, on her way out, she exceeded my expectations. "It's not too late to start over," she said in a cynical tone with a trace of reality. I recall heaving a big sigh of relief, grateful that this nightmare was finally over. But later, as we were cleaning up, I asked my wife what that was about. "Oh, the usual." I chuckled because I knew it was a translation of the typical BS. But instead of laughing with me, she stopped what she was doing, stood still, and glared. For the first time, I noticed contempt in my wife's eyes. She appeared to be an irate principal issuing a suspension to her kid. A terrible stomach feeling swept over me. But I reminded myself that my wife was probably quite exhausted, and this is how it was expressed. But the next day arrived. My wife completely ignored me, providing the silent treatment, acting colder than an iceberg towards me. However, that wasn't the worst part. We were watching TV in the evening and saw news of a terrorist incident. My wife turned to me and remarked, "You'd know all about that, wouldn't you?" Before laughing as if she had just said the funniest thing in the world. Until the point, she was the first lover in my life who hadn't exploited my foreignness, which was a big reason I felt so safe in the relationship. So when she said that, my heart broke into 1,000 pieces. I went into the restroom and teared up, as if I didn't want to accept it. Her words sliced deep, like a sharp knife through butter. I knew her mother was involved in this. But when I mentioned it, she shrugged and replied, "I guess my humor is just developing quickly." I took a deep breath. She'd never acted like this before. I felt disgusted rather than hurt. I didn't see her much that week, not on purpose, but because she had suddenly become quite busy at work. I spent a significant amount of time with Mikey that week. Then, one day, when I was picking him up from school, he asked if we might stop at Wingstop on our way home. I told him no, I had prepared dinner for him at home, and it was in the refrigerator. He looked at me as if I had just told him the most painful thing, then blurted out, "Mom says we'll be happier when you're not here anymore." My heart sank. I went silent, my voice stiff in my throat, trying not to cry. My mind raced at 1,000,000 miles per hour. With Alice's recent actions, things began to make sense. When we returned, Alice hadn't yet returned from work, so I did some investigating. As I climbed the attic ladder, a cloud of dust struck my nostrils and made me cough. A foreshadowing of the mountain of suffering to come. As I climbed inside, I noticed a box that I had never seen before. The first several documents were about dull tax issues. But what I discovered underneath was so astounding that my eyes nearly flew out of my head. Several dozens of screenshotted texts. Transcribed voice memos. Photos of us together were pulled completely out of context to make me look like a wicked supervillain. And at the bottom, I noticed that they were all signed by my mother-in-law as a witness. For example, there was a snapshot of a text I sent Alice when she was out with friends saying, "Don't forget who you belong to." It was an inside joke from a movie we both like. But the comment underneath it read, "Exhibits controlling behavior, does not allow me freedom." A photo of me looking angry, I was actually yelling at the TV during a football game, had the caption "Frequently displays rage. I fear for my safety," on the reverse. Every paper was signed at the bottom with "Witnessed by Catherine Williams, Alice's mother." As I dug deeper, I discovered a draft divorce filing. The allegations were horrific: emotional abuse, domineering behavior, and even accusations that I had threatened Alice. According to these papers, I was a rage-fueled time bomb who cut Alice off from her family and friends. It was all lies, horrible, planned lies meant to harm me. And in the bottom of the box, I discovered the most disturbing object of all. A handwritten plan outlining how Alice would kidnap Mikey, drain our joint funds, and leave me with nothing, not even visiting rights to my son. I sat in the dusty attic, holding these papers, feeling as if my entire world had shattered. The wife I loved, the mother of my kid, had been slowly assembling a case against me. And for what? So she could take everything yet leave me with nothing? I heard the garage door open downstairs. Alice was at home. I hurriedly placed everything back precisely how I found it and climbed down the ladder, my mind racing. What am I going to do now? I quietly closed the attic hatch as Alice stepped through the door. My hands were shaking so badly that I nearly lost my grasp on the ladder. In 30 minutes, I went from a puzzled spouse to feeling like a man on death row. "Hey," Alice said without looking at me, placing her keys on the counter as she usually did. But nothing felt normal anymore. Not her voice. That's not how she moved. Nothing. I tried to be casual. "Hey, how was work?" My voice sounded strange even to me, as if I were reading from a screenplay. "Fine." She swept past me, and I noticed the peculiar perfume again. She rushed directly to Mikey and kneeled down to give him a big embrace. "Hey, buddy, I missed you." Watching them made my stomach twist into knots. Was she going to take him away from me? According to the documents, that is exactly what she meant to do. I needed to think. I needed a plan. I mumbled something about checking the mail and went outdoors to breathe. The nighttime air felt cold against my face, which was most likely flushed from stress and rage. Linda, our neighbor, waved from across the street as she walked her dog. I waved back mechanically, wondering if our entire existence was about to become neighborhood talk. That night, I could hardly sleep. Alice remained as far away from me in bed as possible without sliding off. I looked at the ceiling for hours, my thoughts whirling. What did Alice's mother say to set her against me so completely? What was I planning to do? The next morning, I called in sick from work. I couldn't concentrate anyway. When Alice left with Mikey for school drop-off, I returned to the attic. I photographed everything with my phone, documenting all the falsehoods and manipulations. If things were going the way I believed it was, I'd need proof. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, looking up divorce attorneys on my laptop. I found one with positive recommendations, Thomas Rodriguez, who specializes in father's rights. I scheduled an appointment for the next day during my lunch break. Alice was surprised to see me at home that evening. "I thought you were working late today," she added, sounding a little angry. I had not told her anything like this. "No, what makes you think that?" She shrugged. "Must have gotten confused." More lies. She had undoubtedly arranged something when I was supposed to be gone. That night, I paid great attention to her, watching how she kept checking her phone and typing when her back was turned to me. The following day, I met with Thomas. His office was small but professional, with certificates on one wall and family photos on the desk. I showed him the photos I had taken of Alice's paperwork and described what had transpired. Thomas listened closely, taking notes and occasionally asking questions. After I finished, he reclined back in his chair. "This is quite the problem, Karum. Based on what you've shown me, your wife and mother-in-law are preparing a divorce petition in which you would lose custody and the majority of your assets." He adjusted his glasses. "The good news is that you discovered this before they served your papers. We have time to prepare." "What shall I do?" I inquired, feeling absolutely lost. "First, do not face your wife. Act normally. Second, protect your finances. Open a separate account with a different bank and transfer half of your savings there. It is still marital property, but this safeguards you from being left with nothing. Third, document everything. Record talks if your state permits it. Keep a journal of all interactions." I left his office with a plan and was a little less afraid. On my way back to work, I stopped at a new bank and established an account, transferring half of our savings, as Thomas recommended. I felt horrible about it, but then I remembered the meticulous plan to fully clear me out. This was not dishonesty. This was self-preservation. That weekend was torturous. Alice proposed we take Mikey to the park as a family, which seemed like the most twisted idea ever given what I now knew. Still, I joined in, pushing Mikey on the swings as Alice shot photos on her phone. Was she capturing our final days as a family, or accumulating more evidence to use against me? I could not tell anymore. Alice received a call while Mikey was playing in the sandbox. She stepped away to respond, but I noticed her face light up in a way it hadn't in weeks. When she returned, I casually asked who had called. "Just Mom checking in," she said, but her gaze did not contact me. That night, when Mikey went to bed, I began maintaining the journal that Thomas recommended. I jotted down everything that had occurred since the cookout, attempting to be as specific as possible. It seemed strange documenting the breakdown of my marriage, but I needed to protect myself and, more importantly, my bond with my son. Monday morning, I called Alice's father. We had always gotten along well, and I needed to know if he was involved in this whole scam. I asked if he could meet me for lunch, just the two of us. He sounded shocked but agreed. We met in a little cafe near his office. Robert looked older than I remembered, and the creases around his eyes were deeper. We ordered sandwiches and exchanged small talk till they arrived. Finally, I took a deep breath before diving in. Robert, I have an important question for you. Has Alice told you about our marital problems? He put down his sandwich, clearly perplexed. Not at all. Is everything fine between you two? I examined his face. Either he was an excellent actress, or he had no idea what was going on. I chose to take a chance. I discovered some documents in our attic. Plans for a divorce in which Alice takes everything, including Mikey, based on lies about my abusive behavior. And your wife has signed as a witness to everything. Robert's face became pallid. What? That is absurd. Kathy did not mention anything like this to me. I showed him some images from my phone. As he swiped through them, his look shifted from amazement to something like rage. This is Evelyn's handwriting. He handed me back my phone. Karum, I had no idea. I swore. This is not right. I don't know what to do, I admitted. I adore Alice, but she's completely changed. And the prospect of losing Mikey? My voice crackled unexpectedly. Robert leaned across the table and placed his hand on my arm. I'll discuss it with Evelyn and Alice. This has gone too far. I shake my head. Please don't. Not yet. If they find out I found these records, who knows what they'll do next? I need to protect myself first. He nodded slowly. I understand, but I want you to know that I'm not a part of this, and I do not support it. You have been a terrific spouse and father. Whatever Evelyn has planted in Alice's head is not proper. Having Robert as an ally took a great weight off my shoulders. Before we parted, he pledged to keep an eye out for any more scheming, without disclosing what he knew. Over the next week, I kept playing the role of the oblivious spouse. Alice was making more work calls in private and having quiet phone talks that ended suddenly when I entered the room. I kept a journal and checked in with Thomas on a regular basis. Then came another shocker. Alice's brother Mark texted me unexpectedly. Hey man, can we get a beer tonight? I need to talk about something. We met in a sports pub a few towns away, where we would not run into anyone we knew. Mark appeared anxious, fumbling with his drink coaster. So, what's happening? I asked, attempting to seem casual. Mark took a long gulp from his beer. My mom called me last night. She asked me to submit a statement saying I witnessed you verbally abusing Alice at family events. My heart fell. And? I told her she was insane. I have never seen you be anything other than respectful to Alice. I'm not sure what's going on, but Mom was persistent. Alice is intending to leave you and wants documentation for the divorce. I told Mark what I discovered. He was as astonished as his father. This is messed up, Karam. Mom has always been difficult, but this is the next level. What can I do to help? We spent the following hour making plans. Mark agreed to pretend to comply with Evelyn's request while actually documenting all of her attempts to construct evidence against me. He'd also keep an ear out for any discussions about their timeline. On the way home, I experienced an unusual mix of feelings. My wife betrayed me, but I was moved by the support of her father and brother. I was no longer alone in this fight. When I arrived home, Alice was waiting with arms folded. Where were you? Just having a beer with some guys from work, I lied, hating how easy it was now. Robert is getting divorced. I need to vent. Something flashed before her eyes. Divorce, huh? Poor guy. Yeah. I went to the bathroom to avoid additional discourse. In the mirror, I could scarcely recognize myself. The stress was taking a toll. I looked exhausted and older. This couldn't last much longer. The next day, I set up a little camera in our living room. Thomas had advised it, and while it seemed invasive, I needed to protect myself. I made sure it was legal in our state and set it up to only capture common sections of the house. That decision paid off sooner than I anticipated. 2 days later, when analyzing the video, I noticed Alice and her mother in our living room while I was at work. I don't know, Mom. Alice said, her expression confused. This feels wrong. He's never hurt me. Evelyn's voice was harsh. Don't be naive, Alice. Men like him always show their true colors eventually. Remember what your cousin Jen went through? Better to get out now while you have the upper hand. Think about the settlement. You'll never have to work again. What about Mikey? Children are resilient. Besides, he'll be better off without that foreign influence. I watched in surprise as Evelyn removed documents from her bag that I had recovered in the attic. They spent the following hour expanding on the invented proof, with Evelyn advising Alice on what to write. Alice appeared to be uncomfortable at times, but her mother persisted. Just think about the beach house we could buy with his 401k money, Evelyn added, beaming. And that Turkish rug store of his brother's will be worth something too if we play this right. I felt nauseous. This wasn't just about getting me out of the picture, it was about money. Evelyn was using her own daughter in an attempt to swindle me and my family. I saved the movie in several places and sent a copy to Thomas. He called me right after watching it. This is exactly what we needed, Karam. This proves the allegations are fabricated and shows coercion, but we still need to be strategic about how we use it. I agreed, but a part of me wanted to face Alice right then. How could she accomplish this? Is our entire marriage a sham? That night at supper, Mikey asked if we might go to Turkey to see my family next summer, and I nearly broke down. Grandma said I can't go there anymore because it's dangerous, he explained simply. Alice hastily shifted the topic, but the harm had been done. They were already poisoning my son against his background and part of who he was. I excused myself from the table before losing my cool entirely. The following day, Mark called with additional information. They're planning to file next Monday. Mom's meeting with some hotshot divorce attorney tomorrow to finalize everything. This sped up our time frame tremendously. Thomas instructed me to file first with the material we had acquired. If we wait for them to serve you, you'll be on the defensive from day one, he told me. We completed all of the paperwork that weekend. I felt like I was leading a double life, playing board games with Mikey and making Sunday breakfast while also preparing for a divorce battle. Alice kept up her act too, but there were times when she appeared almost like her old self, particularly around Mikey. It made me wonder how much of this was her idea and how much was manipulation on the part of her mother. Monday morning, I departed for work as normal, but headed straight to the courts. Filing those papers was one of the most difficult tasks I've ever done. Every signing seemed like another nail in the coffin of our marriage. My phone buzzed as I was leaving the courthouse. A message from Mark. Mom just picked up Alice from work. They're heading to their lawyer now. You beat them by hours. Alice received divorce papers at her office that afternoon. I made sure Mikey was with me, driving him straight from school to my buddy John's house, where we'd planned for him to have a playdate with his kid. I did not want him home for the anticipated confrontation. The storm struck around 6 p.m. Alice stormed through the front door, her face distorted with wrath. What the hell is this? She yelled, flailing her papers. Divorce papers, I explained gently. I figured I'd save you the trouble of filing yourself. Her expression shifted from angry to confused. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, Alice. I know everything. The fake abuse claims, the plan to take everything including Mikey, your mother coaching you on how to set me up. She paled somewhat, but recovered fast. You're paranoid. This is exactly why I need to get away from you. Really? So you weren't planning to file for divorce today? Your mom didn't meet with a lawyer last week. That silenced her. How did you? And I suppose you weren't building a case against me with fabricated evidence that your mother witnessed? Evidence that's conveniently stored in our attic? Alice slid into the couch, her confidence fading. You found the box. I did. And I have video of you and your mother creating false evidence. What were you thinking, Alice? Was our whole marriage a lie? She looked up with tears in her eyes. I loved you. I still do, in a way. But Mom said. Mom said what? That I'd eventually become abusive because I'm Turkish? That you could take me for everything I have? That my family business was worth targeting? The rage I'd been hiding for weeks finally surfaced. Alice's tears were flowing freely now. She kept saying you were going to hurt me eventually. That men like you always do. She had all these statistics about domestic violence in Middle Eastern cultures. And then she started talking about how much money I could get. And you believed her? After 6 years together? I couldn't keep the hurt out of my voice. She shakes her head. Not at first. But she was so persistent. Every day, more articles, more horror stories. She even had this friend whose daughter married someone from Iran. And he supposedly became this monster after they had kids. So because some random person's daughter had a bad marriage, ours was doomed? That's racist, Alice, plain and simple. She flinched at the term. I know it is. I started to realize that a few days ago. But by then, things had gone so far. Mom had already paid the lawyer. I sat across from her to keep my distance. Where's Mikey? With John. I didn't want him here for this. Alice nodded, relieved. Then her phone rang. Evelyn is phoning. Alice looked at it for a second before declining the call. What happens now? She inquired calmly. That depends. The papers I filed request joint custody and a fair division of assets. No false abuse claims. No attempt to destroy each other. But I can't just pretend this didn't happen. Alice, you have betrayed me in the worst way possible. Evelyn's SMS messages started buzzing through her phone. Alice eventually turned it off completely. I don't know if I want a divorce, she said quietly. These past few weeks, I felt like I'm losing my mind. Mom was always there, pushing and pushing. But when I'm alone, I miss you, the real you, not the monster she painted. I didn't expect that. I wanted to soothe her, yet our trust had been betrayed. I don't know if our marriage can recover from this, I told you. But I do know that your mother can never have this kind of influence in our lives again. Alice looked up sharply. You want me to cut off my mother? I want you to recognize how toxic she is. She nearly destroyed our family for money and her own prejudice. We talked for several hours that night. A painful, honest conversation about how we got here. Alice admits to feeling disconnected from her identity while living in our neighborhood with my large extended family. Evelyn had taken advantage of that vulnerability. But that doesn't excuse what I did, Alice said. I should have talked to you instead of plotting behind your back. It was nearly midnight when I picked up Mikey from John's. Alice and I had agreed on a tentative ceasefire. We'd go to counseling, both marriage and individual therapy, to help Alice work through her relationship with her mother. In the meanwhile, Evelyn is not welcome in our home. The following several days were unpleasant, yet curiously hopeful. Alice moved into the guest room to give us space while we figured things out. She called in sick from work and spent the day removing all of the evidence from the attic, breaking down in tears multiple times as she understood the gravity of what she had almost done. Evelyn, meantime, was on a warpath. She called repeatedly, showed up at our door, we didn't respond, and even attempted to contact Mikey's school. I recorded everything just in case. Then came the confrontation that we could not escape. Robert and Mark scheduled a family gathering at their home, but Evelyn was not invited. When we arrived, I was surprised to find Alice's sister Quinn, who had flown up from Seattle. We gathered around Robert's dining table, with tension thick enough to cut. I explained everything and showed them the video footage. Quinn appeared shocked. Mom tried to get me involved too, she admitted. Called last month asking if I'd ever seen Karam lose his temper. I told her she was being ridiculous. Robert cleared his throat. I've spoken with Evelyn. She admits to encouraging the divorce but claims she was just protecting Alice. I don't believe her, he said, looking directly at me. I'm sorry, Karam. This should never have happened. Alice was crying silently next to me. Not the false tears I had recently witnessed, but genuine guilt. Despite the tears, she spoke calmly. I made a terrible mistake. I let Mom's prejudice and greed cloud my judgment, and I nearly destroyed my family. She was staring at me. I don't expect forgiveness, but I am truly sorry. Mark leaned forwards. The question is, what now? Mom's not going to just back off. She has to, Robert stated firmly. I've made that clear to her. This ends now, or there will be consequences. Quinn nodded. We're with you, Karam. Whatever you decide about your marriage, you'll always be Mikey's father and part of this family. Alice's family provided overwhelming support. After years of feeling like an outsider, I was finally accepted, ironically, just as my marriage was crumbling. We departed with a lot to think about. On the way home, Alice asked, do you think we can ever get past this? I grasped the steering wheel firmly. I honestly don't know. But for Mikey's sake, I'm willing to try. The road to re-establishing confidence would be arduous. In the following weeks, I noticed Alice gazing at her phone and wondered whether she was conversing with Evelyn. Some nights, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, wondering if this was all a setup. However, there were some positive moments. Alice discovered a therapist who specializes in toxic family ties. She began interacting with my family and made an attempt to learn Turkish cookery from my mother. Most importantly, she resisted Evelyn's repeated attempts to meddle. The turning moment occurred a month after the confrontation. Evelyn arrived at our house uninvited, shoving her way in when Alice answered the door. This has gone on long enough, she declared. I've spoken with another attorney. We can still file with the evidence we gathered. I was upstairs, but I could hear every word through the camera I had set in the living room. I waited, pulse racing, for Alice's reaction. There is no we, Mom, Alice stated simply. What we did was wrong. Karam is a good man and a wonderful father. Your prejudice nearly cost me my family. Don't be so dramatic, Evelyn scoffed. Men like him always. Stop. Alice's voice was the strongest I'd heard in months. If you can't respect my husband and the father of my child, then you need to leave. And don't come back until you can treat him with dignity. From my hiding place at the top of the stairs, I heard the front door opening. This isn't over, Evelyn growled. Yes, it is, Alice said, closing the door firmly. I waited a few minutes before heading downstairs. Alice sat on the couch, looking exhausted yet oddly lighter. You heard? She inquired. I nodded, sitting next to her. Thank you. She took my hand carefully. I meant every word. I've been so blind, Karam. I can't believe I almost threw away everything that matters. For what? Money. My mother's approval? That night, we discussed maybe dismissing the divorce paperwork. It would not be simple, and we had a lot of work to do. But for the first time since uncovering those documents in the attic, I felt hopeful that our family could recover. That night was the first time in weeks that I truly believed we could get through this. I had no idea if our marriage would ever be the same, but witnessing Alice stand up to her mother like that was huge. Perhaps there was something worth protecting here. The next morning, Alice recommended we go to the park with Mikey. It was odd at first, as if we were playing pretend family for our son's benefit. But watching Mikey run around the playground, laughing and carefree, reminded me why we were working so hard to improve things. He looks happy, Alice observed, sitting next to me on the bench. Yeah, I agree. Kids are pretty resilient. Do you think he knows something's wrong between us? I shrugged. Kids pick up on more than we think. But I'm trying my best to keep things normal for him. Alice nodded while watching Mikey ascend the monkey bars. Me too. That's why I need to tell you something. My stomach immediately tightened. Here we go again. What is it? Mom's planning something. Mark called me last night after you went to bed. She's been meeting with another lawyer. Someone really aggressive who specializes in high-conflict divorces. I sighed deeply. Of course, Evelyn would not give up that simply. What does that mean for us? I don't know exactly, but Mark thinks she's going to try to force my hand somehow. Maybe threaten to cut me off financially or something. Alice paused. I know that shouldn't matter, but your parents have always helped you out, I finished for her. Alice's family was fairly well off, and they had given us a down payment and assisted with Mikey's private school tuition. I'm not saying I'd choose money over our family, Alice clarified hastily. I just wanted you to know what we might be up against. I admired the honesty, at the very least. Thanks for telling me. Mikey came racing up and demanded that we watch him go down the large slide, so we didn't have much time to talk about it. For the rest of the afternoon, we set aside our worries and concentrated on being parents. That evening, after Mikey went to bed, I called Thomas to give him an update on the issue. He was not surprised when Evelyn hired a new lawyer. People like her don't back down easily, he told me. But her standing is weak now. You have evidence of the fabricated abuse claims, and Alice isn't cooperating with her anymore. So, what should we do? I asked. Stay the course. Keep documenting everything. If you and Alice are really trying to reconcile, we can file to dismiss the divorce petition. But I'd wait a bit longer to make sure things are stable. I agreed with his advice. Trust was not going to be re-established overnight. The following week was relatively peaceful. Alice and I began couples therapy with a counselor named Dr. Quinn, who has no link to Alice's sister. Our first session was rough. Lots of tears and painful facts. I admitted to feeling cheated, and Alice discussed how her mother had used her fears about our cultural differences. I was always a little intimidated by your family, she said during our second session. Everyone speaking Turkish at gatherings, all the traditions I didn't understand. I sometimes felt like an outsider. You never told me that, I said, honestly shocked. I didn't want to seem ignorant or racist, but Mom used that. She kept telling me I was losing my identity, that Mikey was becoming more Turkish than American. Dr. Quinn assisted us in seeing how we both contributed to the problem, me for failing to notice Alice's distress, and Alice for failing to communicate her feelings. It wasn't an explanation for what Evelyn had done, but it did help me understand how she had discovered a flaw to exploit. Things at home gradually improved. Alice returned to our bedroom. We weren't intimate yet, but we were gentle with each other, as if we were handling something precious that could break if we proceeded too rapidly. Then Evelyn made her move. I returned home from work on Thursday to find Alice seated at the kitchen table, pallid. Her hand shook slightly as she grasped the heavy packet. What's wrong? I inquired, placing down my laptop bag. Mom sent this? She shoved the envelope toward me. It's a trust fund document. Apparently, they set up a college fund for Mikey when he was born. Almost $200,000 now. I skimmed the documentation. Okay. And there's a condition? The money can only be accessed if Mikey is living primarily with me or my parents. If we stay married or if we share custody, the money goes to charity instead. I could feel the typical wrath rising. She's using Mikey's education as leverage. Alice nodded miserably. There's a letter too. She sent me a cream-colored stationery note with Evelyn's exquisite calligraphy. Evelyn's letter contained everything you'd expect from her: fake concern for Alice's well-being, thinly veiled racial remarks about my family's influence, and a clear ultimatum. Leave me and get the money, or stay and Mikey will suffer. What do you want to do? I inquired gently. Alice looked up, her eyes red and determined. I already called Dad. He had no idea about these conditions on the trust. He's furious with Mom. That doesn't answer my question, I said. I'm not choosing money over our family, Karam. Not again. I made that mistake once, and I'm still trying to fix it. She took a deep breath. But I wanted to be honest with you about everything. No more secrets. I believed her. For the first time in weeks, I actually believed her. The following day, Robert called me immediately. I'm sorting out this trust fund nonsense, he continued, sounding more enraged than I had ever heard him. Evelyn had no right to add those conditions without consulting me. I appreciate that, I said. But honestly, it's not about the money. I know that, he said. But it's the principle. She's trying to buy our grandson's future. I won't stand for it. Robert offered to come over that weekend to talk with both of us. When he arrived on Saturday, he carried his own file. I've spoken with our family attorney, he stated as we sat in the living room. The trust, as Evelyn presented it, isn't legally binding. I never signed off on those conditions. Alice appeared relieved. So the money is still there for Mikey's education? Yes. Regardless of your marital status or custody arrangement. Robert hesitated. But there's something else you should know. I've been doing some digging into our finances after all this came to light. He opened the file to show us bank statements and transfer data. Evelyn has been shifting money for months, starting with tiny amounts and gradually increasing. Where was it going? I inquired, though I had a sinking suspicion I already knew. To a separate account in her name only. Almost $100,000 so far. He looked at Alice. I think she was planning to fund your divorce and new life without telling me. Alice hid her face with her hands. Oh my God. I've frozen the accounts for now, Robert went on. But I wanted you both to know what's been happening. Alice remained quiet for quite some time after Robert left. Finally, she glanced at me, tears in her eyes. I'm so ashamed. My own mother was stealing from my father to fund this insane plan. I sat next to her on the couch. It's not your fault. Part of it is. I let her convince me you were the villain when she was the one manipulating everyone. She wiped her eyes. I need to tell you something else. Something I haven't admitted yet. My heart raced. What is it? When Mom first started talking about divorce, I didn't take it seriously. But then she introduced me to this friend of hers, Linda. Linda told me this horrible story about her daughter who married a man from Jordan. How he seemed perfect at first but became controlling and eventually violent. And you thought that would happen to me? I asked, trying to keep the hurt out of my voice. No, that's just it. I didn't believe it would happen with you. But Mom kept pushing, and then... She broke off. Then what? Then I found out Linda doesn't even have a daughter. Mark discovered it by accident when he was looking into Mom's friends. Linda was an actress Mom hired to tell this story. Alice's voice broke. My own mother paid someone to lie to me about an abusive foreign husband to convince me to leave you. I was speechless. Evelyn had gone to extraordinary lengths. I wanted you to know everything, Alice explained quietly. Even the parts that make me look gullible and stupid. I took her hand. It wasn't truly forgiveness, but it was something. Thank you for telling me. The following several days were a curious combination of progress and strain. Alice and I were talking more effectively than we had in months, but Evelyn's continuous plots were taking their toll. We decided to dismiss the divorce petition, which felt like a big step forward. Then, without notice, Evelyn arrived at Mikey's school. I received a call from the principal while I was at work. Mr. Dear, we had an incident today. Your mother-in-law attempted to pick up Mikey without authorization. My blood became chilly. Is Mikey okay? He's fine. Our staff followed protocol and refused to release him, but Mrs. Williams became quite agitated. We had to ask her to leave the premises. I quickly called Alice, and we both left work to attend school. Mikey was in the principal's office, appearing perplexed but generally well. Grandma came to school, he informed us. She said we were going on a special trip, but Mrs. Davis wouldn't let me go. Alice kneeled down to his level. Grandma didn't tell us about any trip, buddy. You did the right thing by staying with your teacher. Alice was shivering with anger on the way home. She tried to take our son without permission. I know, I replied, holding the driving wheel fiercely. This has gone too far, Karam. We need to do something. I agreed. That night, after Mikey was sleeping, we called Robert and Mark to update them. Robert was devastated. I don't recognize who Evelyn has become, he told me. First the money, now this. Mark was more pragmatic. You need a restraining order. Alice remarked. That feels extreme. But I could tell she was thinking about it. She tried to take Mikey from school without permission, Mark reminded her. What if she succeeds next time? The next morning, we caught up with Thomas again. He agreed that a restraining order was necessary due to Evelyn's growing behavior. We filed the paperwork that day, asking her to remain away from our home, Mikey's school, and our workplaces. The temporary injunction was issued promptly, but Evelyn might fight it at a court in 2 weeks. Thomas warned us it would be difficult. She'll most likely bring up the abuse allegations again, he said. Even though we have evidence they were fabricated. Be prepared for some ugly accusations. These 2 weeks were tense. We informed Mikey's school of the restraining order details and increased security measures at home. Alice was a nervous wreck, caught between protecting our family and confronting the prospect of taking legal action against her mother. Evelyn, meantime, went on the offensive. She called every family member and informed them that I was manipulating Alice and turning her against her own mother. Most people saw through it, particularly after Mark revealed what we know. But a few distant relatives supported Evelyn. The date of the hearing arrived. Alice and I dropped Mikey off with my brother Amit, who promised to keep him occupied with a visit to the aquarium. Alice squeezed my hand as we entered the courthouse. Whatever happens in there, we're in this together, she told me. Evelyn was already inside with her solicitor, a sharp-looking woman dressed in an expensive suit. She didn't notice us, but I could sense her glare from across the room. The hearing was exactly what Thomas had warned us about. Evelyn's lawyer portrayed me as a dominating, potentially dangerous husband who had indoctrinated Alice into recanting her abuse allegations. They invoked every stereotype about Middle Eastern guys they could think of, barely masking their prejudice as concern. When it was our turn, Thomas carefully presented the evidence we had gathered. The video of Evelyn encouraging Alice to make false charges, the financial records demonstrating Evelyn's theft of cash, and the statement from Mikey's school about the unauthorized pickup attempt. Judge Thornton, a no-nonsense older woman, listened intently to both sides' arguments. When all the evidence had been presented, she confronted Evelyn directly. Mrs. Williams, the evidence suggests you have engaged in a pattern of deception and manipulation aimed at destroying your daughter's marriage for reasons that appear to be primarily rooted in prejudice, she said with a straight face. Furthermore, your attempt to remove your grandson from school without parental permission is extremely concerning. Evelyn attempted to interrupt, but Judge Thornton hushed her with a look. The restraining order is granted for a period of 1 year. You are to remain at least 500 feet from your daughter, her husband, their child, their home, workplaces, and the child's school. Any violation will result in immediate consequences. She turned to face us. Mr. and Mrs. Deere, I suggest you pursue family counseling to address the damage this situation has caused. As we left the courthouse, I felt an odd combination of relief and grief. The restraining order would keep us safe, but the fact that we needed it at all was devastating, especially for Alice. I questioned her. Are you okay? As we walked to the car. She nodded slowly. I think so. It feels like the end of something, but maybe also the beginning of something better. Over the next few months, our lives progressively became more stable. With Evelyn legally obligated to stay away, we could concentrate on rebuilding our family without her influence. Alice maintained her individual treatment, coping with the complex feelings of essentially losing her mother while preserving her marriage. Robert sought a divorce from Evelyn, unwilling to forgive her financial dishonesty and her attempts to control their daughter. He became a frequent visitor to our home, rekindling his bond with Mikey and, quite unexpectedly, forging a friendship with my father. When my parents arrived from Turkey 6 months after the hearing, Alice and I reaffirmed our vows in a little ceremony in our backyard. Nothing fancy, just close friends and family honoring the fact that we made it through the storm. My brother Amit provided his amazing kebabs, Mark handled the music, and Quinn made everything look lovely. During the ceremony, Alice added her own surprise vow in halting but well-practiced Turkish. Her efforts to learn those few lines in my mother tongue moved me more than anything else. Later that night, after the visitors had left and Mikey had fallen asleep, Alice and I sat on our back porch, gazing at the sky. Do you think we'll ever completely get past this? She raised her voice. I thought about it for a bit. I don't know if get past is the right way to think about it. It happened. It changed us. But maybe it also made us stronger in some ways. Alice put her head against my shoulder. I'm still sorry. I know, I replied. But I'm not looking backward anymore. And I intended it. The trust had not yet been completely re-established, and it may never be fully restored. But Mikey was pleased. Alice and I were resolving our issues, and for the first time in a long time, our future looked promising. Evelyn eventually relocated to Florida once her divorce with Robert was finalized. We learned through Mark that she had joined a society for parents estranged from their ungrateful children. Apparently, she had encountered plenty of people who refused to own their own poisonous actions. We renewed the restraining order even though Evelyn had made no attempts to contact us directly. Alice looked unhappy when Mother's Day advertising came, and Mikey occasionally inquired about his other grandmother. Those moments were difficult, but they got less common over time. The most unexpected effect of the struggle was how close I became to Alice's father and siblings. Robert frequently joined us on Sunday dinners. Mark became my regular golf partner, and Quinn returned from Seattle to be closer to family, becoming Mikey's favorite aunt. Alice and I were far from perfect, but we were working on it. One night, as we were getting ready for bed, Alice discovered an old photo of us from when we were dating, young and carefree, standing in front of my parents' restaurant in Turkey during her first visit. We looked so happy, she remarked longingly. We were, I said, glancing over her shoulder at the photograph. And we will be together again. She turned to face me with a serious expression. I almost threw this away. All of it. For what? My mother's approval? Money? I shake my head. It doesn't matter anymore. You didn't throw it away. That's what counts. And as I held my wife in my arms that night, I knew everything would be fine. Not because everything was magically repaired or because we had forgotten what had happened, but because we had both chosen to fight for our family even though it would have been easier to walk away. I spent $1,200 to be my best friend's bridesmaid. Then she asked me to hide my race with a wig. I refused. Her fiancé's family lost everything. Yesterday I got a call from my buddy Lucy, 28 female, that left me speechless. For background, my name is Me, 27 female, and I have had a shaved head for about 7 years. Lucy invited me to be a bridesmaid in her impending wedding 2 months ago, and I gladly accepted. We have been friends since college, and I was thrilled to be a part of her big day. But the call I received yesterday altered everything. I grew up in a traditional Hindu household where appearances were highly valued, particularly for women. My hair was never cut from the moment I was born till I left home at the age of 18. My parents, particularly my mother, thought that a woman's hair symbolized her femininity and honor. By the age of 18, my hair had grown to my ankles and required hours of daily maintenance. I spent my childhood and adolescent years struggling with heavy, damp hair that took time to dry, painful detangling sessions, and the inability to engage in numerous activities due to my hair. The day after my 18th birthday, I left home and went into a modest flat with 2 other people. A week later, I strolled into a hairdresser and had my entire hair cut off. The stylist burst into tears while cutting it, stating she'd never seen such long and gorgeous hair before. I felt nothing but relief when the weight lifted from my head. Since then, I've kept my hair incredibly short, either a buzz cut or entirely shaved. I can't take the sensation of hair touching my neck or face anymore. The independence from needing to devote hours to hair maintenance has been liberating. My family did not speak with me for 2 years after I cropped my hair. When we finally reconciled, they continued to make comments about my rebellious phase whenever I visited, expecting me to ultimately grow my hair back. I have not visited in 3 years. All my friends, including Lucy, have only seen me with short hair or a shaved head. In the summer, I prefer to go entirely bald for comfort, which is how I appear right now. No one in my social circle has ever complained about my appearance, and many have praised how well it complements my face features. Lucy's wedding is set for August in Georgia, at a historic plantation house. When she asked me to be a bridesmaid, we talked about deep burgundy dresses, gold shoes, and professional makeup. Nothing was said about my hair. She seemed totally content with me engaging as I am. Yesterday's call altered everything. Lucy asked if I would do her a favor and wear a wig to the wedding. At first I assumed she was joking, but her uneasy laughing underlined her seriousness. She added that her future mother-in-law had seen photos of me and was concerned about how the wedding photos would look with one bald bridesmaid amid 5 others with long hair. According to Lucy, her mother-in-law urged that I damage the beauty of the images. I quickly refused. The mere thought of wearing a wig reminded me of how claustrophobic it felt to have so much hair. When I explained my reasoning, Lucy appeared saddened, but understanding. She called back an hour later, more insistently. She clarified that her future mother-in-law wanted me to wear a long blonde wig that matched the other bridesmaids. For reference, I'm of mixed ethnicity, with South Asian and African American ancestry. My natural hair when grown out is black and curly. The request grew more detailed and uncomfortable. When I asked Lucy if she or her fiancé would pay for a decent wig, which may cost hundreds of dollars, she rejected, citing wedding budget concerns. This is despite the fact that I have already paid more than $1,200 on the bridesmaid dress, shoes, plane ticket and hotel reservation for their destination wedding. I recommended wearing a decorative head wrap instead, which would be more comfortable in the Georgia July heat, but Lucy informed me that her mother-in-law had rejected this compromise. She wants me to have noticeable hair, or else I won't be able to join the wedding party. I received messages from 3 other bridesmaids last night, all of which suggested that I was difficult and selfish. They pointed out that it was only a wig, and it was her special day. One even stated that my reluctance shows that I do not cherish the friendship enough to make such a minor sacrifice. None of them understand that this is not a trivial cost for me. It asks me to briefly revert to something that represents years of control and restraint. I'm also concerned about the racial implications of asking a mixed-race woman to wear a blonde wig to match the white bridesmaids. My wedding is 6 weeks away, and I'm at a crossroads. I've already spent a lot of money to go, but I'm thinking of dropping out of the bridal party or skipping the entire event. I cherish my friendship with Lucy, but this request feels extremely personal and inappropriate. Another problem is the location itself. As someone of African American origin, I have mixed sentiments about celebrating at a plantation, but I didn't express them earlier since I believe Lucy chose it for its design and gardens more than its historical significance. I texted Lucy last night stating that I needed some time to reflect on things. She said she understands, but she hopes I will rethink since she really wants me there, and the mother-in-law is quite picky about appearances. This morning, her fiancé, Mark, 30 million, phoned me immediately, which he has never done before. He ignored my worries entirely, instead emphasizing how much his mother had contributed financially to the wedding, and how crucial it was to keep her satisfied. He stated that my inflexibility concerning hair was causing unnecessary stress during what should be a happy moment for everyone. The situation has escalated well beyond my expectations. What began as a request for a wig has led to deeper discussions about respect, cultural sensitivity, and whose comfort is important in social situations. I keep questioning myself if I am overreacting. But every time I imagine wearing the wig in the Georgia heat, standing on a plantation property and being forced to look more like everyone else, something inside me recoils. Several mutual friends have responded without being asked. Most people say I just wear the wig to keep the peace. Only one acquaintance pointed out the problematic nature of the request, particularly the blonde hair requirement. I have not determined what to do yet. Part of me wants to support my buddy on her wedding day, but another part of me believes this is a line I should not cross. The scenario has evolved from a simple celebration to a complex negotiation over identity and compliance. Am I being unreasonable by refusing to wear a wig like the other bridesmaids? Should I put Lucy's wedding vision before my own comfort and identity? Is completely backing out an overreaction, or is it necessary to maintain my boundaries? Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since my first post, and a lot has happened. Thank you to everyone who responded and shared their thoughts. Reading through your replies made me know that I wasn't overreacting, which gave me the confidence to face what came next. A few days after posting, I decided to contact Lucy directly. Instead of continuing our text exchanges, we needed to have a real conversation about this issue. She agreed, and we set up a video call for the evening after she ended work. The call offered information that fundamentally altered my perception of the situation. Lucy broke down almost immediately, acknowledging that the wig request had not come from her at all. Her future mother-in-law, Eleanor, 56F, saw my photo in the bridesmaid group chat and immediately objected to my appearance. According to Lucy, Eleanor spent the entire dinner talking about how I would spoil the wedding aesthetic and divert attention away from the bride with my extreme appearance. Instead of supporting me, or at least resolving the situation, Mark sided with his mother. He informed Lucy that because Eleanor was donating a large percentage of their wedding expenses, they needed to meet her demands. Lucy stated that she felt torn between her friendship with me and the pressure from her prospective in-laws. The most telling portion of our talk was when Lucy revealed that Eleanor had specifically stated that she did not want diverse-looking people featured in the wedding photos, allegedly because they would not match the traditional aesthetic of the plantation setting. The blonde wig desire was not solely about hair length. It was also an attempt to minimize my racial traits. I sat in startled silence as Lucy continued to explain. She apologized profusely, admitting that she was wrong to send along Eleanor's request rather than standing up to her. She confessed that she had been crying every day about the situation, torn between keeping peace with her future in-laws and doing what was right for her buddy. When I asked Lucy why Mark had called me personally, she appeared astonished. She had no idea about the phone call, implying that he had taken it upon himself to put pressure on me without her knowledge. This renewed concerns about their relationship dynamics. After analyzing all of this information, I informed Lucy that I needed a few days to consider. The argument over a wig had escalated into a discussion about unhealthy racial attitudes and interpersonal patterns. 2 days later, I received an extensive email from Eleanor herself. She had reportedly demanded my contact information from Lucy. The email was arrogant and deceptive, implying that my unique choices reflected a desire for attention that was unsuitable for someone else's wedding. She offered to buy a wig for me, but only in a tasteful blonde style that would not stick out. She concluded the email by stating that if I genuinely cared about Lucy, I would make this minor concession, or withdraw from the bridal party. I sent the email to Lucy without remark. She contacted me 30 minutes later, horrified. She hadn't expected Eleanor to approach me directly, and was humiliated by the contents of the email. During this call, Lucy appeared to discover a solution. She said she was done appeasing Eleanor and would talk to Mark about setting limits with his mother. The following development happened a week later. Lucy and Mark had supposedly engaged in multiple heated debates regarding the subject. Mark finally admitted that his mother's behavior was improper, despite his initial attempts to downplay the racial implications of her requests. According to Lucy, he realized the problem when she questioned how he would react if someone requested his sister, who has a prominent birthmark, to cover it up for aesthetic reasons. Lucy immediately notified Eleanor that the wig request had been cancelled, and that I would be attending the wedding as myself. Eleanor supposedly retaliated by threatening to remove her financial support for the wedding. This prompted another round of family conversations. Lucy contacted me yesterday to update me on the final decision. She and Mark have considerably reduced their wedding plans. Instead of the plantation site and expensive celebration, they're arranging a smaller ceremony in a nearby park for just close friends and family. They've opted to fund it totally on their own to eliminate Eleanor's financial leverage. Lucy apologized again for not standing up to Eleanor sooner and for placing me in such a difficult situation. She underlined that she appreciates our connection, and would never have let Eleanor's views dictate how her friends should appear at her wedding. I've consented to stay a bridesmaid, and the new arrangements are much more suitable for me. The park venue alleviates my unease with the plantation backdrop, and the smaller scale means less stress and money for everyone involved. Mark wrote me a separate apology text, admitting that he should have encouraged Lucy to stand up to his mother from the outset. He revealed that he has struggled with setting limits with Eleanor his entire life, and is currently undergoing private treatment to resolve these issues before the wedding. The other bridesmaids were divided in their reactions. 2 people have expressed support for the venue change, and apologized for pressing me over the wig. The others appear dissatisfied with the decrease in wedding preparations, and have become increasingly aloof in the group discussion. I am cautiously optimistic about how things have turned out. While the circumstance highlighted some troubling attitudes, it also allowed Lucy and Mark to set essential limits before starting their marriage. The incident has actually strengthened my friendship with Lucy, as we have had several open discussions about race, boundaries, and sticking up for what is right, even when it is difficult. The wedding is now 5 weeks away, and instead of dreading it, I'm excited to celebrate with my friend, in an environment where everyone feels safe being themselves. Update 2. The wedding took place last weekend, and I wanted to share an update on how things went. The wedding in the park ended up nicely, despite some last-minute difficulty. Lucy and Mark remained committed to a modest, self-funded wedding in the weeks building up to the big day. They sent out new invitations explaining the venue change, but did not go into depth about why. Most visitors were accepting, but some of Mark's extended family were disappointed that the plantation venue had been cancelled. Eleanor's behavior worsened as the wedding approached. According to Lucy, she tried to reserve the original plantation destination behind their backs, claiming it would be a wedding gift. When they declined, she unexpectedly showed up at their flat, bringing brochures for blonde wigs she had collected, just in case I changed my mind. Lucy remained firm and asked her to leave. 3 days before the wedding, Eleanor made one more attempt to manage the situation. She approached the other bridesmaids personally, requesting that they all wear wigs in solidarity with me, claiming it was a surprise Lucy had planned. Fortunately, one bridesmaid thought to check with Lucy, exposing Eleanor's trickery. Lucy then had to phone each bridesmaid to confirm that there was no wig plan, and apologize for her future mother-in-law's intervention. The morning of the wedding arrived with wonderful weather. Lucy and Mark chose a park with a full blooming rose garden, providing a natural adornment that was more stunning than anything artificial. The ceremony was set to begin at 11 a.m., followed by an informal lunch reception at a neighboring restaurant. At 9 a.m., while the bridal party was getting ready at Lucy's apartment, we learned that Eleanor had arrived at the park early and was putting up decorations that had not been planned or permitted. Mark quickly left to deal with the situation, returning 30 minutes later looking fatigued but determined. He stated that he had requested his mother to remove her decorations and had assigned his brother to make sure she did not make any additional adjustments. By 10:30, we had arrived at the park and found everything in order. Lucy and Mark's basic white chairs, floral arch, and runner were all nicely arranged. Eleanor sat in the front row with Mark's father, her face taut but controlled. The ceremony itself was beautiful and personal. Lucy looked stunning in a simpler dress than her original pick, but one that fit the occasion well. Mark's eyes flooded with tears as she walked down the aisle. Their vows included agreements to support one another's decisions and stand together in the face of external pressures, which seemed especially relevant in light of recent events. Throughout the reception, Eleanor kept a frigid distance from me and interacted only little with Lucy. She departed early, citing a headache. Her departure seemed to reduce tension in the room, and the celebration became considerably more relaxed as a result. The most memorable moment for me came when Lucy's father remarked in his toast that he values loyal friends who stick to their ideals in his daughter's life. He made eye contact with me as he spoke, and Lucy subsequently confirmed that he was referring to my refusal to compromise my identity for the sake of appearances. Mark's behavior throughout the day reflected progress from our previous contacts. He remained focused on Lucy's requirements, checked in with the wedding party on a regular basis to ensure everyone's comfort, and firmly redirected his mother when she began making passive-aggressive comments about the venue change. It was evident that he had made efforts to put his relationship with Lucy over pleasing his mother. The wedding photos were taken by a friend with professional experience, rather than the high-end photography studio that had been engaged. The preliminary images shared in our group conversation yesterday portrayed true excitement and jubilation. My shaved head stood out in the bridal party images, but in the same way that any natural difference would, as part of Lucy's true portrayal of her chosen pals. Following the reception, numerous attendees commented on how personal and meaningful the event felt, in comparison to more lavish weddings they had seen. The amended plans resulted in a day centered on the couple's devotion, rather than costly details, or matching others' expectations. Lucy approached me before they departed for their honeymoon, which had been changed from a European trip to a weekend at a lakeside cabin. She thanked me for staying firm. She recognized that the process of arranging and redoing the wedding had revealed key facts about her relationship with Mark and his family, which needed to be addressed before marriage, rather than after. Mark's final encounter with me included a handshake and a polite acknowledgement. "You helped us have the wedding we should have planned from the start." The incident confirmed my conviction that maintaining personal limits does not make someone difficult or selfish. Sometimes it provides an opportunity for everyone involved to realign with their actual ideals, rather than external expectations. Update 3. It's been 6 months since Lucy and Mark's wedding, and so much has changed that I'd like to deliver a last report. The effects of the wedding predicament lingered long after the event had ended. Lucy and Mark returned from their honeymoon weekend looking relaxed and joyful. They settled into their new apartment and began their marriage with what appeared to be a firmer foundation than before. They set clear boundaries with Eleanor, including limited visits and advance warning before any interaction. For roughly 2 months, this technique worked fairly effectively. Eleanor maintained a frigid courtesy toward Lucy, and avoided making direct contact with me at the occasional group gatherings that were held. Mark maintained the boundaries they had established and stood by Lucy when his mother made passive-aggressive comments about the wedding. However, in November, the situation quickly deteriorated. Eleanor began arriving at their flat unexpectedly, frequently bearing housekeeping things they needed, or meals she had prepared. These visits typically featured compliments on Lucy's housekeeping or cooking abilities. When Mark attempted to reaffirm their boundaries regarding early notice, Eleanor claimed she was simply being a helpful mother, and accused Lucy of turning her son against her. The breaking point occurred during Thanksgiving. Lucy and Mark had decided to split their trip, spending the afternoon with his family and the evening with hers. When they got at Eleanor's house, they discovered she had invited Mark's ex-girlfriend, claiming she didn't want her to be alone during the holidays. Throughout the lunch, Eleanor made numerous favorable comparisons to Lucy, highlighting the ex's traditional feminine beauty and family-oriented ideals. Mark had finally reached his limit. According to Lucy, he stood up mid-meal, urged her to pack her belongings, and said that they were going. Before leaving, he informed his mother that her behavior was unacceptable, and that they would not communicate until she could respect his marriage and wife. They spent the rest of Thanksgiving with Lucy's family, who greeted them cordially, despite the last-minute adjustment. Mark frequently apologized to Lucy for his mother's actions, and for not setting stricter limits sooner. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor increased her efforts to contact them. She called frequently, sent long emails, and even contacted Mark's employer. When these attempts failed, she began contacting their acquaintances, including me, expressing worry for Mark's well-being, and implying that Lucy was isolating him from his family. Mark and Lucy decided to temporarily restrict Eleanor's phone number and email address. Following consultation with a family therapist, they gave his father contact information in case of an emergency, but kept their distance from Eleanor. Lucy contacted me last month to give some important news. She and Mark have decided to go to another state for a fresh start away from Eleanor's influence. Mark accepted a job offer with his company's branch office in Colorado, and they plan to relocate next month. Lucy has already acquired a remote role with her present workplace, making the transfer more manageable professionally. The decision to move was not taken lightly. They had several meetings with their therapist, exploring if moving was avoiding or treating the problem. Finally, they decided that geographical distance would provide the necessary space to build good patterns in their marriage, without continual interference. Throughout these trials, my bond with Lucy has become stronger. We have weekly video chats, and she has been more candid about her challenges and accomplishments than ever before. She recently stated that sticking up for me in the wig scenario gave her the confidence to set other important boundaries in her life. Mark and I have also built a polite friendship. He messaged me last week, thanking me for providing the catalyst that helped him see problematic patterns in his connection with his mother. He admitted that if he had insisted I wear a wig as his mother had asked, it would have created a precedent for enabling her inappropriate control over their lives to continue unabated. The other bridesmaids have had varying reactions to the current predicament. 2 are still good friends with Lucy and have been supportive of the relocation. The others, who were more in line with Eleanor's traditional expectations, have progressively dispersed from her social circle. Eleanor continues to make contact on occasion, albeit less frequently. Mark's father pays them visits on his own, and has come to accept responsibility for supporting his wife's controlling conduct over the years. He has begun receiving therapy himself, yet he stays married to Eleanor. Looking back on how events unfolded following that initial wig request, I'm reminded of how maintaining personal boundaries can highlight underlying concerns that might otherwise go unnoticed. What began as a quarrel over wedding decor eventually revealed troubling dynamics that required addressing. They set clear boundaries with Eleanor, including limited visits and advance warning before any interaction. For roughly 2 months, this technique worked fairly effectively. Eleanor maintained a frigid courtesy toward Lucy, and avoided making direct contact with me at the occasional group gatherings that were held. Mark maintained the boundaries they had established and stood by Lucy when his mother made passive-aggressive comments about the wedding. However, in November, the situation quickly deteriorated. Eleanor began arriving at their flat unexpectedly, frequently bearing housekeeping things they needed, or meals she had prepared. These visits typically featured compliments on Lucy's housekeeping or cooking abilities. When Mark attempted to reaffirm their boundaries regarding early notice, Eleanor claimed she was simply being a helpful mother, and accused Lucy of turning her son against her. The breaking point occurred during Thanksgiving. Lucy and Mark had decided to split their trip, spending the afternoon with his family and the evening with hers. When they got at Eleanor's house, they discovered she had invited Mark's ex-girlfriend, claiming she didn't want her to be alone during the holidays. Throughout the lunch, Eleanor made numerous favorable comparisons to Lucy, highlighting the ex's traditional feminine beauty and family-oriented ideals. Mark had finally reached his limit. According to Lucy, he stood up mid-meal, urged her to pack her belongings, and said that they were going. Before leaving, he informed his mother that her behavior was unacceptable, and that they would not communicate until she could respect his marriage and wife. They spent the rest of Thanksgiving with Lucy's family, who greeted them cordially, despite the last-minute adjustment. Mark frequently apologized to Lucy for his mother's actions, and for not setting stricter limits sooner. In the weeks that followed, Eleanor increased her efforts to contact them. She called frequently, sent long emails, and even contacted Mark's employer. When these attempts failed, she began contacting their acquaintances, including me, expressing worry for Mark's well-being, and implying that Lucy was isolating him from his family. Mark and Lucy decided to temporarily restrict Eleanor's phone number and email address. Following consultation with a family therapist, they gave his father contact information in case of an emergency, but kept their distance from Eleanor. Lucy contacted me last month to give some important news. She and Mark have decided to go to another state for a fresh start away from Eleanor's influence. Mark accepted a job offer with his company's branch office in Colorado, and they plan to relocate next month. Lucy has already acquired a remote role with her present workplace, making the transfer more manageable professionally. The decision to move was not taken lightly. They had several meetings with their therapist, exploring if moving was avoiding or treating the problem. Finally, they decided that geographical distance would provide the necessary space to build good patterns in their marriage, without continual interference. Throughout these trials, my bond with Lucy has become stronger. We have weekly video chats, and she has been more candid about her challenges and accomplishments than ever before. She recently stated that sticking up for me in the wig scenario gave her the confidence to set other important boundaries in her life. Mark and I have also built a polite friendship. He messaged me last week, thanking me for providing the catalyst that helped him see problematic patterns in his connection with his mother. He admitted that if he had insisted I wear a wig as his mother had asked, it would have created a precedent for enabling her inappropriate control over their lives to continue unabated. The other bridesmaids have had varying reactions to the current predicament. 2 are still good friends with Lucy and have been supportive of the relocation. The others, who were more in line with Eleanor's traditional expectations, have progressively dispersed from her social circle. Eleanor continues to make contact on occasion, albeit less frequently. Mark's father pays them visits on his own, and has come to accept responsibility for supporting his wife's controlling conduct over the years. He has begun receiving therapy himself, yet he stays married to Eleanor. Looking back on how events unfolded following that initial wig request, I'm reminded of how maintaining personal boundaries can highlight underlying concerns that might otherwise go unnoticed. What began as a quarrel over wedding decor eventually revealed troubling dynamics that required addressing. Lucy and Mark are arranging a housewarming party once they've established in Colorado, and I've already scheduled time off work to help them unpack. Their new home represents more than just a change of location. It represents the importance of their marriage over external pressures and expectations. I'm pleased that sticking to my own limits resulted in positive change for the individuals I care about. When people refuse to compromise on their own dignity, it can have far-reaching consequences. For anyone feeling forced to conform at the price of their identity, remember that true friends appreciate you for who you are, not how well you fit into a predetermined aesthetic. Story 2. My spouse dug through my personal records to sell the beach house I inherited. I kicked him out and filed for divorce. I, 32F, and Rob, 35M, have been married for 7 years. We have a blended family. I have a 14-year-old daughter, Lily, from a previous relationship, and Rob has 2 kids, Jack, 16, and Tom, 12. Our journey began 10 years ago, when we met at a local charity event. I was a single mother fighting to make ends meet, working 2 jobs to support Lily and me. Rob was a pleasant and successful businessman who had just divorced. He swept me off my feet with his warmth and concern for both me and Lily. Our relationship started off like a fairy tale. Rob was attentive, compassionate, and appeared to truly adore Lily as his own. He would play with her for hours, help her with her homework, and even take her to school father-daughter dances. His sons, Jack and Tom, were initially cautious of us but eventually warmed up. I remember the first time Jack called me, Mom. It was during a family camping trip, and I felt like my heart would burst. We married in a tiny ceremony on the beach 3 years after we first started dating. It wasn't always easy to integrate our families, but we worked hard at it. We started family game nights, took turns picking movies for our weekly film nights, and made sure to recognize each child's accomplishments equally. My grandmother passed away almost 2 years ago. She was more than a grandparent to me, she was my rock. My parents perished in a car accident when I was 16, so she took me in and reared me. She was there for me when I found out I was pregnant with Lily at the age of 18, and she provided emotional and financial support while I completed college. Her death affected me deeply, and I spent weeks reading through old photo albums, reminiscing about the summers we spent at her beach house. Gran surprised me by leaving me her beach cottage in her will. It's a stunning property that has been in our family for generations. I have many happy memories of spending summers there as a child, building sandcastles with my parents, learning to swim in the ocean, and having bonfires under the stars with my high school classmates. When Lily was born, I began taking her there, where Gran would tell her stories about our family history. When we found out about the inheritance, Rob immediately began talking about selling it and using the money to establish a business he had been dreaming of. He intended to create a chain of high-end gyms, something he'd been planning for years but never had the funds to do. I hesitated. The house was quite important to me, and I wanted to maintain it in the family. I offered to rent it out during high seasons to make some money, but Rob was not interested. He insisted on selling, claiming that keeping it would be a waste of money. He contended that we could utilize the funds to ensure our future, pay for the children's college educations, and still have enough for his business enterprise. We debated it for several months. I attempted to explain the sentimental value, how much it meant to both me and Lily, but Rob was unable or unwilling to comprehend. He began making statements about how I was living in the past and needed to consider our future. Things came to a head last month when Rob revealed that he had called a real estate agent to value the house. I was infuriated. We had a major dispute, and I made it clear that I would not be selling the house. I reminded him that the house had been left to me, not us, and he had no authority to make decisions about it. He stormed out and did not return home that night. Since then, Rob's conduct has shifted considerably. He's grown cold and aloof, frequently staying late at work or going out with pals without informing me. He rarely speaks to me at home, and when he does, he usually makes disparaging remarks about the beach house or my selfishness. What's more, his attitude appears to be rubbing off on his boys. Jack, who used to be fairly close to Lily, has been making disparaging remarks about her. Last week, I overheard him tell Tom that Lily wasn't their true sister, and that they didn't have to share anything with her. It broke my heart to hear this, especially after all the work we'd done to integrate our families. Tom, on the other hand, appears perplexed and distressed by the tension in the house. He's been quiet lately, frequently withdrawing to his room to play video games rather than participating in family activities like he formerly did. Lily has also observed the shift. She asked me the other day why Rob no longer hugs her goodbye as she leaves for school. I wasn't sure what to tell her. The final straw arrived yesterday. I arrived home from work early, not feeling well, to find Rob looking through my personal paperwork at our home office. When I challenged him, he acknowledged seeking the deed to the beach house. He stated that he believed if he could find it, he could sell the property without my permission. I was astonished and hurt. I never imagined Rob would go behind my back like this. We've always been honest with one another, even when things were tough. When his business hit a hard patch a few years ago and we had to tighten our belts, we dealt with it jointly. When Lily was struggling in school and required a tutor, we made it work. I believed we were partners, but now I feel as if I don't know him at all. I instructed him to leave the house immediately. He attempted to argue, stating he was doing it for our family, but I couldn't take it anymore. He is currently staying with his brother and the boys are with him. Lily is concerned and perplexed by what is happening. She asked me if this meant Rob wasn't her father anymore, which crushed my heart. I attempted to explain that grown-ups can differ, but Rob still loves her. I am not sure she believed me though. I'm trying to stay strong for her, but I'm having trouble processing all that has happened. The seaside house, which has always had joyful memories for me, now feels polluted by the dispute. I find myself staying up late, poring through old images of my grandparents and parents at home, thinking what they would do in my circumstance. I'm not sure what to do now. Part of me wants to attempt to resolve things for the sake of our family. We've been through so much together, and the idea of breaking up our family is heartbreaking. However, another half feels that this betrayal is too great to overcome. Rob's actions have demonstrated a lack of respect for me and my feelings, which I'm not sure I can overcome. Am I overreacting? Should I sell the house to save my marriage, or is this a sign of deeper problems that we can't overcome? I'm feeling lost, and could use some outside perspective. Update 1. It's been nearly a month since my previous post, and a lot has happened. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their advice and support. Your remarks helped me gain perspective on the matter and gave me the courage to stand my stance. After Rob left, I had some time to think things over. I knew that his behavior was more than just about the beach house. It was a symptom of deeper issues in our relationship. Looking back, I noticed trends I'd missed earlier. Rob would sometimes make decisions without consulting me, believing I would agree. I remembered how he had pushed for us to relocate to a larger house a few years earlier, even though I was content where we were. At the moment, I had given in to keep the peace, but now I view it as part of a bigger problem. I chose to hold firm and not sell the property. Instead, I began researching methods to make the beach house work for us financially. I contacted a property management business about renting it out during peak seasons, and have been researching local short-term rental laws. Rob contacted me about a week after he had departed and requested to speak. We met at a neutral location, a coffee cafe in town where we used to spend date nights when we first started dating. After everything we had gone through, it felt weird to sit across from him, as if we were strangers. Rob apologized for his actions, stating that he had had time to ponder and understood he was wrong. He claimed that the stress of starting his own firm had overwhelmed him and caused him to lose sight of what was truly essential. He expressed how much he missed the kids and wanted to make things right. I listened to everything he said, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His apology seemed scripted, and he kept directing the conversation back to the beach house and how we could reach an agreement. When I mentioned my intention to rent out the property, he quickly began discussing how we could use the proceeds for his company idea. My concerns were verified a few days later, when Lily approached me in tears. She informed me that Jack had been messaging her, promising that if she persuaded me to sell the beach property, Rob would buy her a car when she turned 16. I was infuriated. Rob was not only trying to control me, but he was also using the kids to do so. I challenged Rob about this, and he made no attempt to dispute it. He said he was doing what was best for the family, and that I was being selfish by not considering everyone's needs. That's when I realized there was no turning back from this. The man I thought I knew, the man who had been such a devoted parent to Lily, appears to have vanished. I consulted a lawyer and filed for divorce. When Rob discovered it, he was outraged. He's been spreading lies about me to our friends and family, claiming I'm attempting to keep the kids away from him, and that I've been planning to leave for months. Some of our mutual acquaintances have stopped speaking with me, and it stings to think how easily they accepted Rob's version of events. The children are grappling with the scenario. Tom doesn't quite comprehend what's going on and keeps asking when we'll all be living together again. I attempted to explain in age-appropriate terms, but it is difficult to make a 12-year-old understand such a complex subject. Jack is furious and blames me for dissolving the family. He refuses to come to the home on his weekend with me, claiming he does not want to stay in the beach house. I'm trying to be patient with him, recognizing that he's a teenager going through a lot of transitions, but it's difficult not to take his words personally. Lily is quieter than normal, but she informed me she's relieved we're not returning to Rob. She told me she was concerned with Rob's recent behavior, saying he made comments about how she wasn't truly a part of the family while I wasn't present. Hearing this crushed my heart, but it also confirmed that I was making the correct decision. I've been trying to keep things normal for the kids. We've been spending weekends at the beach house, and I can see how important it is for Lily to have this connection with her great-grandmother. We've been going through old photo albums together, and I've been telling stories about my childhood and family history. It has been a healing journey for both of us. On a lighter note, I've reconnected with several old pals, who have been quite helpful. Margaret, 33F, a buddy from college, has been extremely helpful. She has been coming over to help with the kids, bringing meals when I am too tired to cook, and simply lending an ear when I need to talk. Her support has reminded me of the value of having a solid support network outside of my marriage. The divorce proceedings are just beginning, and I know it will be a lengthy and tough process. Rob is fighting the custody arrangement, claiming that because Lily is not his biological daughter, he should not have to pay child support for her. It's hard to see him try to remove himself from the child he raised for 7 years, but I'm determined to fight for Lily's best interests. Despite the hurdles, I am relieved. For the first time in a long time, I believe I am doing what is best for both myself and Lily. I'm rediscovering aspects of myself that I let go during my marriage. I've resumed painting, which I used to enjoy but abandoned when life became too full with work and children. I know the path ahead will be difficult, but I am determined to create a bright future for myself and my daughter. I'll provide an update when there are substantial developments. Update 2. It's been 3 months since my previous update, and things have been tough to say the least. The divorce proceedings are underway, and Rob is fighting me every step of the way. He is fighting the custody arrangement, arguing that because Lily is not his biological daughter, he should not be required to pay child support for her, despite the fact that he has been her stepfather for 7 years, and has always claimed to see her as his own. The lawyer says this is a standard strategy for reducing financial commitments, but it doesn't make it any less painful. His kids, Jack and Tom, still live largely with him. Jack has become increasingly hostile to me and Lily. Last month, he declined to come for his planned weekend visit, claiming he didn't want to stay in that stupid beach house. When I tried to talk to him about it, he accused me of putting the house ahead of his family. It's evident that Rob has been feeding him his version of events, and I'm at a loss for how to dispute this narrative without involving Jack. Tom, on the other hand, appears torn. When he's here, he's cuddly and appears to enjoy spending time with us. But the moment Rob takes him up, he withdraws. Last week he left his journal at our place, and while I didn't read it, I couldn't help but notice the word confused, in big letters on the open page. It kills my heart to see him struggle like this. Lily is struggling with the loss of her stepbrothers. She and Tom were quite close, and she misses having him around. I've attempted to make plans for them to spend time together without Rob or Jack around, but Rob always finds an excuse to cancel. Lily has been using her interests as a diversion. She joined the school drama club and has been painting on a mural in her room at the beach house. The incident escalated 2 weeks ago. It was Lily's birthday, and we arranged a small party at the beach house. Tom had agreed to visit, and Lily was eager to show him the mural she was working on. Rob called at the last minute to say he wasn't going to drop Tom off. His justification was flimsy, something about a last-minute soccer practice, and I could hear trepidation in his tone. Lily was devastated. In a fit of irritation, I called Rob and vented all of my rage and hurt. I informed him that he was being cruel and selfish by using the children as pawns in his game. I reminded him of all the times he'd promised to always be there for Lily. The father-daughter dances he'd gone to, the bedtime stories he'd told her. To my amazement, he broke down. Rob stated that he had been acting out of hurt and pride, and he was aware that he was harming his connection with the children. We had a long, honest talk for the first time in months. He admitted that he had been struggling financially. His business was not performing as well as he had led everyone to believe. Therefore, he saw the beach house as a solution to his difficulties. He also admitted to being insecure about his place in Lily's life. particularly as she became older and more independent. While I appreciate his candor, it does not remove the harm he has inflicted. We've agreed to pursue family counseling, not to reconcile, but to find a method to properly co-parent for the sake of our children. Our first session is scheduled for next week, and I am scared yet hopeful that it will help us find a way ahead. On a personal side, I've launched a modest internet business selling handmade jewelry. It's something I've always enjoyed as a hobby, and it's been a pleasant respite from the stress of my divorce. I've been using the sunroom at the beach house as a studio, and there's something relaxing about working with my hands while gazing out at the ocean. Lily has even assisted me with designing several things and maintaining our social media accounts. It's been a terrific way for us to bond while also giving her something positive to focus on. The beach cottage has been our haven. We now spend most of our weekends there, and I can see how much better Lily is doing. She's becoming more candid, discussing her emotions and anxieties about the future. Last weekend, as we were on the beach watching the sunset, she told me how proud she was of me for sticking up for myself. It meant more to me than words can explain. I realize we have a long road ahead of us, but I'm cautiously optimistic. If nothing else, this experience has taught me how strong Lily and I can be together. Whatever happens with Rob and the boys, I'm confident we'll be okay. Update 3. It has been 6 months since my last update, and I am pleased to say that things have finally begun to normalize. The divorce was finalized last month. In the end, Rob and I reached a deal without going to court. He's agreed that the beach house will remain mine, and we've negotiated a reasonable parenting arrangement for all 3 children. It wasn't easy, and there were moments when I felt we'd never reach an agreement. But the family counseling sessions were quite beneficial. Speaking of family counseling, it's been quite beneficial. Dr. Anderson, our therapist, has given us tools to help us speak more effectively and work through our challenges. It has provided us with a secure forum to express our frustrations and establish common ground. Jack was initially resistant, rolling his eyes and responding in one word, but he's gradually warming up. In our most recent session, he apologized to Lily for his behavior over the previous year. It was a watershed moment, and I could see Lily's relief on her face. Tom has thrived under the new system. He divides his time equally between Rob's house and the beach house, and he appears happier and more relaxed than I have seen him in years. He joined a local surf club and spends hours in the ocean when he visits the beach house. It is lovely to see him discover his own interest. Lily has been incredibly resilient during this journey. She has really come into her own in the last 2 months. Her membership in the school theater club has given her more confidence, and she recently got the main role in the school play. She's met several new people through the club, and they frequently come to stay at the beach house on weekends. It's great to see her laughing and enjoying life again. My jewelry business has really taken off. What began as a distraction has evolved into a thriving small business. I've even been asked by a few local retailers to stock my items. Lily enjoys helping out, so we've converted the sunroom at the beach house into a full-fledged workshop. It's become a great bonding experience for us, working side by side and discussing our days. Rob and I are on good terms now. We aren't buddies, but we can have courteous chats about the kids without getting into an argument. He created his own business, a little landscaping company, which seemed to be doing well. He has been more constant with his time with the children, which has greatly improved their connections. Last weekend we held a large family supper at the beach house. All 3 children, Rob, and even my friend Margaret attended. It wasn't perfect, there were a few awkward moments. But it was refreshing to see everyone together without stress. We even got to giggle about some old family stories. It felt like a window into what our future might be like. Different from what I had anticipated, but not necessarily worse. I will not pretend that everything has been easy. There are still days when I'm overwhelmed or question my decisions. The divorce's legal bills have been a drag, and I'm still adjusting to doing everything on my own. But then I see Lily, how she's grown and how close we've gotten. And I know I made the right decision. The beach home, which was once a source of great contention, has now become a symbol of our resilience and future. It is more than just a piece of property. It's a house, full of new memories and beginnings. We've started a Friday night bonfire tradition on the beach, where we roast marshmallows and share stories. Last Monday, Jack voluntarily joined us for the first time. As I sit here on the porch, watching the sun set over the water, I get a sense of tranquility that I haven't had in years. The path forward isn't always apparent, and I'm confident we'll confront additional hurdles. But I am no longer frightened to confront them. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My dad gave my sister everything. Then the lawyer pulled out Grandpa's secret will, and her fake smile shattered when I got it all. Picture this. I was sitting in a stuffy lawyer's office in Richmond, Virginia, listening to my father's final wishes read aloud like a grocery list. The wood desk was so polished that I could see my reflection, and boy, did I seem lost. My older sister Sarah sat across from me, her smile perfected since we were kids. You know the one. Appearing to be sweet as apple pie, but below, all calculating. The lawyer, a skinny guy who appeared to have spent decades squashed between the pages of a law book, cleared his throat and began the grand revelation. Everything that mattered went to my sister, the house where we grew up, with its wraparound porch and creaking wooden floors that told 4 generations' stories. Dad's thriving carpentry business, 40 years of sawdust, sweat and satisfied customers who trusted the family name. And even those old comfortable chairs in the living room, which had molded perfectly to Dad's shape over the years. And me? Dad didn't say anything about me. Not even a mention, as if I were invisible ink on the family tree. The lawyer finished reading and closed the folder with a firm snap, and for a moment, I thought that was it. After 22 years of being someone's kid, I had been completely written out of the story. Talk about a participation trophy, I didn't even get to take part. My sister's response was swift and theatrical. She gasped, grabbed her mouth with her manicured hand, and shook her head as if she had witnessed a tragedy. But her eyes were focused on how swiftly she might liquidate Dad's legacy. It was like watching someone try to be sorrowful at a funeral, while secretly arranging an after-party. The hush in that room was heavy as molasses. I sat there, feeling as if I'd been erased from existence. The lawyer cleared his throat again. Apparently there was more. He took out another document, older and yellowed at the edges like an antique treasure map. His attitude changed from business as usual to anything resembling surprise. It turned out that my grandfather Paul, the old fox with a glint in his eye who always seemed to see more than I did, had been playing chess while the rest of us were playing checkers. He'd established a separate living trust 5 years prior, fully independent of Dad's will. The trust said that the property would automatically go to me upon my father's death, but only if I was over 21 and had completed college. Grandpa Paul had left me a stretch of sun-baked land in Floyd County, Virginia, along with an old barn that appeared to have died during the Reagan administration. The lawyer handed me a rusty key, as if he were awarding the crown jewels, and explained that this inheritance was legally binding and independent of anything Dad had decided. My sister's face went through more emotions than a theater major's final exam. Shock, uncertainty, fury, and finally, the calculating expression I knew so well. She leaned forward, her finely painted nails tapping against the mahogany table as if she were typing her arguments. Her statements were dripping with phony concern, which is worse than outright insults. She said it was just weeds and a pile of rubbish. What was I planning to do with the abandoned acreage anyway? Become a kind of gentleman farmer? The way she put it, farming seemed like an infectious sickness. There was no fury in her voice, only a sophisticated disdain that hurt more than any yelling match could. Her comments contained no wrath, simply exquisite contempt. That became my catalyst. But here's the thing about being underestimated throughout your life. It finally becomes fuel. I went out of that office with nothing except a rusted key and a head full of questions. At 22, I graduated from college with a degree in business administration that seemed about as valuable as a Titanic ticket, after it hit the iceberg, of course. My whole worldly assets fit in one beaten-up suitcase, a few fading photographs, some spare clothing, a t-shirt that had seen more life drama than a soap opera, and exactly $358 in my wallet, enough to purchase some ramen noodles and possibly a tiny dream on clearance. The 2-hour drive to Floyd County felt like I was transported to another universe. The mountains stretched out before me like green velvet, and the air became fresher with each mile. When I eventually drew up to what was meant to be my fortune, I had to laugh. The barn appeared to be held together with hope, duct tape, and sheer stubbornness. But something about the place suggested opportunities rather than issues. Perhaps it was the way the afternoon sun touched the worn wood, or how the mountains looked to wrap around the small valley like protective arms. Or maybe I was simply desperate enough to see magic where others saw rot. Grandpa Paul was the only person who actually listened to my stories. While everyone else was concerned with practical matters such as career choices and mortgage rates, he'd sit with me by the creek, telling stories about the ancient days and the land's latent potential. He saw something in me that I did not perceive in myself. He used to say something that I dismissed as old guy philosophy. Sometimes the most valuable things are hidden in the most unremarkable places. I spent the first hour roaming about, kicking weeds and imagining what Grandpa Paul had seen here. The barn tilted to one side like an elderly person with a bad hip, and the roof had more holes than a national budget plan. But beneath all that neglect, I sensed something sturdy. Good bones, as Dad would have remarked of a piece of furniture worth refurbishing. The barn smelled of rodents, dust, and decades of stored hopes. I began searching, moving rusted equipment and moth-eaten hay bales, when I noticed something that made my heart race. Tucked away in the corner, almost hidden beneath a tarp that had seen better days, was an old wooden drawer that appeared handmade, with the kind of attention to detail that screamed of love rather than necessity. This monster virtually cried out to me, as if it had been waiting for this moment all my life. Inside that drawer, wrapped in oilcloth like priceless treasures, I discovered 3 items that would change everything. First, I received a yellowed envelope with lettering I couldn't read, a bizarre flowing style that resembled old incantations. Second, a small container of dried onion-like bulbs that appeared innocuous enough to be ignored. And third, a sealed packet with handwriting that I recognized. The inscription on the exterior was in Grandpa Paul's recognizable handwriting, the same meticulous calligraphy I recall from birthday greetings and fishing trip notes. For Aiden, when you are ready to see what others cannot. Do not open without serious intentions. The paper seemed weighty in my hands, carrying more than just words. I sat there on an overturned milk crate, surrounded by the ghost of a forgotten harvest, and opened the letter with trembling fingers. Grandpa Paul's calligraphy filled the page as if he were speaking directly from beyond, each word chosen with the care of a skilled artisan. The letter reads like a declaration of faith. These bulbs are truly gold, Aiden. Saffron crocus is the most valuable spice on the planet, but only for those who know how to wait, recognize value in the unnoticed, and are willing to spend their soul. Don't forget why we're here in these Appalachian hills. Look for a spring near the old oak. It will provide life. Your grandfather, Paul, I have faith in you. Remember, my boy, land is the best bank, if you understand how to use it. I had to read those words 3 times before they really registered. Saffron bulbs. My grandfather had bequeathed me saffron bulbs and a treasure map for success. Many people would have laughed. Most individuals would have probably tossed the entire mess out and driven back to civilization. But here's what I discovered about rock bottom. It's actually a fairly good foundation to build on. When you have nothing to lose, everything seems like an opportunity. Those seemingly insignificant tiny bulbs symbolize something more potent than agricultural speculation. They were my grandfather's words of encouragement, his belief that I could turn dust into gold. That night, I slept on the barn floor, using my jacket as a cushion and listening to a symphony of country sounds I'd forgotten existed. Crickets, distant owls, and the whisper wind through trees that had stood since before my great-grandfather's birth. It performed better than any white noise machine or meditation app. I awoke with the sunrise, something that city living had conditioned me to do. But there was something about this location that resonated with natural rhythms I had no idea I still had. The morning light shining through the barn's openings created patterns on the floor that appeared almost artistic, as if the structure itself was attempting to paint me a picture of possibility. During my first full day visiting the farm, I began to grasp what Grandpa Paul had observed. It wasn't just abandoned farmland, it could be wrapped in neglect, waiting for someone with the vision and determination to open it. Despite years of disuse, the soil was still rich as I probed beneath the surface weeds. The old oak tree he mentioned in his letter stood watch in the center of what had once been a proper field. And as he had predicted, I discovered the spring near that oak, hidden beneath years of vegetation but still flowing pure and cool. It was like finding hidden treasure, only this treasure would keep giving indefinitely. Standing in that field, holding those priceless bulbs and feeling the weight of my grandfather's faith, I made a pledge to him, the earth, and myself. I would demonstrate that what everyone considered useless might be changed into something useful. I would show them that sometimes the most essential inheritance does not fit on a financial statement. The bitter taste of that lawyer's office was slowly fading, to be replaced by something that tasted strangely like hope combined with determination. I had my grandfather's property, his wisdom, his mystery saffron bulbs, and, most importantly, his steadfast conviction in my ability to create something amazing, out of what others considered ordinary. Those seemingly worthless tiny bulbs were about to become my chance at redemption, my gateway to a whole new life. Perhaps they reflected what most people would consider blind faith, but I was convinced. And sometimes that's all it takes to spark a revolution. Or at least prove your sister incorrect, which seemed like a solid start. As I stood there watching the sunset behind the Appalachian peaks paint the sky with colors that would make an Instagram filter envy, I couldn't stop smiling. Everyone felt they knew how much the inheritance was worth. They noticed abandoned acreage and a dilapidated barn. But I was starting to see something else entirely. The foundation of aspirations, and the raw material for unimaginable tomorrows. The real work would begin, and I had a sense my grandfather's final lesson was only getting begun. Tomorrow brought a wake-up call that was more powerful than my college alarm clock. Saffron is not for the lazy. This wasn't just a weekend gardening effort or a pretty little hobby farm that Instagram could romanticize. This was agricultural warfare, and I was about to discover that the land does not care about your emotions or your college degree. The first thing I learned about saffron growing is that it requires everything from you. Patience, labor, and information you didn't know existed. I was digging soil, calculating pH levels, and researching drainage patterns as if I were ready for a NASA expedition to Mars. My hands developed calluses that resembled abstract art painted in anguish, and my legs ached from continual standing, as if I were working 2 jobs at a factory. Those initial weeks were tough in ways I didn't expect. I was ripping rocks from the ground that appeared to have been set there by giants, digging furrows with my bare hands until they bled, and spending my evenings reading agricultural magazines about saffron types I'd never heard of. Crocus and corn proliferation became new language words for me. This was my personal battlefield, and I was determined to win the war. Every morning I'd wake up before sunrise, not because I wanted to, but because something inside of me had changed. The earth was now making the decisions, and I was learning to listen. I'd stumble out of the barn, where I'd set up a makeshift bedroom, get some instant coffee that tasted like liquid disappointment, and get back to work on making this forgotten bit of Appalachian dirt into something special. During those long days of backbreaking labor, I found myself recalling Grandpa Paul's words from our fishing vacations by the lake. He used to say something that makes more sense now than ever before. Land always pays back those who respect it. It's like an old friend. The more you give, the more you get. His voice became my compass, my silent companion in this insane undertaking that everyone else said was going to fail. The old guy had grasped a concept about the relationship between human effort and natural reward that most people take a lifetime to comprehend. Every blister on my hands, every discomfort in my back, and every drop of sweat that fell to the ground seemed like I was depositing money into a dividend-paying account. But, while the physical labor was difficult, dealing with the local farming community was downright hilarious. The folks at the Rusty Mug, the local cafe that functioned as the unofficial headquarters for agricultural news, looked at me as if I were an odd species that had crawled out from beneath a rock. Their cumulative wisdom distilled down to barely hidden derision masked as polite concern. They'd sit there, sipping their coffee and making observations that were as subtle as a freight train. Comments about the city boy planting mystery bulbs for soup, or whether the recent rain had harmed my head. One especially charming fellow joked, "I might be looking for trouble in all the wrong places," as if saffron cultivation was some sort of dangerous pastime for those with too much time and too little wisdom. I simply smiled and nodded, keeping my thoughts to myself. Let them laugh, I reasoned. After all, the best laugh is usually the last one. These were decent people at heart, but they were also creatures of habit, having grown the same crops in the same manner for generations. Innovation was not their strong suit, and I couldn't blame them for being dubious of something they hadn't seen before. Being the first individual in Floyd County history to undertake commercial saffron farming would either make me a pioneer or serve as a cautionary tale. The jury was still out on which category I belonged to, but each day that went by without giving up felt like a small win over doubters. Just as I was beginning to believe that my only important discussions would be with my blistering hands, fate decided to throw me a curveball that changed everything. Her name was Sarah, and she appeared as if from a turning point scene. Not overly dramatic. Just right. The type of presence that changes things without making a big deal about it. Sarah was a Virginia Tech agricultural student who had arrived in rural Floyd County to fulfill an internship requirement. She wasn't simply another assistant, she was a ray of true sunshine in a world that had been mostly cloudy for months. Her eyes were filled with curiosity about everything agricultural, and she believed in my crazy saffron project more than I did. Where the local farmers saw soup ingredients and questionable lifestyle choices, Sarah saw potential gold. She glanced at my meticulously planted bulbs and began discussing business options, export potential, and what she referred to as artisanal agricultural products. She spoke my grandfather's language of possibilities, but with a modern vocabulary appropriate for someone who valued both heritage and innovation. She became more than just a cheerleader or assistant. Sarah was my intellectual partner, the person who could see the vision I was trying to create and helped make it a reality. She embodied the ideal statement regarding vision and action. Vision without action is just hallucination. But action without vision is a nightmare. We had both, and the combination seemed unstoppable. One of the first practical tasks Sarah assisted me with was fixing the old spring near the oak tree that Grandpa Paul mentioned in his letter. The villagers had forgotten it existed, but she approached it like an archaeological dig. Water quality tests, correct legal registration of water rights, and environmental impact assessments. She transformed my grandfather's cryptic treasure plan into practical modern agriculture. She knelt down beside the spring and said, "The land is breathing, Aiden." Her words sounded like prayers. She knew what my grandfather was trying to tell me, but she was able to convert his old-school thinking into modern, practical language. Sarah also brought something unexpected: social media knowledge. She began chronicling our progress, making videos about what she dubbed gold on American soil. Her content was more than simply attractive photographs, it was storytelling that linked ancient farming knowledge to modern agricultural innovation. She made our tiny saffron experiment feel like it was part of something broader, rather than just one guy attempting to prove his sister wrong. The videos began to attract attention. Not exactly viral, but there was consistent attention from individuals who respected the story we were telling, comments from fellow farmers, culinary connoisseurs, and those who realized that true quality requires time and work. It felt like we were creating something more than simply a crop, a community of people who believed in doing things well. Then something extraordinary started happening. Those small saffron bulbs that I planted with more hope than knowledge began to show indications of life. Small green shoots appeared first, followed by delicate purple blossoms resembling tiny stars poking through the dirt. Each fresh bloom seemed like a personal win, confirmation that my grandfather's confidence had not been lost, and that all those weeks of backbreaking labor had resulted in something worthwhile. I'd get up every morning and rush to check on progress, counting new blossoms like a miser counts pennies. Sarah would meet me there most mornings and we'd walk around the rows together, talking about harvest scheduling, processing processes, and marketing ideas. Those early morning chats, surrounded by purple flowers and dawn mist, were among the happiest I'd experienced in years, but just as things seemed to be going well, my history made an unexpected entrance. My sister arrived at the property like a black cloud moving in before a storm. She emerged from her fancy SUV, dressed in clothes costing more than my monthly shopping budget, and with a smile that did not reach her eyes. She surveyed the property as if she were preparing it for auction, her gaze lingering on the purple blossoms with scarcely veiled calculating. This was not a familial visit motivated by sisterly care or curiosity about my farming experiment. It was reconnaissance. And I could feel the strain emanating from her like hot asphalt in August. It didn't take long to find out why she had come to my little corner of Virginia. Sarah's Gold on American Soil videos had gained significant traction, with hundreds of thousands of views and attention from food bloggers and agricultural journalists. My sister had always been brilliant at sniffing out chances, and she reportedly spotted something that smelt like profit. The conversation that followed was a masterclass in deception disguised as a family issue. She began discussing partnership ideas, merging our resources, and utilizing her business connections to help grow up the firm. Her voice was honey-sweet, but I could taste the venom behind each syllable. Then followed the legal threats. She began waving papers around and discussing technical problems in Grandpa Paul's trust, citing a clerical error with the witness signatures or the notarization date. The implication was clear. Give me a share of your success, or I'll complicate your legal situation. Her exact words were delivered with the perfect blend of false concern and implied menace that she had honed over the years. Something about how I couldn't possibly want to get into a court war with my own sister, right? Perhaps we could figure something out that would benefit both of us. Her lovely voice was more harmful than any yelling bout could be. But here's the thing about performing hard labor for months and creating something out of nothing. It alters you in unexpected ways. I wasn't the confused 22-year-old sitting in a lawyer's office anymore. I'd grown real calluses, both physical and emotional. I'd discovered the thrill of producing something valuable via sheer labor and determination. I stared at her, then at Sarah, and finally at the purple flowers, which symbolized months of sweat, trust, and persistence. Even I was astonished by my response, which was both confident and strong. I informed her I wasn't the same kid anymore, that the land meant more than just real estate or an economic prospect. This was my chance, my inheritance, my pick, and I was not giving it up to anyone, and certainly not to someone who would cheat me when I had nothing. Her expression changed abruptly, and in an unpleasant way. The phony care vanished like makeup in rain, replaced by the cold calculation I recognized from our boyhood. She knew that her normal tactics would not work, that our relationship had evolved in unexpected ways. Sarah didn't say anything, but her presence screamed louder than any legal argument my sister could present. She stood like a root buried deep in the hard Appalachian soil, unmoving and immovable. Her quiet strength reminded me that I was no longer fighting this battle alone. After my sister drove away, spinning gravel in her luxury SUV and leaving behind the kind of angry energy that takes hours to disperse, Sarah and I lingered among the purple flowers, processing what had happened. The confrontation had been uncomfortable, but it had also provided clarity. I'd drawn a line in the soil, literally and metaphorically, and there was no turning back. We spent the rest of the day in peaceful calm, tending to the saffron plants and preparing for the harvest, which was still several weeks away. The physical effort felt soothing after the emotional intensity of the morning, and I found myself reflecting on how much I had changed since acquiring this farm. That evening, as we watched the sun set behind the mountains, transforming the sky into a palette of colors rivaling our purple flowers, Sarah made an observation that resonated with me. She stated that finding the optimal fertilizer for growth is not always easy. Plants, like people, grow stronger when forced to struggle for what they want. The first significant test was behind us, but I had a hunch bigger problems were on the way. Success has a way of attracting attention, both positive and negative, and we were only getting started on this adventure. The saffron was growing. The videos were gathering traction. And my sister realized her little brother would no longer be pushed around. But for that moment, sitting amid the purple flowers, with someone who shared my vision, anything seemed possible. The hard work was paying off, both physically and figuratively. The soil was responding to our care, the plants were flourishing, and I was becoming the person my grandfather had predicted I would be. The path to genuine gold was proving to be as difficult as he had warned, but it was also more rewarding than I had anticipated. The fields were blooming, and so was I. Not into someone new but into who I was supposed to be. The fields were flourishing, but there was also worry. My sister's legal threats were more than just empty words in the mountain air. They were serious issues that required real solutions. Sarah and I realized we had to act quickly, before her lawyers discovered some loophole to exploit. Some technicality that could undo everything Grandpa Paul had meticulously built. We decided to take a road trip to Richmond, which felt like a combination of detective work and legal archaeology. Our goal was simple: locate someone who could attest to my grandfather's actual intentions and end the inheritance dispute once and for all. The trip across Virginia's beautiful countryside allowed us time to plan, but largely we tried to stay positive while bracing for the worst. That's when we met Mr. Harold Petan, a notary who'd been in Richmond since the Carter administration. This guy was old school in the greatest way possible, the type of expert who kept thorough records and remembered his clients as individuals rather than just signatures on documents. When we heard Grandpa Paul's name, his wrinkled face brightened with genuine familiarity. Mr. Petan pulled out files that looked like they belonged in a museum, but his recall was razor sharp. He told us stories about my grandfather that I hadn't heard before, about how the old guy had been quite meticulous in establishing that trust. According to Harold, Grandpa Paul had specifically stated that he was seeking for the boy who saw with his heart instead of his eyes. These words struck me more than I expected. My granddad saw something in me that I was unaware of at the time. Mr. Petan's testimony was exactly what we needed. Official verification that my inheritance was substantial and legally binding. It was a temporary win, but we both knew the real war was just beginning. Someone will always want to take a bite out of your pie, especially if it becomes profitable. The relief I felt while driving back toward Floyd County was amazing. We dealt with the legal threat, the saffron was flourishing, and for the first time in months, I felt optimistic about this strange venture. Sarah was planning for the forthcoming crop, discussing processing processes and market strategies that made our small enterprise appear nearly professional. However, reality has a way of reminding you that victory laps should definitely be saved for when you truly cross the finish line. We were about an hour outside Floyd, just beginning to see the familiar lights of town glimmering in the distance like scattered promises, when we witnessed something that turned my blood cold. Smoke. This wasn't the delicate wisps you get from a fireplace or a controlled burn in the distance. This was heavy, black, pungent smoke rising from exactly the direction of my property. The type of smoke that indicates that something vital is being destroyed. My heart fell to my stomach and remained there. As we got closer, it became clear that this wasn't a random brush fire or a neighboring farmer's burn pile. This smoke was pouring from my crops, my dreams, and all I had been working on for months. The air seemed to get heavier with each mile, carrying the odor of ruin and betrayal. Sarah grabbed my hand as we drove into the driveway, both of us marveling at what used to be rows of meticulously maintained saffron plants. It now looked like a war zone, with scorched earth strewn across what had been purple flowers just that morning. The fire crew was still there, hosing down hot spots and ensuring that the flames did not spread to the adjacent woodland. The fire chief, a tired-looking man with sunken cheeks and sorrowful eyes, verified what we already suspected but didn't want to believe. This was not an accident. Someone had deliberately started this fire, using what appeared to be an accelerant to ensure it burnt hot and quickly. His exact words were colder than the ashes that still smoldered in my field. Someone wanted to make sure your saffron wasn't welcome here. Whoever did this had been watching, waiting for the day we weren't present. The timing was not coincidental. It was premeditated malice. Standing there among the debris of months of backbreaking work, I felt something inside me snap in a manner I had never felt before. This wasn't just property destruction or agricultural sabotage, it was someone attempting to destroy my aspirations before they could completely develop. The violation felt personal, causing my hands to shake with wrath and powerlessness. That's when I remembered Mr. Higgs' eyes. Our neighbor, the old farmer who lived about a quarter-mile down the road, had been giving me odd looks since I started working the field. His face was a mix of envy and hatred, and I had been too preoccupied with my own task to really register it. Now, standing among the ashes of my fantasies, I remembered something Mr. Payton had spoken back in Richmond. Something about my father making informal pledges to neighbors regarding this land before my grandfather took over with the official trust. I must have expected to pay a low price for this land when my father sold it, only to see some city lad turn it into something profitable instead. Some individuals refuse to forgive success, especially when they believe it should have been theirs, even if it was achieved through blood, sweat, and more dedication than common sense. I couldn't confirm it was him, but the timing felt strangely convenient, and the sight in his eyes was filled with more than simply neighborly curiosity. I sat down in the center of the burned field. Everything I had worked for was reduced to ashes and disappointment. This was the very bottom of the basement, and I just smashed through the floor. It felt as if life was questioning me if I truly believed this would be easy. If I had truly believed that someone like me could transform dust into gold without consequence. But then Sarah did something that likely saved my sanity, and perhaps my entire future. She knelt down next to me in that scorched field, wrapped her arms around me, and spoke words more powerful than any wall I'd ever leaned against. She informed me that saffron persists in stone, that I would also be able to survive this. That we would go through this together. Her voice was firm and confident as she emphasized that sometimes everything has to burn down before you can construct something genuinely solid. This wasn't the end of our story, it was simply the conclusion of the first chapter. Her comments became my lifeline at that time, demonstrating that even when everything seems hopeless, someone believing in you can make all the difference. The strongest people, she stated, are the ones who can smile through tears, because they know there's always tomorrow. That felt like a discovery wrapped in an embrace. I'd been so preoccupied with what I'd lost that I'd forgotten what I still had. The land, the information I'd gained, Sarah's collaboration, and my grandfather's steadfast trust, echoing from beyond the grave. We spent that night preparing our return rather than grieving our losses. Starting afresh was not simply the only choice available, it was also the best option. If anyone thought they could scare me off my own land with a little arson, they were badly underestimating the tenacity I inherited from both lines of my family. That's when Grandpa Paul revealed his final secret. While we were cleaning up the barn and figuring out how to fund a complete restart, I noticed something unusual about one portion of the floor. A few boards appeared to be fresher than the others, and when I pulled them up, I discovered an ancient tin box buried beneath a collection of rusty tools. That package contained enough cash to make me dizzy, as well as a note written in my grandfather's recognizable handwriting. The message was simple but profound. This was for the darkest day, when everything looked lost. He hoped I'd use it when defeat seemed unavoidable, and he reminded me that true ideals never burn. That old fox had been practicing chess while the rest of us were still learning checkers. He had predicted that success would attract opponents, that someone would want to ruin what we were building. His insight felt like a message from beyond. A reminder that he'd always been one step ahead, and that he'd planned for this very scenario. Finding that money was like uncovering a secret weapon just when the battle appeared to be lost. It wasn't simply the financial resources. It was evidence that my grandfather believed so strongly in this enterprise that he planned for its most risky moments. The man had been a strategic genius posing as a plain mountain farmer. Sarah's reaction to this unexpected fortune was quite inspiring. She used our tragedy as fire for something bigger than either of us had dreamed. Her social media crowdfunding campaign was about more than simply raising money. It was also about presenting a tale that touched people all around the country. The video she made, From the Ashes and Smoke, showing the first new saffron shoots emerging from the burned soil, went viral in unexpected ways. People were viewing more than just agricultural information. They were experiencing a story of tenacity, hope, and what she referred to as the true American spirit. People who knew that this was about more than merely cultivating pricey spices left comments. This was about standing up to someone who was attempting to destroy your dreams. This was about refusing to quit even if it was the natural choice. This intended to demonstrate that sometimes the best answer to destruction is quick, uncompromising regeneration. The response was overwhelming in the best way. Donations came from chefs who wanted to support American-grown saffron, farmers who had suffered their own sabotage, and others who just felt that hard work and perseverance would triumph despite jealousy and destruction. We weren't just reconstructing a saffron farm. We were creating a community of believers. Within 3 months, we were not just back, but bigger, stronger, and more rooted than ever. The fire that was supposed to destroy us became the spark that fueled our greatest progress. Ironically, our saboteur provided us with a story that no marketing effort could ever replicate. Rebirth from ashes that captivated people's imaginations and opened their hearts and wallets. Working those fields felt different this time. Every bulb we planted represented the weight of everyone who believed in our comeback tale. Every row we made was a middle finger to whoever had attempted to damage our future. Every day we spent reconstructing demonstrated that certain dreams are too obstinate to be buried, even when someone literally tries to burn them out of existence. Sarah and I created a cadence that seemed almost choreographed. She'd handle the social media updates and community interaction, while I focused on the actual farming, which was becoming second nature. We were becoming into a genuine team in ways that went beyond commercial partnerships or love connections. The fresh saffron plants grew with seemingly superhuman determination. Perhaps the ash enriched the soil. Perhaps it was our enhanced technique. Or perhaps it was simply the universe's way of rebalancing the scales after we had been struck down so hard. Whatever the cause, those purple blossoms grew stronger and more colorful than our last try. Looking back, I can see how the flames served a purpose I didn't comprehend at the time. They burnt away my ignorance about how the world works, my assumption that everyone would be pleased with my accomplishment, and my notion that hard work would be sufficient to ensure results. But they didn't burn away what really mattered. My grandfather's knowledge, Sarah's faith, or my own steadfast resolve to quit up. The fire was supposed to bring our narrative to an end, but it instead served as a crucible, forging something greater than what we began with. From the ashes of betrayal, we created something that could not be destroyed by envy or sabotage, because it was founded on communal solidarity and unwavering determination. As autumn arrived and our first genuine harvest approached, I realized what my grandfather had meant about the best things growing in the deepest dirt. Sometimes the soil must be burnt clean before it can nurture anything truly valuable. Sometimes you have to give up everything to realize what you're truly capable of creating. The flames of betrayal had tested us in ways I never imagined, but we'd come out stronger, sharper, and more loyal than ever. Now it was time to show the world what true saffron gold looked like, when it grew on American soil, enriched with equal parts determination and ashes. The flames of betrayal had tried us, and now it was time to show the world what true saffron gold looked like. Our first proper harvest arrived, with autumn hues painting the mountains, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried as hell. Everything we'd been through, including my sister's threats, the fire, and the restless nights spent rebuilding from the ground up, came down to these few weeks. Walking through the fields of purple flowers at daybreak seemed like entering a fantasy I had almost given up on. Each flower was flawless, almost too beautiful to disturb. But this wasn't about appreciating beautiful flowers anymore. This was about demonstrating that American soil could generate something the world had never seen before. Harvesting saffron is similar to conducting surgery with your fingers. You must remove each fragile stigma from the heart of the crocus blossom quickly, as the window for peak quality is assessed in hours rather than days. Sarah and I formed an almost meditative cadence, with her handling the documentation and quality control and me focusing on the actual plucking. Every petal and stigma seemed like a part of my narrative. My difficulty. My transformation. I wanted to get away from this dust, from the filth, from farm life, which I thought was a thing of the past. Instead, I had discovered myself. My calling. My actual gold. And the very thing I tried to avoid. The irony was not lost on me. The city boy had become more of a farmer than anyone in Floyd County. When we finally weighed our first commercial harvest, the results astounded me. 3.7 pounds of the cleanest saffron I'd ever seen. To put this into perspective, it takes approximately 150 blossoms to make 1 gram of saffron. We hand-processed almost 250,000 individual flowers. My fingers were stained purple for weeks, but they were the most gorgeous stains I'd ever had. The market's response was quick and tremendous. We were selling wholesale at $3,000 a pound and retail at $20 per gram in these lovely little glass jars Sarah had created. Each jar bore a copy of Grandpa Paul's handwriting, along with our brand name, Old Dervish Gold. It was more than simply a product name. It was a monument to his faith, legacy, and belief in making the unthinkable become the inevitable. Registering your trademark was like planting a flag on conquered land. We were no longer just local farmers, but a respectable corporation with a meaningful identity. The Eco Fair in Denver was our coming-out celebration, and we recognized how unique our product was. People were captivated not only by the quality of the jars, but also by the tale behind each one. Food bloggers began calling us artisanal agriculture at its finest. Chefs from restaurants that I had only seen on television were putting orders. Food Network contacted us about sharing our tale. We had progressed from an agricultural experiment to a legitimate corporation faster than I could have dreamed. The financial transformation was far more dramatic. By the end of our second season, we had generated $180,000 in pure profits. This wasn't just nice money, it was proof that if you're ready to work hard and clever enough, your aspirations may become a reality. We bought adequate drying equipment, extended our growing space, and employed 2 local farmers who had previously laughed at our crazy saffron initiative. Watching those same individuals who had derided a city boy suddenly apply for jobs was fulfilling in ways I can't express. Sometimes the best retribution is massive success. However, success also presented new obstacles. Following another failed arson attempt, this one smaller, more akin to amateur vandalism, we put surveillance cameras around the property. I informed Sarah that I finally knew what jealousy looked like. It prefers to remain in the shadows and avoids the light. Some people can't take watching others achieve, especially when it exposes their own shortcomings. The cameras were well worth the money, both for security and for peace of mind. We could concentrate on expanding our firm rather than continually looking over our shoulders. Though I must confess, there was something darkly humorous about filming our wannabe saboteur fumbling around in the dark, like a bargain supervillain. Sarah, the great strategist she had become, began devising ideas that made my head spin with their scope. She intended to grow into export markets like Canada and the European Union, promoting our product as premium organic saffron from the picturesque Blue Ridge Mountains. Her vision was global in scale, yet grounded in our local history. She had a way of explaining our purpose that sounded almost lyrical. Our saffron was more than simply a spice, it was history, quality, and the American ideal packed into every jar. She was correct, of course. We were not simply marketing a product. We were selling the idea that quality may arise in the most unexpected locations. By the second year, we had earned $520,000. The transformation was completed. I'd gone from being the family's disappointment to the Appalachian Saffron Kid, a nickname that was far superior to anything I'd been called growing up. Sometimes you just need to prove everyone wrong. And the greatest way to do so is to produce unquestionable outcomes. The reverence in people's voices when discussing our operation was intoxicating. We had become a success story that tiny communities were proud to claim as their own. Floyd County had gone from tolerating our unusual agricultural experiment to hailing us as hometown heroes. My sister then decided to make another appearance. This time she wore a smile that appeared to be affixed to her face, but never reached her eyes. She showed there to discuss collaboration opportunities, synergistic effects, stocks and investments, and the future of our family history. Her voice oozed honey, yet I could taste the bitterness beneath each word. The discourse was strange in its shamelessness. She genuinely proposed that we combine our company and use her contacts to help us build up operations. The woman who had dismissed me as useless when I had nothing wanted to be my business partner now that I had everything. The audacity was nearly astounding. But I wasn't the confused child sitting in a lawyer's office anymore. I had grown calluses, both physical and emotional. I'd learned what real work felt like, what true accomplishment tasted like, and what it meant to create something valuable from nothing. Her proposal felt like an insult to everything I had done to get here. My response was calm, deliberate, and definitive. I reminded her that she'd had a family when it counted. When I needed encouragement and belief, all I had was dust, filth, and an elderly man's faith in my abilities. That dust had given me more than she could have possibly imagined. More than her inheritance had given her. I had found my way. And she had evidently misplaced hers a long time ago. Watching her drive away for what I knew would be the final time seemed like ending a chapter that should have been completed years ago. The past has finally passed. The individual who had previously made me feel small and worthless no longer had control over my present or future. Success had affected more than just my bank account, it had also altered my essential personality. Sarah and I stood in our thriving fields, inhaling the perfume of success, which smelt remarkably like purple flowers and mountain air. We had created something together that couldn't be purchased, inherited, or stolen. We built it through determination, collaboration, and the kind of tenacious faith that my grandfather saw in me before I recognized it in myself. The Appalachian Mountains surrounded us like protective arms. And for the first time in my adult life, I felt fully at ease. Not just in the surroundings, but also in my own skin. In my decisions. In the life I had created from beginning. The youngster who longed to escape the dust had grown into a man who knew how to convert dust into gold. The greatest treasures are not what you find, but what you create. And we were only getting started. The greatest treasures are not what you find, but what you create. And by the third season, our creations were nothing short of astounding. 6 acres of Virginia mountain land were covered in purple saffron flowers that resembled a velvet carpet of dreams stretching toward the Blue Ridge Mountains. I still can't believe the numbers, $1.1 million in profit. Who would have thought that dust could change into gold? Not just metaphorical gold, but the sort that pays mortgages, builds futures, and demonstrates that sometimes the most insane ideas are camouflaged as the most rational schemes. The change in how people viewed us was almost as significant as our financial achievement. The same farming cooperative that once mocked the crazy city lad and his mysterious bulbs now proudly calls our product Floyd County Gold. We'd progressed from local curiosity to neighborhood heroes, agricultural experiments to regional pride. Sometimes you just have to show folks that you're more than a dreamer, you're a magician who can make dreams come true. The respect in their voices as they discussed our work was more valuable than any apology they could have given for their initial doubts. Success provided us with options that I had never envisaged. We developed the Paul Thompson Memorial Scholarship for Appalachian farm youth who aspired to attend college but had the financial ability to do so. Grandpa Paul always said that true wealth is what you can share with others, and establishing that scholarship seemed like the most meaningful thing I'd ever done with money. Standing at the scholarship ceremony, watching these brilliant young faces light up with possibility, I realized what my grandfather had been trying to teach me all along. Success is more than simply personal achievement. It's about using your good fortune to help the next generation. The children who received those scholarships had the same eager expression in their eyes as I had when I first held those saffron bulbs. However, the most valuable riches we had collected could not be measured in dollars or acres. Sarah and I had created something that went beyond professional partnership, or even romantic affection. We built a life that felt meaningful, sustainable, and firmly based in the land and our shared beliefs. On a crisp October morning, with the harvest almost finished and the mountains painted in colors that matched our purple flowers, I made a decision that felt as natural as breathing. In the same area where raging flames had previously threatened to kill everything, surrounded by thousands of saffron blossoms wafting gently in the mountain breeze, I proposed to Sarah. The words flowed from a place deeper than my thinking, straight from the heart that she had helped heal and strengthen. I told her that she saw something in me that no one else could. She stood by my side when everything around us was on fire. She'd been my light in the darkness, my anchor in the storm, and my companion in transforming the unthinkable into the inevitable. Without her, this dust would never turn into saffron. Without her belief, my grandfather's faith would have been wasted on someone who was too afraid to take the risks that true achievement requires. She wasn't only my business partner or girlfriend, she was my ultimate gold, the treasure that made all the other treasures worthwhile. Her remark was typical Sarah. Practical knowledge wrapped in genuine emotion. Her grin was brighter than the sun above our fields, and her words carried the same steady strength that had gotten us through every hardship. She explained that she had just seen the goal, which was already there and waiting to be discovered. I'd done the digging, planting, and believing, even when it seemed impossible. Now we'd grow that gold together, season after season, year after year. Her eyes seemed like the final piece of a puzzle I'd been putting together my entire life, without knowing what the picture was intended to look like. Planning our wedding turned out to be another experience in creative problem-solving. We chose to hold the ceremony right there in the saffron fields, with the Blue Ridge Mountains serving as our cathedral, and the purple flowers as carpet. It felt like the only fitting venue for two people who had grown their love from the same soil that had provided us with a living. The guest list spoke for itself. Agricultural families who had become part of our extended community, customers who had become friends, and agriculture extension agents who had assisted us in navigating the technical obstacles of our peculiar crop. Even several of the guys from the Rusty Mug showed there, most likely to see if the crazy saffron project would result in a crazy saffron wedding. The ceremony was modest, meaningful, and uniquely us. There were no extravagant venue rentals or imported flowers, just two people making pledges while surrounded by their own work and the beauty of the land that had brought them together. When the minister declared us husband and wife, the cheers bounced off the mountains, as if nature itself was celebrating our marriage. Our honeymoon was a working vacation, a trip to Spain to learn about traditional saffron farming methods and explore export potential. Leave it up to us to convert our romantic holiday into agricultural research. But that's what happens when your passion turns into a profession, and your profession becomes your life's work. Coming home to Floyd County as a married couple felt like finishing the circle that began when I first handled those mystery bulbs in my grandfather's letter. The land appeared the same, but everything felt different. More permanent, more meaningful, as if we were creating something that would last for generations. We began creating long-term plans for expansion, value-added goods, and possibly even a small processing facility to serve other specialty crop growers in the region. Sarah proposed agritourism, culinary lessons, and farm-to-table dinners that would highlight not only our saffron, but the complete agricultural heritage of Appalachian villages. The fourth season presented unexpected challenges. Good problems, but problems nonetheless. Demand was outpacing our production capability, and we were receiving requests from wholesalers across the country. We had to choose between development and quality, expansion and sustainability, and success versus preserving the close relationship to the land that had enabled our success in the first place. We resolved to grow gradually and deliberately, honoring both our grandfather's wisdom and our own hard-earned experience. Some opportunities we pursued, others graciously declined. We discovered that not every door you can open is one you should pass through. 5 years after acquiring a strip of abandoned property and a box of mystery bulbs, we were running a $1 million agricultural company that employed 12 people and served as a symbol of rural economic progress for the region. State agriculture officials used us as a case study. Business schools sent students to speak with us about entrepreneurship and sustainable agriculture. The most important metric of our performance, however, was much easier. When I went across our fields in the early morning, inhaling the aroma of saffron flowers and mountain air, I felt fully at ease, with myself and what we'd created together. The youngster who wished to escape the dust had grown into a man who realized that with enough faith, hard effort and love, dust could be changed into gold. The bequest I believed was useless had become the foundation of a life more valuable than money could buy. Standing in those beautiful meadows, with Sarah alongside me, watching the dawn rise over the Blue Ridge Mountains and thinking about my grandfather's letter, still tucked away in our safe, I finally understood what he was trying to tell me. Some gold does not gleam, but it smells like dreams, blooms like hope, and endures like love. They assumed it was dust. I established that it was gold. Real farm. Real product. Real victory. And the best part? We were just getting started on the next chapter of a story that would undoubtedly surprise us as much as everyone else. Looking down at your feet can help you figure out where you fit in the world. Sometimes it's necessary to peek under an old floorboard in a barn, where love masquerades as abandoned tools and wisdom as worthless. My sister lied about her son's brain surgery to ruin my $8,000 honeymoon, so I called CPS after finding him alone for 3 days starving on cereal. My sister left my toddler nephew home alone for 3 days while partying in Vegas, then faked his urgent medical emergency to trick me into canceling my honeymoon so I could rush home and babysit him. When I filed charges, she hired her lawyer brother to paint me as an unstable kidnapper in court. So I destroyed her life in every way imaginable. My sister Sierra had always talked about being the cool mom growing up. She'd constantly say her kids would be her best friends, how she'd never be uptight like other parents. So when Eli was born, I expected her to be obsessed. And for a while, she always bought new storybooks, took dozens of pictures of him, and spent hours memorizing dinosaur names. But on his 4th birthday, Sierra got him the worst birthday gift of all time. She abandoned him. I still remember her calling me in tears, telling me she just wanted to drop him off at the fire station and let the universe deal with him, and instead of yelling at her or telling her she was a bad person, I asked if she wanted me to babysit more often. You see, Sierra was a single mom who had just gotten out of her postpartum depression, so I figured that if I just helped more, then everything would be okay. And for a while, it was. I started with 1 weekend a month, then once a week, then almost every single evening. Eli was like the son I never had. Fast forward to last month, Sierra asked if I could watch Eli while she went to Vegas for a bachelorette party. But here's the kicker: Caleb, my husband of 2 years, had planned for our honeymoon to be during that time. 2 years married, 2 years saving every penny. Plus, I had given Sierra 4 months' notice. So I said no. To my surprise, she didn't even seem mad, just laughed it off like she realized she was in the wrong and said she'd find someone else. I should have known Sierra would never be so quick to admit she had made a mistake. I was fast asleep at 3 a.m. when my phone vibrated so hard it almost fell off my table. When I saw Sierra's name, I answered immediately. She was literally crying her eyes out and couldn't form proper sentences. She said I needed to come back right now because her son Eli had been hurt. That's all I needed to hear to start packing my bags. But then Sierra continued Eli had been hit by a drunk driver and they had to airlift him to perform open brain surgery at the children's hospital. And obviously, Sierra needed me. Everything happened in a blur. We packed through tears, begged airlines for emergency seats, watched $8,000 in non-refundable bookings vanish. On the flight, I tried to get in contact with Sierra, but she was ghosting me with no text, no call, nothing. As soon as me and Caleb landed in JFK Airport, I called the children's hospital to see if Eli had been admitted. The nurse told me she wasn't seeing any pediatric trauma patients by that name. Adrenaline filled my veins. We called 6 hospitals. Sierra's phone was still going straight to voicemail, so we did what any responsible adult would do in that situation. We broke into her home using the spare key under her mat, except the door was already unlocked. And when I walked in, I expected to see Eli lying in bed with Sierra standing over him. But no. We found him sitting on the couch, playing on his tablet, surrounded by empty cereal bowls, completely uninjured. As soon as he saw us, he wrapped his arms around my waist and practically started cheering, "Yay, hello." I peeled him off of me and gently asked where his mommy was. "She left 3 days ago. She told me she couldn't afford a babysitter, but that you would be back from your vacation soon to take care of me." "So you didn't get into any accidents or injuries?" Caleb asked, trying to wrap his head around everything. "Number, why would I be hurt? I can take care of myself," Eli responded, joyful as ever. My blood went cold. I called Sierra from her landline, and this time, she picked up. The first thing I heard was the song California Girls blaring in the background. "Hey, what's up?" she asked, slurring her words together. "What the FIS going on, Sierra?" "What do you mean?" she asked, as if playing dumb would work in the situation. "You told me Eli was in surgery." I was then interrupted by the sound of Sierra cackling like a witch. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew if I lied then you wouldn't come back. You were being super extra about your honeymoon. Must be nice having money to throw around while single moms struggle." Behind me, Eli asked in a small voice if he could live with us. He said Mom didn't want him anymore. Sierra must have heard him through the phone because her tone shifted, instantly venomous and cruel. She accused me of turning her son against her and said this had been my plan all along. That's when I finally realized Sierra wasn't some misunderstood single mother. She was a washed-up, irresponsible, self-absorbed sociopath. And I was ready to make her pay. I hung up on her mid-rant. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. Caleb was already in the kitchen making Eli a proper meal. The kid had been living on cereal for 3 days. 3 whole days. Alone. He was 4 years old. I sat down next to Eli and tried to keep my voice calm. I asked him if he'd been scared. He shrugged and said Mommy told him he was a big boy and said she'd done it before when I was busy. My stomach dropped. This wasn't the first time. I pulled out my phone and called child services right there. The lady on the other end sounded tired, like she'd heard it all before. She took down all the information and said someone would come by tomorrow. Tomorrow wasn't good enough for me. I told her a 4-year-old had been abandoned for 3 days. She said since he had food and shelter, it needed to go through proper channels but assured me they'd prioritize the case. I wanted to scream. Caleb finished making mac and cheese and brought it over. Eli ate like he hadn't seen real food in days. Between bites, he told us about how he'd been too scared to go outside, how he'd run out of milk on day 2, how he tried calling me but didn't know my number by heart. Each detail made me angrier. After dinner, we gave him a bath and put him in our guest room. He fell asleep clutching my hand. Caleb and I stayed up all night discussing what to do. We couldn't just leave him here when Sierra got back, but we also couldn't legally take him. We were stuck. The next morning, a social worker named Ramona showed up. She was maybe 50, wearing a wrinkled blazer and carrying a clipboard. She interviewed Eli, gently asking about his time alone. He told her everything he told us. She took notes and photos of the empty fridge and the mess. Then she pulled me aside. She said they'd open a case but warned me these things take time. Sierra would get a chance to explain herself. The system favored keeping families together. I told her that was bullpoop. She just shrugged and said that's how it works. 2 days passed. Eli stayed with us and we fell into a routine. Breakfast, cartoons, lunch at the park, afternoon nap, dinner, bath, bed. It felt natural. Right. Caleb was amazing with him reading stories and teaching him card games. On the 3rd day, Sierra showed up at our door. She looked like hell, hair greasy, makeup smeared, reeking of alcohol and cigarettes. She demanded Eli back immediately. I stood in the doorway and told her no. She tried to push past me, but Caleb stepped up behind me. Sierra started screaming about her rights as a mother said we were kidnapping her son. The neighbors came out to watch. I stayed calm and told her to leave or I'd call the cops. She laughed and said, "Go ahead," said she'd already called them herself. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a patrol car pulled up. 2 officers got out looking bored. Sierra ran up to them crying, saying we'd stolen her baby. The officers separated us to get both sides. I explained everything. The abandonment, the lies about the accident, the 3 days alone. I showed them my phone records, the calls to hospitals. They nodded and took notes. Then they went inside to talk to Eli. He was coloring at the kitchen table when they asked if he wanted to go home with Mommy. He shook his head hard, said he wanted to stay with Aunt Claire and Uncle Caleb, said Mommy left him alone and he was scared. The officers exchanged looks. They came back outside and told Sierra she needed to leave. Said this was a civil matter now, not criminal. Told her to work it out with child services. She lost it completely and started screaming that I'd brainwashed him, that I'd always been jealous of her, that I couldn't have kids so I was stealing hers. The officers warned her to calm down. She didn't. They ended up putting her in the back of the patrol car to cool off. Before they drove away, one officer pulled me aside. He said to document everything, take pictures, save texts, record calls if legal in our state. Said I'd need it. I knew then this was just the beginning. Sierra wasn't going to give up easily. She'd rather destroy everything than admit she was wrong. But I looked back at Eli, peacefully coloring at our table, and knew I'd fight. He deserved better than her. He deserved a real family, and I was going to make sure he got one. The next morning, I woke up to 27 missed calls, all from Sierra. My phone screen glowed accusingly in the dim morning light, each notification a reminder of the storm I'd unleashed. I didn't listen to the voicemails. I already knew what they'd say. Threats, manipulation, fake tears, and promises she'd never keep. The same toxic cocktail she'd been serving for years. Caleb made pancakes while Eli watched cartoons, his small body curled up on our couch like he belonged there. The smell of butter and syrup filled our kitchen, and for a moment, everything felt normal. Eli giggled at something on TV and Caleb hummed while he cooked. For about an hour, I let myself believe this could work. Then the doorbell rang. It was Sierra's brother Derek, wearing his fancy lawyer suit that probably cost more than our mortgage payment. His shoes were polished to a mirror shine, and his smile was sharp as a blade. He handed me an envelope with theatrical formality and said I'd been served. The paper felt heavy in my hands, like it was made of lead instead of trees. I opened it right there on my doorstep, my fingers trembling slightly. Custody petition. Emergency hearing scheduled for next week. The legal language swam before my eyes, but the meaning was crystal clear. Derek smirked and said Sierra had hired him to get her son back, said I didn't stand a chance against a real lawyer, said blood was thicker than water and judges always side with biological mothers. I slammed the door in his face hard enough to rattle the windows. I spent the rest of the day calling lawyers, my fingers cramping from dialing so many numbers. Most wanted $5,000 just to start speaking in smooth professional voices that turned cold when I mentioned payment plans. We had maybe $2,000 in savings after the ruined honeymoon we'd had to cancel when Eli came to stay. I found one guy named Miles who'd take payments. He sounded young but eager, his voice cracking slightly when he talked about fighting for children's rights. We met that afternoon at a coffee shop downtown while Caleb watched Eli at the park. Miles looked even younger in person, maybe fresh out of law school with an ill-fitting suit and an earnest expression. His briefcase was new, the leather still stiff. But he listened carefully and took detailed notes in surprisingly neat handwriting. He said we had a good case, but warned me Derek was known for playing dirty, said to expect surprises in court, things that would make me angry, things that weren't true but sounded believable. I asked what kind of surprises. He just shook his head and said to document everything, every text, every call, every interaction. That night, Eli had nightmares that shook the whole house. He kept crying for his mom, then pushing me away when I tried to comfort him, his small fists batting at my hands. It broke my heart into a million pieces. The kid was so confused, caught between loving his mother and knowing she'd left him. In the morning he apologized for being bad, his voice so small I could barely hear it. His eyes were puffy from crying, and he wouldn't meet my gaze. I told him he wasn't bad, just scared, and that was okay. He asked if Mommy was mad at him, twisting his dinosaur pajama top in his tiny hands. I didn't know what to say. How do you explain to a 4-year-old that his mom is a selfish disaster who chose Vegas over him? You don't. You just hug him and make breakfast scrambled eggs with cheese just how he likes them. The week flew by in a blur of preparation and anxiety. I took time off work to prepare for court, using vacation days I'd been saving for something happier. Miles had me write down everything I could remember about Sierra's parenting. The missed pickups where Eli waited at preschool until the teachers called me. The forgotten birthdays where I'd rushed out to buy cakes and presents so he wouldn't know his mom forgot. The times she'd shown up hammered, stumbling and slurring while Eli hid behind my legs. It filled 12 pages of careful documentation, each incident dated and detailed. Caleb took photos of Eli's room at our house versus his room at Sierra's. Ours had books and toys and clean sheets, walls covered in his artwork that we'd framed like museum pieces. Hers had a bare mattress and empty beer cans, cigarette burns in the carpet, and windows so dirty you couldn't see through them. We thought we were ready. We weren't even close. The morning of the hearing, I put on my best dress, a navy blue one I'd worn to job interviews. Professional but not severe. Caleb wore his only suit, the one from our wedding, now a bit tight around the middle. We dropped Eli at my friend Tessa's house, a cheerful place that smelled like fresh cookies and had 3 dogs for him to play with. He clung to me at the door, his fingers twisted in my dress, begging not to go back to Mommy's house. His fear was a living thing, radiating from his small body. I promised him everything would be okay, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. I hoped I wasn't lying. The courthouse was old and intimidating, all marble and dark wood, designed to make regular people feel small. Miles met us outside, looking nervous and adjusting his tie repeatedly. He said Grant had filed additional documents that morning, thick manila folders that made my stomach drop. He wouldn't say what was in them, just told us to stay calm no matter what happened, to let him do the talking. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, more like a conference room than the grand halls of justice from TV. It smelled like old paper and floor polish. Sierra sat at the other table, wearing a conservative dress I'd never seen before, probably borrowed from someone with better sense. Her hair was neat, pulled back in a modest bun. Makeup is subtle and maternal. She looked like a different person, like someone had dressed up as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Grant sat beside her in an expensive suit that screamed success and reliability. The judge was an older woman with gray hair pulled back severely and tired eyes that had seen too many family disasters. She read through the papers while we waited, occasionally making notes with a gold pen. The silence was suffocating. Finally, she looked up over her reading glasses and asked Grant to present his case. Grant stood and launched into a speech about a loving mother being denied her child, his voice rich with false sympathy. He painted Sierra as a struggling single mom who'd made one mistake, overwhelmed by the pressures of modern parenthood. Said she'd been exhausted and asked her sister for help. A moment of vulnerability twisted into abandonment. Said I'd agreed to babysit for a few days, then refused to return Eli, turning a family favor into a kidnapping. The judge took notes, her expression unreadable. Then Grant dropped the bomb. He submitted documents showing I'd been treated for depression 5 years ago after a bad breakup. Said I was mentally unstable, prone to erratic behavior, unfit to care for a child. The papers made a soft thud as they hit the judge's desk. I felt the blood drain from my face, my hands going cold. How did he even get those records? They were supposed to be confidential. Miles objected immediately, saying the records were irrelevant and obtained through improper channels, his voice rising with indignation. The judge said she'd review them for relevance but would need to verify their authenticity, adding them to her growing pile of evidence. Grant continued, presenting character statements from 3 of Sierra's friends, women I recognized as her drinking buddies, all saying what a devoted mother she was, how she lived for Eli. All lies wrapped in legal language, but they sounded convincing, professionally written. Then he called Sierra to testify. She walked to the stand slowly, playing up the grieving mother angle. She cried on cue, talking about how much she missed her baby, how empty her arms felt without him, how I'd always been jealous of her. Jealous that she had a child. Jealous of her freedom. Jealous of everything. Said I'd turned Eli against her with lies and bribes. She was good, really good. If I didn't know better, I'd almost believe her myself. Her tears looked real, her voice cracked at just the right moments. When Miles's turn came, he presented our evidence methodically. The photos, the documentation, the frantic calls to hospitals when Sierra disappeared. He had me testify about finding Eli alone, describing the terror in his eyes when I found him, about the pyramid of cereal bowls and empty fridge, about him saying he was being a big boy and taking care of himself, about Sierra laughing from Vegas, the sound of slot machines in the background while her son sat hungry and alone. The judge seemed interested but not convinced, tapping her pen thoughtfully. She asked why I hadn't called child services immediately when Sierra first started leaving Eli with me so often. I explained that I was trying to help my sister, trying to keep the family together, trying to protect Eli from the system. She nodded, but I could tell it wasn't enough. My explanation sounded weak even to my own ears. Then Miles called his witness Ramona, the social worker who'd responded to the wellness check. She testified about finding Eli alone and scared, how he'd been too frightened to open the door at first, about the condition of Sierra's house, the overflowing trash, the empty beer bottles, and the lack of food suitable for a child. About Eli saying this wasn't the first time Mommy left him alone, that he knew how to use the microwave and where the cereal was kept. Grant objected repeatedly, claiming hearsay and bias, but Ramona held firm. She'd been doing this for 20 years. She knew neglect when she saw it, and she'd seen plenty. The judge listened carefully, making extensive notes. When Ramona finished, things felt more balanced, but I could see Sierra whispering urgently to Grant, her facade cracking. They had something else planned. Grant stood for his closing argument, straightening his tie like an actor preparing for his big scene. He acknowledged Sierra had made mistakes but said she deserves another chance, that everyone deserves redemption. Then he dropped another bomb. He claimed I'd been giving Eli alcohol, letting him sip beer at family gatherings. Said a neighbor had seen it happen multiple times. I nearly jumped out of my chair, my whole body going rigid with shock. Miles grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in, reminding me to stay calm. The judge asked for evidence, her eyebrows raised skeptically. Grant said the witness was outside, ready to testify. The judge considered for a moment, then allowed it. In walked Sierra's neighbor, an older man named Harold who reeked of cigarette smoke. I recognized him vaguely. He lived 2 houses down from Sierra and always seemed to be watching from his window. He testified that he'd seen me give Eli beer at a barbecue in Sierra's backyard. Said the boy was stumbling around hammered while I laughed. It was complete fiction. We'd never even had a barbecue at Sierra's house. I avoided going there whenever possible. Miles cross-examined him hard, his young voice gaining strength. Asked for dates, times, details, what kind of beer, what was Eli wearing, who else was there. Harold fumbled with his answers, contradicting himself, sweating under the fluorescent lights. It was obvious he was lying. But the damage was done. The judge looked concerned, doubt creeping into her expression. She said she needed time to review everything and granted Sierra temporary custody until the next hearing in 2 weeks. I felt my world collapse, the floor seeming to tilt beneath my feet. Miles tried to argue, but the judge had decided. Her gavel came down with finality. Eli would go home with Sierra that day. We had 2 hours to pack his things and drop him off. I spent those 2 hours crying ugly sobs that shook my whole body. Caleb packed while I held Eli, memorizing the weight of him, the smell of his hair. He kept asking why he had to go, his voice getting smaller with each question. I couldn't give him a real answer, I just kept saying it was only for a little while. The lie burning my throat. When we pulled up to Sierra's house, she was waiting outside, still in her court dress but smoking a cigarette. The maternal facade is already crumbling. She flicked it away as we approached, the butt still smoldering on her dead lawn. Eli death-gripped my hand, his whole body trembling. I knelt down and promised I'd see him soon. Told him to be brave, to remember that we loved him. He nodded, but tears were streaming down his face, leaving clean tracks through the dirt on his cheeks. Sierra grabbed his hand roughly and yanked him toward the house, her nails digging into his small wrist. Didn't even let him say goodbye to Caleb. As they reached the door, she turned back with a nasty smile, the real Sierra finally showing through. "You ought to know not to mess with me," she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. Then they were gone, the door slamming shut like a prison cell. I sat in the car and sobbed while Caleb rubbed my back. Caleb drove home in silence, his jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. The house felt empty without Eli, like all the air had been sucked out. His coloring books were still on the table, open to a half-finished picture of a rainbow. His favorite stuffed dinosaur on the guest bed, one eye missing from too much love. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, just kept replaying the hearing in my head. How had I gone so wrong? How had lies won over truth? 3 days later, I drove by Sierra's house just to check. I parked across the street, feeling like a stalker but not caring. Her car wasn't there, but I could see Eli in the window, his small face pressed against the glass. He looked okay, sad, but okay. No visible bruises. I wanted to knock, to hug him, to take him home where he belonged. But I knew that would make things worse and would give Grant more ammunition. I drove away feeling helpless, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. That night, Miles called. He'd been investigating Harold's testimony, working late hours for free because he believed in our case. Harold owed Sierra a lot of money. Gambling debts from her ex-boyfriend's poker games, IOUs that went back years. We had our leverage. Miles said to be patient, to trust the system, said things would turn around at the next hearing. I wanted to believe him. A week passed with no word. I texted Sierra asking about Eli, keeping my messages neutral and polite. No response. I called Child Services for updates and they said the case was progressing. Bureaucratic speak for nothing, whatever that means. Caleb tried to keep me distracted, but I was a mess. Couldn't focus at work. Snapped at everyone. Forgot important meetings. My boss gave me a warning and said I needed to get it together. I didn't care about the job, all I cared about was getting Eli back. Then everything changed. It was midnight when the doorbell rang, the sound cutting through the quiet house like a scream. Caleb grabbed a baseball bat from the closet, thinking it was a burglar or something. But when I opened the door, there was Eli alone in his pajamas with a black eye that made my blood run cold. I pulled him inside immediately, scooping him into my arms. He was shivering and crying, his whole body shaking with sobs. His pajamas were dirty and too small, like he'd been wearing them for days. I wrapped him in a blanket while Caleb locked the door, checking the street for any sign of Sierra. When I asked what happened, Eli could barely speak through his tears. His words came out in hiccups and gasps. Finally, he managed to tell us. Mommy's new friend Logan had hit him. Said he was being too loud watching TV. Sierra had told him to stop crying, or Logan would hit him again. So he'd waited until they were asleep, listening to their snores, and snuck out the back door. Walked 8 blocks in the dark to our house, navigating by memory and streetlights. 4 years old. 8 blocks. Alone. In the middle of the night. My hands shook as I examined his eyes. It was swollen, almost shut, purple and angry. Caleb took photos while I held Eli. Evidence, captured in harsh kitchen light. We needed evidence. We needed proof that couldn't be denied. I called 911, my voice surprisingly steady. Told them about the assault and that Eli had fled to our house for safety. They sent an officer and an ambulance, sirens cutting through the night. The EMTs checked Eli over with gentle hands, documenting every bruise with clinical precision. There were more than just the eye finger marks on his arms where someone had grabbed him, a bruise on his back shaped like a boot print. They said none needed immediate hospital care but recommended we follow up with his pediatrician first thing in the morning. The officer took our statements and photos, his face grim. Said they'd investigate immediately, that crimes against children were top priority. I asked if Eli could stay with us. He said, given the circumstances, yes, at least until Child Services reviewed the case in the morning. We put Eli back in the guest room this time. I stayed with him until he fell asleep, sitting on the floor beside his bed. He held my hand so tight it hurt, like he was afraid I'd disappear if he let go. In the morning, I called Miles before Sierra even woke up. He said to document everything and file an emergency custody petition immediately. Said the black eye changed everything. Physical abuse was a line no judge could ignore. We spent the morning at his office filling out paperwork while Eli colored quietly in the corner, flinching whenever someone walked by too fast. It unalived me to see him so scared, so different from the giggling boy who'd watched cartoons just days before. By noon, Sierra had discovered Eli was gone. She called me screaming, her voice so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Said I'd kidnapped him again. Said she'd have me arrested for interference with custody. I told her about the black eye, about Logan, and hung up. She called back 20 times in 10 minutes. I didn't answer. Then she showed up at our house with Logan, their car screeching into our driveway. Caleb met them at the door while I kept Eli in the back room, holding him while he shook. I could hear Sierra screaming about her rights, about how we'd pay for this. Logan was yelling too, calling us names. I won't repeat threats that made my skin crawl. Caleb stayed calm. Told them to leave or he'd call the police. They didn't leave. Caleb called the police. The same officer from the night before showed up, already familiar with the situation. He recognized Logan immediately, his face hardening. Turns out Logan had a record: assault, substance possession, DUI, domestic violence. The officer told them both to leave and not come back. Said if they tried to take Eli, they'd be arrested for child endangerment. Sierra went ballistic and started throwing things from her purse at our house: lipstick, keys, even her phone, which shattered on the concrete. The officer had enough. He cuffed her for disorderly conduct, the metal clicking with finality. Logan tried to intervene and got cuffed too, shouting about police brutality. As they were loaded into the patrol car, Sierra screamed that this wasn't over, that she'd destroy me, ruin my life, take everything I loved. I believed her. But I didn't care. Eli was safe. The emergency hearing was scheduled for 3 days later. Miles said we had a strong case now of physical abuse, documented by professionals. Criminal records, the midnight escape that showed Eli's desperation. But he warned me they'd come out swinging. Sure enough, the next day, Grant filed countercharges. Claimed I'd coached Eli to lie about the abuse. Said I'd caused the bruises myself to frame Logan. That I was that desperate to keep Eli. Even alleged I'd planted substances in Sierra's house during previous visits. It was insane. But I knew some judges might consider it. Miles told me not to worry. Said Grant was desperate, throwing everything at the wall, hoping something would stick. But I was worried. Sierra had already proven she'd lie about anything, and Grant knew how to make lies sound like truth. The night before the hearing, I couldn't sleep. I kept checking on Eli every hour, making sure he was still there, still safe, still breathing. Caleb tried to reassure me, but I could see he was worried about the tension in his shoulders, the way he kept checking the locks. We'd already lost once. What if we lost again? What if the judge believed Grant's lies? What if Eli had to go back to that house with Logan? I made myself sick thinking about it, running to the bathroom twice. In the morning, I threw up twice more before we even left for court. But I put on my brave face for Eli. Told him everything would be okay. Prayed I was right. This time, we were ready for Grant's tricks. Miles had spent days preparing, barely sleeping. He'd interviewed neighbors who'd seen Sierra's neglect, people who'd wondered why Eli was always at our house. Found records of missed doctor appointments, immunizations Eli had almost missed if I hadn't taken him. Even got Logan's ex-girlfriend to write a statement about his violence, about the reason she'd fled with their daughter. We had a solid case, built on facts, not fiction. But when we walked into the courtroom, I saw Sierra's secret weapon. Her mother. My mother. Sitting right behind her, glaring at me with familiar disappointment. I hadn't seen her in 2 years, not since she'd taken Sierra's side in our last fight, choosing her golden child over truth. Now she was here to support the daughter who'd abandoned her grandson. Of course she was. The judge was different this time. A younger man who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, checking his watch repeatedly. He rushed through the preliminaries and asked Grant to present. Grant stood and immediately went on the attack. Said I was a vindictive sister who'd always resented Sierra's motherhood. Said I'd manipulated a confused child into telling lies for attention. He presented affidavits from Sierra and Logan denying any abuse, notarized lies on official paper. Then he called our mother to testify. She took the stand and lied through her teeth with practiced ease. Said I'd always been unstable, jealous, difficult. Said she'd seen me drinking heavily around Eli at family gatherings that never happened. Said Sierra was a wonderful mother who just needed support, not judgment. Every word was a knife in my back. Each lie cuts deeper than the last. Miles cross-examined her hard, his youth falling away as he found his courtroom voice. Asked why she hadn't seen Eli in 6 months if Sierra was such a good mother. Asked why she'd never called child services if she thought I was drinking around him. Asked why there were no photos of her with Eli from the past year. She fumbled for answers, contradicting herself repeatedly. Her story fell apart, but the damage was done. Our own mother had testified against me. The judge looked troubled, making notes. Then Miles presented our evidence. The photos of Eli's bruises, each one documented and dated. The police reports, written in official language that couldn't be disputed. The record of Logan's violence, stretching back years. He called the EMT who'd examined Eli. The man testified clearly about the injuries, saying they were consistent with abuse, not accidents. Grant objected repeatedly, but the EMT was a professional. His testimony carried weight that lies couldn't match. Then came the moment I dreaded. Eli had to testify. The judge cleared the courtroom of everyone except essential parties, making it less intimidating. Eli sat in a special chair, clutching his dinosaur, looking so small. The judge asked him gentle questions about what happened, his voice soft and patient. Eli told the truth in the simple, honest way only children can. Said Logan hit him when he spilled juice on the carpet. Said Mommy told him not to cry or it would be worse. Said he was scared and ran to Aunt Claire's house because that's where he felt safe. He was so brave, so honest. Even Grant couldn't shake his testimony and couldn't make a 4-year-old sound like a liar. When it was over, Eli ran to me. The judge allowed it. Let him sit on my lap for the rest of the hearing, a small kindness that meant everything. Miles's closing argument was passionate. He talked about a little boy who'd been failed by his mother repeatedly, who'd been left alone, neglected, and finally abused, who'd found safety with his aunt and uncle, only to be dragged back into danger. He asked the judge to protect Eli and not enable his abuser. To see through the lies to the truth, written in bruises on a child's body. Grant's closing was all emotion and manipulation. He talked about a mother's love and second chances, said foster care statistics proved children did better with biological parents, quoted studies and percentages. It might have worked, if Eli hadn't been sitting right there, with a black eye. The evidence was impossible to ignore. The judge deliberated for an hour, the longest hour of my life. Eli fell asleep in my arms while we waited, trusting me to keep him safe. Finally, the judge returned. He granted us temporary custody, with a clear path to permanent adoption if Sierra didn't comply with requirements. Said Sierra could have supervised visitation only 1 hour a week at a county facility. Required her to take parenting classes and undergo psychological evaluation. Logan was banned from any contact with Eli and a restraining order to be issued immediately. Sierra exploded, started screaming about her rights, about corruption, about me poisoning her son against her. The judge threatened contempt charges, his patience exhausted. Grant managed to calm her down and get her out of the courtroom, practically dragging her. As they left, she shot me a look of pure hatred, the kind that promised this wasn't over. I knew she'd be back, she'd appeal, she'd lie, she'd manipulate. But for now, Eli was safe. He was ours. That's all that mattered. I held him tighter and let myself breathe for the first time in weeks. The drive home from court felt surreal. Eli was officially ours, at least temporarily. He sat in his booster seat, humming some song from a cartoon like the whole nightmare hadn't happened. Caleb kept glancing at me with this relieved smile. I couldn't stop checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Sierra's car following us. But the road stayed clear. We stopped for ice cream on the way home. Eli got chocolate with sprinkles, and it dripped all over his shirt. He laughed for the first time in days. That sound was worth more than anything. That night we had a little celebration with just the three of us. Pizza and Eli's favorite movie about talking cars. He fell asleep between us on the couch, one hand clutching Caleb's shirt, the other holding mine. We carried him to bed together, tucking him in with extra care. I must have checked on him 10 times that night, each time finding him safe and sound, spread out like a starfish with his dinosaur. The next morning, Miles called with bad news. Sierra had already filed an appeal. Grant was claiming judicial bias and procedural errors. Said the judge rushed the decision without considering all evidence. Miles said not to worry, that appeals rarely worked in these cases, but I could hear the concern in his voice. Grant was good at finding loopholes. We'd won a battle, but the war wasn't over. 2 days later, things got worse. I was at work when my boss, Douglas, called me into his office. He looked uncomfortable and wouldn't meet my eyes. Said he'd received a call from someone claiming I was under investigation for child abuse, that I was mentally unstable and dangerous. He didn't believe it, but corporate policy required him to place me on administrative leave pending investigation. I knew immediately it was Sierra, or Grant, probably both. They were trying to destroy my credibility before the appeal. Caleb found a threatening note on his car that same day, cut out magazine letters like some bad movie. It said we'd regret stealing Eli, that we'd pay for ruining Sierra's life. We took it to the police, but they said without proof it was from Sierra they couldn't do much, just added it to the file. The officer suggested we get security cameras. We installed them that weekend, covering every angle of our property. The supervised visitation started the next week. I had to drop Eli at the county facility every Saturday. He cried the whole drive there, begging not to go. The supervisor was a nice woman named Monica who'd seen it all. She promised to keep him safe. The visits were only an hour but felt like forever. I'd sit in the parking lot the whole time watching the clock. When Eli came out, he'd run to me like he'd been gone for days. Sierra used those visits to mess with his head, told him I was keeping him prisoner, that she was fighting to save him, that soon he'd come home and everything would be better. The supervisor documented everything, but the damage was done. Eli started having nightmares again, wetting the bed, asking if he was bad for not wanting to live with mommy. We got him into therapy with a child psychologist named Dr. Lena. She was amazing with him, using play therapy to help him process everything. 3 weeks after the hearing, our security cameras caught something interesting: Logan sneaking around our house at 2 a.m., trying car doors and checking windows. He was clearly hammered, stumbling and cursing. The footage was crystal clear. We called the police immediately. They arrested him for attempted burglary and violating the restraining order. Turns out he had meth in his pocket too. He was looking at serious jail time. Sierra went ballistic when Logan got arrested, called me screaming that I'd set him up. Said I'd planted the substances just like she'd accused me of before. I recorded the whole call. Every unhinged word. Miles said it was gold for our case and showed her true colors. She was spiraling. Without Logan, her muscle and substance connection gone. The next supervised visit, she showed up high, pupils dilated, jaw clenching, talking too fast. Monica documented everything and called it off after 20 minutes. That's when things escalated. I was grocery shopping with Eli when I noticed my car making weird noises. Something felt off with the steering. We made it home, but I called our mechanic friend Marco to check it out. He found the problem immediately. Someone had loosened the lug nuts on my front tire. A few more miles, and the wheel would have come off. Could have unalived us both. Marco said it looked deliberate, not wear and tear. We filed another police report. Caleb was furious. Wanted to confront Sierra directly. I had to physically stop him from driving to her house. We couldn't give her any ammunition for the appeal. Had to play it smart. Miles advised us to hire a private investigator, said we needed to build an airtight case for permanent custody. The PI was expensive, but Caleb's parents helped. They'd grown to love Eli like their own grandchild. The PI's name was Garrett. Different Garrett, not the lying neighbor. Former cop who knew how to dig up dirt legally. Within a week, he had interesting information. Sierra had been collecting disability benefits for Eli. Claimed he had severe autism that required constant care. But she'd been pocketing the money instead of getting him therapy, never took him to any appointments. The fraud went back 2 years. Thousands of dollars stolen from a program meant to help kids. We also learned about Logan's mechanic friend. A guy named Trent, who'd been seen near our house the night before my car trouble. The same Trent who'd done time for insurance fraud involving staged accidents. The pieces were falling into place. Garrett kept digging while we prepared for the appeal hearing. He was worth every penny, finding things we never could have discovered ourselves. Meanwhile, Eli was thriving. Despite everything, his bruises healed and his confidence grew. He made friends at the park, learned to ride a bike with training wheels, and started reading simple books. Every milestone felt like a victory. Caleb taught him to play catch in the backyard. I read him stories every night, doing all the voices until he giggled. We were becoming a real family. The appeal hearing was set for 6 weeks after the original decision. Miles had us prepare even more thoroughly. We had Eli's therapist ready to testify about his progress with us versus his trauma responses to Sierra. Had the supervisor's reports from the disastrous visits. Had the arrest records, the security footage, the mechanic's statement about my sabotaged car. But Grant had tricks too. A week before the hearing, Sierra's neighbor Ramona, not the social worker, contacted Miles. Said Sierra had approached her about lying in court. Offered her $500 to say she'd seen me giving Eli alcohol. Ramona was a recovering alcoholic who'd worked hard to rebuild her life. She was offended by the offer and wanted to help us. Said she'd testify about Sierra's real parenting, the parties, the men coming and going, the times she'd heard Eli crying alone. Then Garrett hit the jackpot. Found out Sierra had done this before, not with a kid, but with her ex-boyfriend's dog. Claimed he'd abused it to get custody in their breakup, then sold it a week later. The pattern was clear. She used custody as a weapon, not because she actually wanted responsibility. We had the receipts, the testimony from the ex, even the ad where she'd sold the dog. 3 days before the appeal, Grant tried one last dirty trick. He filed a motion claiming I'd been coaching Eli to lie. Said he had proof. The proof was a heavily edited audio recording of me talking to Eli about the court. Made it sound like I was telling him what to say. But we had the full recording from our security system. Showed Grant's version was chopped up and rearranged. Miles filed charges for evidence tampering. The night before the appeal, I couldn't eat. Keep running through everything that could go wrong. What if the judge believed Grant's lies? What if they gave Eli back to Sierra? Caleb held me while I cried, promising everything would work out. Eli must have sensed our stress because he crawled into our bed around midnight. We all slept huddled together, like circling the wagons against danger. The appeal hearing was in a bigger courtroom, more formal, more intimidating. The judge was an older man with kind eyes but a stern expression. He'd clearly reviewed everything thoroughly, asking specific questions about details from months ago. Grant came out swinging but seemed off his game, kept shuffling papers and repeating himself. Found out later he was being investigated by the Bar Association for his evidence tampering. When Garrett testified about the disability fraud, Sierra's face went white. She hadn't known we knew. The judge asked her directly about the benefits. She stammered and looked at Grant, who objected on grounds of relevance, but fraud involving the child was definitely relevant. The judge overruled him and demanded an answer. Sierra tried to lie, but Garrett had documents, check stubs, bank records, forged therapy notes. It was over. Then Ramona testified about Sierra's attempt to bribe her, produce text messages where Sierra offered money for false testimony. The judge's face got darker with every revelation. When Dr. Lena testified about Eli's trauma and recovery, several people in the gallery teared up. She explained how he'd gone from a scared, withdrawn child to a happy, thriving boy, all because he finally felt safe. Grant's closing argument was desperate. He attacked everyone's credibility, claimed conspiracy, even suggested judicial corruption. It was painful to watch. Miles's closing was simple and powerful. He laid out the pattern of abuse, neglect, fraud, and manipulation. Asked the judge to protect Eli from a mother who saw him as a paycheck and a weapon, not a child. The judge didn't need long to decide. He terminated Sierra's parental rights completely. Cited the fraud, the bribery attempts, the child endangerment, the false accusations. Said she'd shown a pattern of behavior that made her unfit to parent. Ordered her to pay back the fraudulent benefits and face criminal charges. Approved our petition to adopt Eli officially. Even waived the usual waiting periods given the circumstances. We'd won, really won, permanently. Sierra didn't scream this time, just stared at me with dead eyes while Grant packed up his briefcase. As she walked past our table, she leaned down and whispered that she'd make me pay someday. Security moved her along before she could say more. I didn't care about her threats anymore. Eli was safe, that's all that mattered. The adoption was finalized 2 months later. Same courthouse, but a different feeling entirely. Eli wore a little suit and tie, grinning the whole time. When the judge declared him officially our son, he jumped into our arms yelling, "I have a real family now." There wasn't a dry eye in the room. Even the bailiff was sniffling. My mom pressured me to satisfy my sister's crazy demands, but I refused to let them ruin my career. So, I exposed her lies in front of 180 guests. My sister Jessica destroyed my Juilliard audition when I was 16. She was 20 years old and already a family favorite. The night before my audition, she informed our parents that I had been sneaking out to parties. Complete falsehood. Mom grounded me, confiscated my vehicle keys, and told me I could get the bus to the audition in the morning. Except she neglected to leave the bus money. I arrived at the audition site 1 hour and 45 minutes late, having walked the 7 kilometers. They would not let me perform. That scholarship was my only chance at music school. Mom blamed me for being reckless. Jessica merely shrugged, saying it may be a hint that I should pursue a more realistic job. I ended up attending community college and working 3 jobs to pay for vocal training on the side. But here's the thing about beginning from the bottom. You learn how to battle for every chance. I spent 6 years grinding. Singing at weddings for $150, recording demos in dubious studios, and teaching kids music at the YMCA. Every week I upload covers on YouTube. Nothing fancy, just myself and a keyboard in my flat. One of the covers went viral. 3.5 million views in 1 month. A talent scout reached out. Suddenly I'm singing backup for real touring musicians. Subsequently I do my own modest venues and subsequently larger ones. Last year I signed with an actual label. My debut record is released next month. The advance totaled $350,000. I purchased a home. Meanwhile, Jessica became just what our parents desired. Dental degree, suburban home, 2 children, and a spouse who runs a bank. She received $75,000 from our parents for her wedding. They handed me a $60 gift card. I didn't complain. Instead, I continued to advance in my job. I haven't been to a family gathering in 3 years. Jessica never phoned to congratulate me on my record contract. Neither did Mom. Then 2 months ago, I underwent vocal cord surgery. Polyps resulting from years of usage. The doctor advised me to refrain from singing for at least 10 weeks, or risk permanently damaging my voice. I'm 8 weeks into my rehabilitation. Cannot even hum without discomfort. I announced it publicly so that my followers would understand why I'm not performing. I received thousands of sympathetic responses, not a member of the family. Then last week, Jessica called. This is the first time I've heard from her in literally 18 months. Does not inquire about my operation. Doesn't inquire about my record. She's pursuing an MBA, and the graduation celebration is coming month. She asks me to sing a certain song. She wants me to sing her favorite song, which went viral, in front of the entire class. It would mean a lot to have my renowned sister perform. She recalls. I reminded her that I had just had surgery. Can't sing for at least another month. She chuckled. Come on, one song will not hurt. You always sing for strangers, but never for your own sister. I said that I am physically unable to sing right now. Doctor's orders. She said I was being selfish and envious of her accomplishments. Mom called an hour later. Your sister worked really hard for this degree, the least you can do is help her. I informed her about the procedure again. She suggested I was exaggerating and that I could easily handle one song if I really wanted to. Jessica had already informed her pals that I would be performing, that my tough behavior was humiliating to the family. The calls have not ceased. Every day, Mom, Jessica, and Jessica's husband James, merely lip sync if necessary. Take some throat lozenges. Stop penalizing Jessica for her achievements. That entitlement was ridiculous. They asked me to jeopardize my entire career, voice and livelihood for Jessica's party. The same sister who ruined my chances at music school. Yesterday, I had had enough. I phoned my friend Alex, who is also my manager. I told him I wanted him to accompany me to handle some family business. He is aware of my previous interactions with them. Didn't even hesitate. We drove for 5.5 hours to Jessica's city. The graduation party occurred today. A very posh country club. Probably costs $18,000. We stepped in right as Jessica was delivering a statement about her journey and successes. She noticed me and her face brightened up. Actually informed everyone that her sister, a music artist, was arrived to play. The whole audience turned to stare at me. 180 individuals, including her classmates, professors, husbands, and co-workers. Mom was grinning, as if she'd planned the entire affair. I stepped directly to the microphone. Jessica handed it to me while immediately opening up the background track on her phone. Thank you, Jessica, I replied, my voice resonating over the speakers. But I won't be singing for your events today or ever. See, when someone sabotages your Juilliard audition at 16, pretends to have you grounded the night before, and costs you your only opportunity at music school, you learn not to give up your profession for others. Congratulations on your MBA, she said, her face devoid of color. Especially when they demand you sing 8 weeks after vocal surgery, which could end your career if you further damage it. Mom approached me and smacked me hard. The security officer intervened before Mom could swing again. Alex grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the microphone. The entire country club became quiet. 180 people are gazing at us. Jessica's face went from white to crimson red. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I could hear her MBA classmates talking to one another. One of them had their phone up and recording. Ethan maintained his hand on my shoulder and escorted me to the exit. My legs shook, but I continued going. As we passed, the crowd separated. Someone gave a gasp. A woman placed her palm over her lips. Jessica's husband, James, stood still at the bar, his glass halfway to his lips. Mom was hollering something behind us, but Ethan refused to let me stop. We pushed through the double doors and entered the lobby. The country club manager stood there, puzzled. Ethan did not slow down. He took me straight through the front entrance and into the parking lot. The frigid air touched my face, and my hands began to shake. Really shaky. It seemed like I had no control over them. Ethan unlocks his car and opens the passenger door. When I got in, my entire body began to tremble. He shut the door and dashed around to the driver's side. My phone vibrated in my handbag. The humming continued unabated. Ethan leaned over and grabbed my handbag. He took out my phone and switched it off. The screen became dark. He gave me a water bottle from the cup holder. I attempted to open it, but my hands were too shaky. He returned it and opened it for me. I sipped water. Mom smacked me on the face and it stung. The skin felt hot and tight. Ethan started his car and drove out of the parking area. Looking back, I saw the country club building. People were exiting the front doors. Jessica stood there, arms folded. Mom stood next to her, pointing to Ethan's car. We drove into the main road and they vanished from sight. Ethan drove for 4.5 hours before we exchanged any words. I glanced out the window, watching the highway signs pass past. Trees, buildings, and gasoline stations. My face still ached. Despite the fact that I had not attempted to speak or sing, my throat felt constricted. Ethan kept looking over at me every few minutes to make sure I was okay. The sun started to set, and the sky turned orange and pink. I pondered about what I had just done. Standing in front of all those people, telling them what Jessica and Mom did. Years of being quiet and accepting it. And now everyone knows. Jessica's classmates knew. Her instructors knew. Friends at her husband's workplace were aware. After all this time, I finally spoke my truth. But my face stung, and I could already envision the calls, messages, voicemails, Mom yelling at me, and Jessica calling me terrible names. Dad would probably not call at all, as he always does. Ethan leaned across, gripped my hand briefly, and then returned his hand to the wheel. The roadway stretched out ahead of us. We still had 4.5 hours to go till we arrived home. We stopped at a rest station halfway home. Ethan needed petrol, and I wanted to use the restroom. My legs felt tight from sitting. I entered the rest stop building. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The bathroom was vacant. I walked inside a stall, then emerged to wash my hands. That was when I noticed my reflection in the mirror. My left cheek was covered with a crimson mark. Bright crimson, as if someone had painted it there. The margins began to turn purple, like a bruise. I touched it softly and winced. It stung harder than I expected. The door opened, and an older woman entered. She looked at me and her gaze went right to my cheek. Her demeanor shifted, indicating concern and worry. I glanced aside and wiped my hands. Ethan was waiting outside the restroom. He observed my expression and his jaw clenched. He took out his phone and held it up. I didn't understand at first, so he pointed to my cheek. He wanted to take pictures, documents, and evidence. I nodded. He shot 3 photographs from various perspectives. The flash caused me to blink. He placed his phone aside without explaining why he needed the images. We both knew, just in case. We got back in our car and drove the rest of the way home. Ethan drove into my driveway around midnight. The home was dark. I left in such a haste yesterday that I failed to turn on any lights. Ethan shut off the engine but didn't move to exit. He gazed at me in the faint light of the street lamp. He told me he was staying in the guest room. Didn't ask. Just told me. I was thankful. The energy from the party was wearing off and I felt lethargic and heavy, like if my body weighted twice as much as usual. We went inside, and I showed Ethan where the guest room was. The bed was already made up with fresh linens from his previous visit. He said goodnight and closed the door. I walked to my room and sat on the side of the bed. I was still wearing the same outfit I had worn to the party. My phone was still turned off in my handbag. I did not switch it back on. I didn't want to view the texts yet. My cheeks throbbed. I touched it again, and agony raced through my jaw. I stood up and peered at my bathroom mirror. The bruising appeared worse now. Darker purple is creeping over my cheekbones. I took off my dress and changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt. I washed my face gently around the bruising. I brushed my teeth. Went to bed. But I could not sleep. Just looked at the ceiling, reflecting on what I'd done. What happens next? What this meant for my family, my work, and everything. I awoke to sunshine shining through my bedroom window. My phone was still off. I switched it on and waited for it to start up. The screen lighted up and alerts began to flow in. Missed calls, text messages, and voicemail. The numbers continued increasing. 42 missed calls. Most of the numbers I didn't recognize. Others came from Jessica. Others from Mom. And others from James. I opened my texts. Jessica had sent me a lengthy message at 2 a.m. She called me every awful thing she could think of, calling me envious, bitter, and pitiful, claiming I wrecked her wonderful day because I couldn't bear watching her succeed, that I was a loser who blamed everyone else for my problems, and that I should be ashamed of myself. I erased it before completing. Mom left a voicemail. I played it via the speaker. Her tone was chilly and aggressive. Said I was no longer welcome at family gatherings. That I embarrassed them in the presence of significant people. Jessica worked hard for her MBA, and I couldn't even be supportive for a single day, that she was embarrassed to call me her daughter. The voicemail has finished. I sat there, holding my phone. My cheek still aches. The bruising probably seemed worse today. I got up and walked into the kitchen. Ethan was already preparing breakfast. Eggs with toast. Coffee is brewing in the pot. He glanced up as I walked in and asked how I slept. I told him, not great. He nodded as if he anticipated it. He poured me a cup of coffee. We sat at the kitchen table, eating. I showed him some of the communications, including Jessica's SMS and Mom's voicemail. He read them attentively. His face hardened when he finished. He stated, "We should document everything, save all the messages, keep photos of my bruise." The slap occurred in front of 180 witnesses. We had documentation if things grew worse or if they did something legally. I wasn't sure I wanted to go that road. Taking legal action against my own mother seemed awful, despite everything. But Alex suggested we should be ready just in case. Keep everything recorded and organized. I agreed. We spent the following hour screenshotting communications and organizing data, putting together a calendar of events, and writing down what happened at the party while it was still fresh in my mind. Ethan was thorough and professional. This explains why he was such an effective boss. My phone rang at 9 a.m., unknown number. I nearly didn't respond, but Ethan nodded at me. I heard a professional-sounding female voice. She introduced herself as Sophie, my publicist. I had forgotten that the label appointed me a publicist last month. We had just chatted once. She inquired whether I had noticed what was going on online. I said no. She informed me that a video of the encounter was circulating. Someone at the party recorded the entire affair. I'm at the microphone, telling everyone what Jessica did. Mom slapped me, and Alex pulled me away. The video was released last night and has already received thousands of views and thousands of shares. People were commenting and discussing it. Sophie said she was coming over to discuss damage management. They asked for my address. I handed it to her. She said she will be there in 2 hours. The call has ended. Ethan and I stared at each other. A video. Of course, someone recorded it. Everyone has their phones out at parties now, documenting everything. I felt nauseous. Not because I regretted what I had spoken, but because it was now permanent. There will be no returns. There is no use in pretending it never happened. Sophie arrived precisely 2 hours later. She was younger than I imagined, maybe 30. Dressed professionally with a blazer and excellent pants. She had a laptop bag over her shoulder. Ethan welcomed her in, and we sat in my living room. She opened her laptop, pulled up the video, and asked if I wanted to see it. I said yes. She turned the screen toward me and hit the play button. There I was, coming up to the microphone. Jessica handed it to me with a wide smile. Then my voice came through the speakers, informing everyone about the Juilliard audition, the sabotage, the operation, and the danger I was taking with my career. The camera shook slightly but got everything. Jessica's cheeks turned pale. Mom is walking toward me. A smack. The boom resonated across my peaceful living room. Alex is tugging me back. The audience reacts. Gasps and whispers. The video ended. Sophie shut the laptop. She looked at me and remarked, "This might actually help my career instead of hurting it." I gazed at her. She said that people have responded with enormous support. The comments criticized Jessica and Mom's actions, praised me for standing up to family pressure, and mentioned how brave and genuine I was. The video has reached 500,000 views. Major music blogs picked up the story and wrote stories. Sophie brought up her phone and showed me some headlines. She advised us to seize this opportunity and issue an open declaration regarding my family condition and voice rehabilitation. Instead of hiding or downplaying this, make it a part of my artist story. I sat with Sophie and Ethan at my kitchen table. Laptop is open between us. Sophie opened a blank document and asked me to tell her everything I wanted others to know. I began with the Juilliard audition, how Jessica lied to keep me grounded. Mom stole my vehicle keys and left me without transit money. Walking 7 kilometers in the cold. I'm missing out on my only opportunity to attend music school. Sophie typed as we chatted. Then I informed her about the operation, the polyps, and the doctor's orders not to sing for 10 weeks. How come I'm just 8 weeks into recovery? How singing now may forever destroy my voice. How Jessica phoned after 18 months of quiet, asking that I perform. How the entire family put pressure on me for days. Sophie continued typing. Ethan provided details that I had forgotten. The everyday telephone calls. James's proposal for lip sync. Mom said I was exaggerating. Sophie read the statement to us after I finished talking. It was wonderful. Straight and honest. No drama, just the facts. She asked if I wanted to add anything. I said no. She shared it on my social media networks, all of them. Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We sat there and watched the screen update. The first like arrived in seconds, followed by 10 more, and finally 50. Comments started pouring in. People expressed their support for me. Other musicians shared their personal familial stories. Fans stated that they understood why I couldn't perform. Within 20 minutes, we received 4,500 likes. 30 minutes, 12,000. An hour later, there are 48,000 likes and counting. The remarks kept pouring. There are many of them. Artists I liked had shared my post. Music bloggers picked it up. Sophie grinned, saying everything was going as planned. My phone began ringing. Unknown numerals. Sophie instructed me not to respond. She would manage all media queries. Ethan brewed coffee while we watched the figures rise. Then my email arrived. Sophie opened it on her laptop. Augustine Parks, a journalist, wanted to interview me. Sophie understood his efforts. He wrote for a prominent music magazine. Long profiles of artists, thorough dives into their professions and personal tales. No gossip, just true journalism. She picked up some of his previous pieces. They were terrific, insightful compositions that helped you understand the artist better. Sophie stated, "This could be huge for my album launch. Turn my personal story into part of my artist brand. Show people the journey from sabotaged audition to record deal." She asked whether I was okay with it. I said, yes. She responded to Augustine right there. Schedule a phone interview for 2 days later. Ethan refilled our coffee mugs. The phone rang again. This time, I recognized the number. Dad. I gazed at the screen. Sophie nodded at me. I responded. Dad's voice sounded different than I recalled. Quieter. He stated he noticed my post and read it all. He wanted me to know that he was sorry for everything, for not sticking up for me over the years. I didn't say anything, only listened. He informed me he was always aware that Jessica lied about me sneaking away before the Juilliard audition. He knew I wasn't at parties, that I was at home studying and practicing, but he didn't want to cause family discord by revealing this. He didn't want to upset Mom or make Jessica look terrible, so he remained mute. Allow me to accept the responsibility. Allow me to forfeit my scholarship opportunity. My throat felt tight, not from the procedure, but from rage. I informed Dad that his quiet encouraged Jessica's actions, which affected me as much as Mom's active partiality. That seeing him remain silent all those years made me feel invisible, as if I didn't matter enough to protect. Dad became silent on the other end. He then asked if we could meet for coffee. Just the two of us to properly discuss things. I was startled. Dad never requested to meet one-on-one and never attempted to have genuine interactions. I answered, maybe I'd think about it. He said he understood and asked me to call him when I was ready. The call has ended. Ethan gripped my shoulder. Sophie closed her laptop and promised to get back to me regarding the Augustine interview. She departed at midday. Alex stayed. We ordered dinner and watched television without actually watching it. My thoughts continued swirling. I interviewed Augustine over the phone 2 days later. It lasted 2 hours. He inquired about everything. Growing up with Jessica, the Juilliard audition, community college and 3 jobs, years of hard work, YouTube covers, the viral video, being signed, the surgery, and the graduation party confrontation. I told him things I'd never said publicly. Details of those early years, including how broke I was, how many times I almost quit, and how important music was to me. Augustine listened intently, offered appropriate follow-up questions, and made me feel heard. When we concluded, he indicated the story will be published in 2.5 weeks, exactly before my record came out. Perfect time. That day, my phone rang. Dr. Campbell's office is scheduling my 10-week checkup. The receptionist told me the date and time. I scribbled it down and hung up. Then I realized how tight my throat felt. Painful in a manner it had never been before. Not from chatting on the phone, but rather from continual strain. I had been unintentionally clenching my jaw and tightening my neck muscles. The stress of everything was manifesting physically. I softly stroked my throat. It stung. I called Ethan to tell him. He advised me to bring it up during the checkup to ensure that it would not interfere with my healing. The appointment arrived. Dr. Campbell performed his normal check, looked at my vocal cords with the scope, and stated the healing was going well, with no issues. But then he massaged my neck and shoulders, asked me to swallow, and watched my throat move. He stated that I was carrying a lot of strain and physical stress, which may hinder my recovery or develop other issues. He jotted down the name and phone number of Finn, a vocal therapist who specialized in assisting singers with post-operative recovery and performance anxiety. Finn, according to Dr. Campbell, might teach me stress reduction strategies. I took the paper, called Finn's office from the parking lot, and scheduled an appointment for the following day. Finn was younger than I imagined, possibly in his early 30s, and with a calm voice and an easy grin. His workspace was tiny and pleasant, with comfy seats and gentle lighting. He asked me to sit and explain what was going on. I described the operation, the family conflict, the viral video, the frequent phone calls and texts, and how my throat felt tight and uncomfortable even as the voice cords healed. Finn nodded as if he had heard it before. He said, "Emotional stress manifests as physical tension in the throat and neck, especially for singers. Our voices are tied to our emotions. When we're stressed or upset, we unconsciously tighten those muscles. It's protective, but it can interfere with healing." He had me stand up, put one hand on my stomach and one on my chest, and teach me breathing exercises, deep breaths from the diaphragm, and slow exhales. We did it for 10 minutes. Then he showed me some modest voice warm-ups. Nothing to strain my mending chords, just humming at low level, softly moving between notes, relieving tension piece by bit. For the first time in days, my throat began to feel less tight and sore. The pressure lessened. Finn booked me for twice-weekly appointments. We agreed to address both the physical strain and the mental stress that was causing it. I left feeling lighter. I got home and discovered a fresh voicemail. James is Jessica's spouse. His voice was harsh and loud. He said that I wrecked Jessica's celebration, made her seem awful in front of her co-workers, that she was saddened and embarrassed, and that I was a self-centered attention-seeking who couldn't give her a great day. The voicemail went on for 2 minutes, with each syllable dripping with rage. I played it for Ethan when he arrived that evening. His jaw tightened, and his protective instincts kicked in strong. He wanted to call James back, confront him, and defend myself. I put my hand on his arm and ordered him to let go. Engaging would just make matters worse. Give them more ammo, more reasons to play the victim. Ethan disliked it, but he consented. I deleted James's phone number so I wouldn't feel tempted to respond. The next day my phone became inundated with alerts. The video had 1.8 million views overnight. My social media feed was filled with messages from strangers. Reporters, journalists, and television producers all eager to discuss what transpired at the party. Ethan arrived early in the morning with coffee and his laptop. He showed me the statistics. The video appeared everywhere. It was covered by entertainment blogs, music websites, and even mainstream news outlets. People were sharing it with remarks about poisonous families and sticking up for oneself. The response was astounding. Sophie called at 8 a.m. sharp. Her voice was enthusiastic but controlled. She had a list. The morning programs wanted me. Podcasters were looking for interviews. Entertainment programs were reaching out. She stated, "We needed to be smart about this. Pick the right platform. Tell my story the right way." We spent 2 hours on the phone discussing choices. Some areas simply desired drama. They would alter my statements and make them fantastic. Others appeared more interested in the genuine narrative, my trip and how I arrived here. Sophie referred to a journalist called Augustine Parks. He wrote for a prominent music magazine, doing lengthy profiles on musicians, true in-depth pieces about their lives and careers, not gossip or sensationalism, but actual tales. She stated he had called out especially to do a profile on me. I sought him up and read many of his pieces. They were good. He allowed individuals to express their tales without seeming phony or theatrical. He asked serious questions and received real responses. I instructed Sophie to set it up. Augustin contacted me in the afternoon. His voice was calm and professional. He outlined everything he planned to achieve in detail, including my history, the Juilliard tale, and how I built my profession from the bottom up. The surgery, the family situation, and everything. He stated he wanted 2 hours on the phone, maybe longer if necessary, with just me talking and him listening and asking questions. I agreed. We booked it for the next day. Augustine phoned, and I was scared, but he made it simple. We started with easy inquiries. Where I grew up and when I first started singing. He did not rush. Let's chat. Really listened. I told him about being 17, Jessica lying to keep me grounded, trekking 7 miles to the audition and arriving late, Mom blaming me, and Jessica proposing I pursue another career. He inquired how that felt. I told him the truth. It ruined me. The scholarship was everything. My only route out. My one opportunity at the life I want. When it vanished, I felt as if my future went with it. But then, I became enraged and resolved to prove them all incorrect. He inquired about community college, the 3 jobs, the singing lessons I had bought for myself, and the YouTube covers. I told him about posting movies every week for years, how most only had 100 views, and how I continued going since there was nothing else I could do. Then one video touched me differently. 3.5 million views in 1 month. Everything changed once that scout reached out. Augustine was curious about the years between grinding, singing at weddings for $150, recording in shady studios, and teaching children at the YMCA. I detailed everything. The tiredness, the uncertainty, the moments when I almost gave up, but also the minor victories. The first time someone recognized me from YouTube, and the first paid work that felt authentic. The first time I sung my own song rather than a cover. We discussed the record agreement, the album, and the operation. He asked specific questions regarding the polyps, the recuperation process, and what it meant to be unable to sing for 10 weeks. I described how terrifying that was, and how my voice represents my job, my life, and all I've worked for. If the operation failed or I injured my cords during the recuperation process, it may all be over. Then he inquired about Jessica's call, and her demand that I perform. I talked him through every discussion, guilt trip, manipulation, Mom telling me I was exaggerating, James urging me to take throat lozenges, and the blatant disregard for my health and work. Augustine questioned why I went to the party. I told him I was done staying silent, letting them treat me as if I didn't matter, and pretending their conduct was okay. He asked whether I regretted it. I said, no, not even a little bit. The interview lasted about 2.5 hours. When we ended, I felt fatigued but relieved, as if I had finally given the entire tale to someone who cared about getting it right. A few days later, Dad texted me and asked if I wanted to meet him for coffee, just the 2 of us. I gazed at the writing for a long time. I wasn't sure I wanted to see him. I wasn't sure what he could say that would matter. But I agreed. We chose a coffee shop that was midway between our cities and on neutral ground. When I got in, Dad was already seated at a corner table. He appeared older than I recalled, more exhausted, with gray hair and creases around his eyes. He stood up when he spotted me and offered me an uncomfortable half embrace. We sat down, got coffee, and didn't talk for a minute before Dad began, saying he was sorry, that he should have spoken up for me years ago, that he took the easy way out by agreeing with Mom, allowing her to favor Jessica, and being silent when he knew things weren't fair. I just listened and didn't interrupt. He admitted that viewing the video made him feel terrible. Witnessing me finally speak out, witnessing Mom smack me, and understanding how horribly they had failed me. He confessed he was always aware Jessica lied about my sneaking out before Juilliard. He knew I wasn't partying, that I was at home studying and practicing. But he didn't say anything since it would have sparked a conflict with Mom. Would have made Jessica upset. So he allowed me to take the fall. Let me lose that audition. Let my entire future alter because speaking up was too difficult. He then stated something that startled me. He had been helping me pay for my vocal lessons. Years ago, while I was attending community college and doing 3 jobs, I used to receive checks in the mail from someone I assumed was a distant aunt. It turns out it was Dad. He had been sending me money for tuition without informing my mother, secretly encouraging my music while remaining mute in public. I wasn't sure what to say. I didn't know how to feel. Part of me felt thankful. He had assisted me when I was in terrible need. However, another part was enraged. Why hide it? Why not speak up? For me openly. Why help in private when Mom and Jessica treat me like garbage in public? We spoke for 2.5 hours. Dad stated that Mom always preferred Jessica because she did things the conventional way. College, dental school, marriage, children, the life Mom envisioned for both of us. Mom perceived my decision to pursue music as a rejection, as evidence of my difficulty and impracticality. Dad stated that wasn't fair or right. But this is how Mom viewed it. He went along with it since resisting Mom was hard. I inquired why he was telling me this now. He stated he couldn't keep quiet any longer. Couldn't watch me suffer while pretending everything was okay. He inquired whether there was any possibility to repair our connection. I told him the truth. I appreciated the apologies and knowing about the voice lesson money. But that one chat didn't reverse years of his allowing Mom and Jessica to harm me. That if he truly wanted to make things right, he ought to stand up to them rather than simply apologize to me in private. He pledged to try. He said he would talk to Mom and tell her how wrong she had been. I wasn't certain I believed him. I wasn't sure if he would truly follow through. But I thanked him for meeting me and being honest. We drank our coffee and embraced farewell. I drove home feeling uncomfortable. Not necessarily better, but perhaps little less alone. 2 weeks later, the Augustine story appeared. The headline ran, "From Sabotage to Stardom. How one artist used familial treachery to drive his career." I reread it 3 times. Augustine had caught everything. My voice, narrative, struggle, and resolve. He didn't make it theatrical or phony, he just expressed the truth. I demonstrated how I had made a career despite the odds. The article went viral quickly, shared thousands of times. My social media erupted. People commented on how motivating it was, how it linked to their own difficult family circumstances, and how they appreciated me for not giving up. Within 48 hours, my album pre-orders increased by 280%. My label is named Ecstatic. They wanted to push the release date up 2 weeks to capitalize on all of the interest, which meant I had to be ready for promotion sooner than intended, with extra interviews, material, and everything. Sophie was already working on it. She scheduled me for a huge morning program 2.5 weeks out, immediately after my 10-week vocal clearance session with Dr. Campbell. If he gave me permission to sing again, I could perform my single live on national television. The time was excellent. Scary, but wonderful. Then Jessica unleashed a lengthy rage on social media. Someone called me a liar. Said I made up the Juilliard tale for attention, that our family had always supported my music career, that I was distorting facts to make myself appear like a victim, and that she had never ruined anything. The post was frantic, furious, and full of falsehoods that anybody who knew us could see through, yet she still posted it, most likely in an attempt to control the narrative and make herself appear better. It backfired instantly. Within 3 hours, others began submitting older screenshots. One showed Jessica commenting on my YouTube account 4 years ago, claiming that my covers were amateurish and humiliating. Another came from her Facebook where she advised someone that I was wasting my time with music and should get a real job. A guy who went to high school with us said that he remembers Jessica bragging about having me grounded before my Juilliard audition. She said she joked about it at a party the same week. More folks piled on. A female in Jessica's dentistry school program told her that Jessica stole her study papers and passed them off as her own. Someone from Jessica's MBA program blogged about her putting a classmate under the bus during a group assignment to make herself seem good. The receipts kept flowing. Screenshots, photographs, and comprehensive narratives with dates and witnesses. Every hour provided further proof that Jessica was precisely who I claimed she was. Her desperation post attempting to label me a liar simply prompted people to research deeper into her background. The comments on her original post were savage. People were calling her out for lying, pointing out the discrepancies, and questioning why she never mentioned supporting my music career if she was such a wonderful sister. Her attempt to control the story failed entirely. By nightfall, someone had gathered all of the evidence into a Twitter thread that became viral on its own. The thread included screenshots of Jessica's disparaging remarks about my music, testimonies from others who knew about the Juilliard sabotage, and accounts from her students about her entitled conduct. It was shared thousands of times. Around 8 p.m., my phone buzzed with a voicemail notice. Mom's voice came across the speaker, both furious and trembling. She insisted that I make a public statement protecting Jessica immediately. They said I was ripping the family apart and damaging Jessica's reputation. That I needed to inform everyone that I made everything up, exaggerated, or misinterpreted what happened. She stated the media circus had to end, and it was my obligation to repair it. I erased the voicemail without answering. Ethan sat across from me at my kitchen table, his laptop open. We spent the next 2 hours planning my album's advertising program. He organized shorter interview sessions, allowed for extra rest time between obligations, and ensured that nothing would damage my voice before I was totally cured. We designed stuff that I could make without singing. Behind-the-scenes footage, Q&A sessions, and photo shoots for the album artwork. Ethan recognized my limitations and worked around them rather than forcing me to accomplish more than I could bear. 3 days later, I met Finn at his studio for our first session. He asked me to practice light humming exercises, which felt unusual after weeks of solitude. We focused on breathing methods to relieve stress in my neck and shoulders. He attentively observed my posture and made little adjustments to assist my voice recuperate correctly. Finn mentioned that my discipline impressed him. Most vocalists pushed themselves too hard and too quickly, which hampered their recuperation. He assured me that my voice will recover stronger than before since I was learning right technique during the mending process. We started meeting 3 times each week. Each session developed upon the previous one. Gentle workouts with progressively increasing difficulty. Finn carefully watched everything and made adjustments based on how my throat felt each day. My 11-week appointment with Dr. Campbell occurred on a Tuesday morning. He inspected my voice cords with the scope and nodded while seeing the photos on his screen. They said the recovery looked great. There is no irritation or consequence. If everything remained this excellent at the 12-week point, he would allow me to resume singing with certain restrictions. Short performances only for the first month following approval. Nothing too demanding for my voice. I spent my days doing promotional activities that did not include singing. A photographer arrived to my house to shoot an album cover. We spent 6 hours trying out different clothes and lighting configurations. I created video material for social media. I discussed my creative process and the tales behind each song. Conducted written interviews for music websites and publications. The forced vocal rest helped me develop other aspects of my artistry. I learned how to talk about my music in new ways. My phone rang as I was editing images for Instagram. Dad's number appeared on the screen. I responded, and he sounded exhausted. He informed me that he confronted Mom about everything, including the Juilliard event and how she treated me throughout the years compared to Jessica. They said it didn't go well, and they could hardly speak now. But he eventually said what needed to be said, despite the fact that it sparked a massive argument. I thanked him for advocating for me. I then told him the truth. That one chat didn't reverse years of him allowing Mom and Jessica to harm me while remaining silent. That admiration was not synonymous with forgiveness. He replied he understood. I asked if we could have regular coffee sessions to gradually restore our friendship, focusing on solving things rather than just apologizing. I promised to try. The 10-week checkup arrived on Thursday morning. Dr. Campbell performed a comprehensive examination that lasted nearly an hour. He examined my voice cords from several angles, had me perform light vocal exercises while he monitored and reviewed all of Finn's progress reports. Then he grinned and told me my voice cords had recovered perfectly with no issues. He formally approved me to resume singing with modest increases in intensity over the next month. I could give brief performances but needed to avoid anything too taxing for the next 4 weeks. I began weeping right there in the doctor's office, not sad sobbing, but relief crying, the sort you can't stop because you've been holding your breath for 3 months hoping to hear those words. Ethan rose from his chair and hugged me as Dr. Campbell grinned and printed my clearance paperwork. My voice was coming back. I could sing again. Dr. Campbell advised me to take things slowly and provided me a list of limits for the following month. There will be no performances lasting more than 30 minutes, no yelling or shouting, lots of drink, and relaxation between sessions. I nodded and cleaned my face with the tissue he gave me. Ethan drove me directly to Finn's studio since I had already texted him the good news, and he wanted to start working with me right away. Finn had set aside his afternoon schedule specifically for this. He greeted us at the door with a huge grin and brought me into the practice area, where he had set up recording equipment in case my voice was good enough to record. Ethan sat on the couch against the wall while Finn and I stood by the piano. Finn began with the most moderate warm-up exercises, humming initially and then basic scales. My throat felt constricted from nerves, yet the sound came out clearly. Different than previously, but in a positive manner. Finn's eyes widened, and he motioned for me to continue. We progressed through increasingly difficult exercises, and my voice felt stronger with each one. The polyps that had been causing tension for years were removed during surgery. The right method I learned upon rehabilitation improved my control. My tone was crisper and fuller than it had been before the surgery. Finn filmed everything and played it back to me. I could scarcely recognize my own voice. It sounded professional and polished, like the voice of someone who had already made it. Ethan was smiling from the couch, and Finn kept repeating he couldn't believe how fantastic I sounded after only receiving clearance. We spent 2 hours in the studio, and by the end, I was singing actual songs, although short ones with careful breath control, but real songs with words and passion. Finn captured film of me performing, and the footage looked incredible. Genuine, raw, and authentic. Sophie called as we were watching the recording, so I placed her on speaker. She intended to upload the video right away with a comment about perseverance and healing. I agreed and emailed her the file. She had it up within 20 minutes. The response was swift and tremendous. Hundreds of comments poured in inside the first hour. Thousands of likes and shares. People said they were sobbing while seeing me sing again. Other artists responded with encouragement and congratulations. Fans are sharing their own experiences of overcoming adversities. By that evening, the video had received 100,000 views. Finn has booked 3 further sessions with me over the next week to help me increase strength safely. The morning show performance was in 5 days, and we wanted to make sure I was prepared. Every day I rehearsed my single, with Finn keeping a tight eye to ensure I wasn't pushing myself too hard. He made little adjustments to my technique that made a significant impact, showed me how to properly support my breath, and reduce stress in my jaw. My voice felt powerful, and I was more delighted than afraid to sing on national television. This was the moment I'd been striving toward for the past 12 weeks. Dad phoned 4 days before the show. He sounded uneasy, and I knew right once something was wrong. He informed me Jessica had requested him to deliver a message. She wanted to apologize and speak. I remained quiet and let him continue. He claimed he told Jessica she needed to undertake real self-reflection about her actions and that she couldn't simply apologize since the public response was damaging her reputation and job. He claimed he wasn't sure whether her willingness to communicate was real or intentional. I thanked Dad for being honest with me. Then I told him I wasn't ready to talk to Jessica and may never be. Some relationships cannot be mended, no matter how much someone apologizes. That I was concentrating on creating the life and profession I want rather than repairing a family dynamic that had been strained long before the graduation celebration. Dad said that he understood and was proud of me for setting boundaries. We spent another hour discussing my impending performance and CD release. He wanted to watch the morning program, and I said yes. I woke up around 5 a.m. on the day of the concert. I conducted my vocal warm-ups in the shower. Ethan picked me up at 6 a.m. We drove to the studio. Sophie greeted us with my clothing and makeup artist. The green room was modest but pleasant, and I spent an hour getting dressed and preparing my talking points for the interview. When we met backstage, the host was nice and told me how much she enjoyed my story. They said it would inspire a large number of individuals. I walked into the scene at 8:30 a.m. The studio audience applauded. The interview lasted 6 minutes, and I discussed the surgery recuperation and rediscovering my voice, both physically and metaphorically. Then I played my single live with a little band backing me up. My voice was loud and clear and I struck each note precisely. The audience gave me a standing ovation. The performance footage was made available online shortly after the program concluded. It became viral within hours. 5 million views in 24 hours. Comments are streaming in from all across the world. Music blogs and entertainment websites are publishing pieces on my reappearance. My phone didn't stop vibrating all day. 2 days later, my record was out. I spent the release day conducting radio interviews and social media advertising. Ethan zealously tracked sales figures and texted me regular updates. By the conclusion of the first week, the album had debuted at number 3 in the rankings. My label has not seen such strong first-week sales from a new artist in years. The combination of my tale, the quality of the music, and the attention had resulted in the perfect launch. My label hosted a modest celebration in their office, and everyone started thanking me. Ethan and I went to my favorite restaurant that night to celebrate. Only the two of us at a quiet corner booth. He ordered champagne and told me he was happy of how I handled the conflict and recovery. Sitting there, I recognized that standing up to my family had been both scary and vital. It unlocked doors I didn't realize were possible. They gave me permission to cease tolerating their abuse and begin developing something better. 6 months have passed. I was on a nationwide tour, performing in locations I had previously only imagined. Shows in big cities were completely sold out. Fans are singing along to every word. My voice was stronger than ever, and I'd developed a career on my own terms, free of family backing or approval. Dad and I would meet for coffee every couple weeks and our relationship was gradually improving. He'd started standing up to Mom and establishing his own boundaries. But I'd accepted that Mom and Jessica might never be a part of my life again, and I was quite fine with it. Alex and Finn and Sophie, as well as the people who backed my music, had become like family to me. People who embraced my accomplishment rather than resented it. Who turned up when I needed them. Who believed in me even when I doubted myself. That was sufficient. My sister offered me $60,000 to donate my eye. When I refused, she called me manipulative. I took revenge by revealing her career lies to her manager. In February, my sister Samantha demanded I donate my cornea to her daughter Ella, who required a transplant after an illness. I was sorry to learn about Ella's health and inquired why Samantha wasn't giving, considering she was the mother and greatest match. Samantha chuckled and explained she was a professional model who needed both eyes while I programmed from home. Lost vision in one eye wouldn't affect my income. Me being the donor made sense since she stated my appearance didn't matter for my profession, but her face was her livelihood. I told her it was absurd and she couldn't ask me to give up my cornea because her eyes were more precious. She claimed I was selfish since Ella was young and had her whole life ahead, while I was 40 and unmarried and didn't need flawless vision to attract anybody. She claimed one eye would be enough for my lifestyle as I looked at computer displays all day. Samantha called me daily to argue why I should give instead of her after I declined. She stated photo shoots required depth awareness, while coders could use one eye. She said she had contracts requiring her to look well, but I did not. She stated her spouse would leave her if she had face operations, but I had no audience. She stated losing one eye wouldn't matter because people knew I used glasses and my eyes weren't flawless. Samantha persuaded our mother to pressure me by March. Mom called to tell Samantha's modeling business supported her family, while I simply had myself to worry about. Ella would be heartbroken to witness her mother's profession end when there was an easy remedy. She told me to consider what was best for the family rather than being adamant about something unimportant. Mom stated she was too old to donate her cornea then and might not be a suitable match. Next, our father joined the effort, stating I needed to stand up as an aunt as Samantha had sacrificed so much as a mother. Samantha's nanny housekeeper and limited time with Ella between modeling assignments made me wonder what sacrifices she made. He said I was being tough to upset Samantha, who had always envied me. He indicated guys weren't good fits for little girls when I inquired if he'd donate his cornea. Samantha's husband James texted me headlines about one-eyed persons living regular lives. He stated hundreds survived and I was overreacting. He offered me $60,000 for my cornea as a company. When I replied no amount of money would make me give up my body parts for someone who wouldn't, he called me greedy and claimed I was pricing Ella's vision. I told him Samantha was pricing it by not donating. The persecution escalated when Samantha informed Ella Aunt Rachel wouldn't help her sight again. Ella sent me tearful voicemails wondering why I didn't assist her. Samantha advised her to claim mother needed her eyes for work, but Aunt Rachel worked on computers all day. An 8-year-old was guilt-tripping me because her mother was too vain to give her cornea. My patience ran out, so I showed everyone how selfish Samantha was. I phoned Samantha's modeling agency to talk to her manager. I explained and asked if Samantha would lose contracts for donating a cornea to her kid. The manager said, "Of course not. That would be discrimination, and no client would punish a mother for helping her sick child." In fact, she said it would probably generate positive publicity and show Samantha as a devoted mother. She was appalled that Samantha was using her career to pressure others. The manager phoned Samantha immediately to say the agency approved her giving to Ella and would accommodate any recuperation time. She was also unhappy that Samantha lied about job concerns to avoid aiding her daughter. Samantha yelled at me for ruining everything. I hung up on Samantha and remained shocked for many minutes. My hands shook as I placed the phone on my desk. My suspicions were validated by the modeling agency manager. Samantha lied about professional concerns to avoid cornea donation. Instead of being embarrassed of herself, she was upset at me for exposing her selfishness. I looked at my PC without noticing my pre-call code. I had trouble breathing and my chest was constricted. She believed my phoning her agency wrecked everything. Not that she wrecked everything by not helping her daughter. Not that she spent weeks manipulating and pressing me, but that I was the problem for discovering the truth. My phone buzzed non-stop 20 minutes later. Samantha's texts flooded my screen. She called me spiteful and accused me of undermining her agency connection. She stated I ruined her career behind her back instead of donating discreetly like a sister. As each message arrived, my rage grew. Her priorities were clear in every communication. Only Ella's job, attractiveness and reputation, not her vision or motherhood. I screenshotted every communication. Her wrath revealed her true self to everyone. She sent 12 furious SMS in the first hour. "I've always envied her success," she remarked. She stated I couldn't tolerate that she was gorgeous and renowned and I was a nothing coder. She stated I wanted to injure her because I was annoyed by my monotonous existence. That night at 7 o'clock my phone rang. The screen displayed James's name. Something compelled me to answer. The tone of his voice was very different from his commercial proposals. He sounded worn out. Before the manager phoned Samantha, he didn't know she lied about the agency's stance. It was his belief that career repercussions existed. He inquired whether I was satisfied after embarrassing his wife. I assured him Ella may receive the cornea from her mother. His silence was lengthy. He then reported Samantha had closed herself in their bedroom and refused to communicate. Not my problem to repair. He groaned and hung up without saying goodbye. I phoned Olivia after speaking with James. Second ring, she took up. I recounted the past month to her. Samantha calls regularly with fresh donation motives. Father and mother joining pressure campaign. James offers $60,000 for cornea. Ella's Samantha coached weeping voicemails, calling the modeling agency and discovering Samantha lied the whole time. Olivia was quiet as I spoke. She was shocked when I finished that they tried to tell me my eyes were less useful since I'm a coder. She said I need flawless eyesight for coding as much as Samantha does for modeling. Maybe more considering I deal with tiny writing on screens all day. She called the family pressure campaign insane and wrong. Olivia asked Samantha why she was so hesitant to donate if the organization guaranteed no professional penalties. I realized I didn't know Samantha's underlying issue beyond vanity and face surgery concern. Olivia said Samantha may have underlying worries about medical procedures and was hiding behind career justifications, or that she used modeling as a barrier. After hanging up, I contemplated that. Samantha seemed less like a monster, but that didn't justify manipulating me into surgery. My mom contacted 4 days after the agency confrontation. Her voice was hesitant and distinct from her earlier pressure. She confirmed the incident with Samantha's manager. She regretted pushing me so hard when Samantha lied to us. She apologized for not believing me about Samantha being selfish. Her apologies sounded more like she regretted backing the wrong horse. Not sorry she pressured me to donate a bodily part. Not sad she valued Samantha's profession and attractiveness above mine. Sorry Samantha lied and embarrassed her. I informed my mom her apologies didn't fix the issue. She believed she could pressure me to donate despite Samantha's falsehoods. She thought Samantha's profession and attractiveness mattered more. She considered my physiological autonomy optional for familial convenience. Mom on the other line fell silent. She said to consider what I said. She hung up without saying goodbye. Sitting with my phone, I felt empty. Part of me wanted her to comprehend. I suspected she would never. Dad phoned the next day. His tone was defensive from the outset. He felt I was too hard on my mom, who was helping Ella. Samantha's job explanation deceived the family, he said. I punished them for trusting her. I explained that they trusted her because it matched their vision. My needs are less important than Samantha's. Her career matters more than mine. That her looks trumps mine. Dad became mad and said I was distorting things. He stated they wanted Ella's finest. How come I had to decide what was best for Ella instead of her mother? That stumped him. Samantha didn't call me for a week after the agency incident. James occasionally texted updates. Samantha met with the transplant coordinator to evaluate donors. Her medical exams were underway. She discussed the operation with the surgical team. He never faulted Samantha. I never received an apology for his pressure. He apologized for the issue getting out of hand in his messages. Like this was an accident rather than a plan to force me into surgery. Thomas Clark of the transplant facility called me Thursday morning. He asked whether I would be considered as a backup donor if Samantha wasn't right for Ella. They astonished me by contacting me. I asked Samantha if wanted it. Thomas said identifying backup donors was normal. Before the pressure campaign, Samantha submitted documents with my name weeks before asking me. She thought I'd agree if she pressed hard enough. She listed my name like my body belonged to the family. I asked Thomas to give me time to consider the backup donor. I could take as long as I needed to feel comfortable with my choice, he added. I liked his calm, professional voice throughout the interview after weeks of family members yelling at me. Long after we hung up, I stared at my phone. The realization hit me hard. Samantha put my name on the forms weeks ago when she launched her pressure campaign. She never requested a backup donor evaluation. She thought I'd cave if she pressed hard enough. She regarded my body like family property she could claim anytime she needed. Despite being enraged for weeks, the assumption made me furious again. She filled up formal medical documents with my details before talking to me since she was so confident in her abilities to deceive me. Olivia brought neighborhood bakery coffee and cakes Saturday afternoon. I told her everything about Thomas's call and the backup donor on my couch. I told her my conflicting feelings and she listened quietly. I wanted to assist Ella, a youngster stuck in adult troubles, but I worried that being backup would show my family's influence succeeded. Olivia suggested something I hadn't considered. Only if Samantha couldn't contribute medically would I donate. It wasn't like being first or having my family force me to get surgery. I wouldn't have to give if Samantha donated properly. Though that made logic, I felt odd about the circumstance. Olivia stated that was usual considering my family's treatment for 3 months. She advised me to see a professional therapist about processing everything since family manipulation campaigns weren't typical life experiences that friends could help with. I looked for family dynamics and boundary therapists online on Sunday. Most of the websites were generic and useless, however, Miriam Shepard's description addressed helping with individuals struggling with familial pressure and guilt. Her office was 20 minutes from my flat. I briefly told her I needed aid with a delicate family matter with medical pressure Monday morning. She was available the following Thursday, so I scheduled it. I'd never been to therapy. My family always thought therapy was for others. However, this terrible issue made me rethink every familial bond, and I wanted someone impartial to assist me deal through it. I drove to Miriam's office Thursday afternoon, worried about therapy. Her waiting room included nice music and comfy chairs. When she summoned me back to her office, she appeared normal, not frightening. She asked me what brought me in, so I explained cornea donation demand. When I started talking, everything came out. Samantha's first call, the daily pressure campaign, my mother's calls about family commitments, my father's jealously charges, James's $60,000 offer, Ella's coached guilt messages, the modeling agency showdown, and now the backup donor dilemma. Miriam probed my childhood and Samantha connection. I noticed trends I hadn't seen before answering. Samantha was always attractive and started modeling at 12. Our parents protected her modeling career like a treasure. I was brilliant, received high marks, and studied computer science in college. Everyone expected me to be independent and prioritize Samantha's needs. I was supposed to comprehend why Samantha robbed my education cash for modeling portfolios. I wasn't allowed to protest when Samantha wanted our parents' attention for auditions and photo shoots. I accepted the pattern as regular family relations for decades. Miriam utilized parentification in reverse, a new phrase. Parentification usually requires older kids to care for younger siblings. However, my family asked me to suffer for my younger sister since her needs were prioritized above mine. I was responsible and didn't need anything, but Samantha was exceptional and required everything. Miriam noted my refusal of the contribution requirement was healthy self-preservation, not greed like my family alleged. She emphasized that I'd always accepted Samantha's needs over mine. Finally saying no helped me appreciate myself. I startled myself by sobbing in her office. Despite the pressure and manipulation, I didn't cry. Sitting there hearing someone support my sentiments and limits cracked something loose. I realized I'd spent 40 years thinking being a good sister and daughter meant shrinking to make Samantha bigger. Miriam gave me Kleenex and said we had a lot to go through, but she was delighted I came in. We made another appointment next week. James began contacting me regarding Samantha's transplant center exam 2 weeks after the modeling agency fight. He stated the day-long assessment included various scans and procedures. Samantha was nervous about all the medical things and kept asking how long it would take. The tone of his communication suggested I should reply with pity or encouragement. Each text was read and I put my phone down without responding. I wasn't ready to comfort someone who'd spent a month manipulating me into surgery. Samantha chose to give and now faced the medical process. My sympathies was exhausted after what she'd done. James sent another text that evening claiming Samantha was fatigued from testing. I remained silent. He could reassure his wife about her choices. Thomas Clark contacted me Tuesday morning with Samantha's assessment findings. Unlike our previous talk, his voice was more guarded. Samantha's examination showed early-stage keratoconus in her other eye. I asked what that meant because I didn't know anything about eye issues. He explained keratoconus as corneal thinness and bulging. Samantha's early-stage mild illness making her a less appropriate donor than predicted. She could donate to Ella, but surgery and post-op problems were increased. The transplant team wanted to evaluate me as a backup after this discovery. They needed a robust backup donor in case Samantha's operation or recuperation went poorly. Hearing the news caused a complex combination of emotions. I felt justified that Samantha wasn't the wonderful donor she thought she was when she said her eyes were better than mine. But worry returned that I might get involved. I had worked hard to keep my boundaries, but now I might need to contribute for medical reasons. I informed Thomas I needed 48 hours to decide on backup assessment. That was good, and I could call him when I was ready. After we hung up, I contacted Miriam's office to request an emergency phone session. Her receptionist suggested Miriam call that afternoon. I conveyed the change to Miriam at 3 using Samantha's evaluation scores. She asked me how I felt about being a backup donor now that there was a medical purpose rather than family pressure. Yes, I was puzzled and guilty. Miriam helped me separate Ella's medical requirements from my family's manipulation throughout the last months. She said I could assist Ella without believing my family's tale that I had to be the first donor. I would choose backup evaluation for my own reasons, not under compulsion. That distinction seemed crucial. I didn't give in to familial pressure. I was deciding whether to help my niece. I recapped everything with Olivia that night. She inquired about my intentions. Leave family conflict and strain behind. After thinking about it, I wanted to help Ella if Samantha couldn't give properly. Ella was innocent and deserved her eyesight restored. But I had to do it on my own, not because my family pressured me. Olivia thought it was a good idea and asked for my terms. I deliberated. I stressed that I was doing this for Ella, not because I agreed with my family that my body parts were negotiable. I wanted everyone to realize that giving was my decision, not something I should have done sooner. Olivia thought those were appropriate limits. She noted that I'd previously shown I could resist family pressure by refusing for 2 months. Accepting backup assessment didn't remove or invalidate that boundary setting. I phoned Thomas Wednesday morning to say I'd proceed with backup donor evaluation, but I stressed that I was doing it for Ella, not my family. I also mentioned that if I had to contribute, it would be my decision, and I wouldn't let people say I was finally coming around or doing what I should have done. Thomas Clark stated he understood and will register my complaints. He set my evaluation sessions for the next week and provided me testing instructions. After hanging up, I felt weirdly peaceful about the decision. I chose based on my ideals and reasons, not familial pressure. That felt distinct from anything else. Evening call from Mom. She seemed relieved when I replied. She thanked me for being reasonable after James informed her I'd back up donor assessment. I interrupted her story. I clearly said that I wasn't being rational or agreeing with them. Choosing to aid my niece was different than giving in to familial pressure. I assured her that I would donate because I wanted to help Ella, not because the family manipulation campaign worked. My mother grew silent on the other end. She responded quietly that she recognized my difference. She seemed saddened, but maybe she understood this time. She was delighted I was willing to be examined as backup and hoped Samantha's donation went well so I wouldn't have to. I felt exhausted but stronger when we hung up without family chit-chat. Despite helping, I kept my limits, felt progress. I checked in at the main desk the next week at the medical center. My receptionist gave me a clipboard with medical history and health status paperwork. I answered dozens of questions on surgeries, meds, family health, and smoking drinking. After submitting the papers, a nurse phoned me and brought me through a maze of halls to the ophthalmology department. After checking my blood pressure and temperature, she led me to the first testing room. The eye exams were different from my normal vision checks. The technician put my head in a tunnel-like contraption. Lighting flashed and equipment made frightening noises. She said they mapped my corneas to look for anomalies. Next was a contraption that captured back-of-eye photos using drops that blurred everything for 20 minutes. The technician specifically inquired about my computer use and headaches and eye strain. Even though no one was scrutinizing me, I felt unusually protective about my screen time as I detailed my dual-monitor work setup and regular breaks. Blood testing in the lab down the hall followed, where the phlebotomist filled a dozen vials for compatibility screens and health indicators. The ophthalmologist saw me after testing. In her computer review, she indicated my corneal thickness was great. For someone who spent so much time on screens, my eye health was excellent, and I would be a good donor. She stressed the if, saying Samantha was still the main donor and I was backup. After weeks of my family saying Samantha's eyesight was more essential, seeing her say my eyes were great made me feel weirdly validated. I was warned of infection, eyesight abnormalities, and healing issues if I donated. She said cornea donation was safe, but I needed to know what I was signing up for. I signed permission documents recognizing hazards and left the hospital fatigued after hours of testing. I got more blood tests and a surgical team consultation the following week. I signed in at the front desk and read an eye health magazine in the waiting area. Samantha was heading through the entryway with James behind her when I looked up. Her face tightened as she looked down at her phone as we met across the room. James offered an uneasy nod, like he wanted to recognize me but wasn't sure whether he could. Neither came over to greet me or inquire about my evaluation. Samantha took a seat across the waiting area from me with her back to me. James glanced over to approach, but Samantha grabbed his arm and muttered something to keep him still. A sense of anxiety permeated the room. Other patients may be curious about our drama. I rose up and crossed the corridor when the nurse called my name. James offered another awkward nod as Samantha stared at her phone. Without speaking to them, I followed the nurse to my appointment, leaving them in that horrible stillness. Tom phoned me at work the next week. He read my test findings with a professional yet kind voice. He said my corneal thickness was perfect. My blood testing was flawless for transplant compatibility and my eyes were okay. He thought I was a better fit for Ella than Samantha because of my eye health and lack of corneal indicators. He swiftly emphasized that Samantha was still a good donor and the medical team was proceeding with her. The family and medical team would decide which donor to employ based on medical criteria and family choices. He inquired whether I had any findings or procedural queries. Asked why I was a better fit than Samantha, he said my corneas were thicker and healthier, which improved results. He said Samantha may donate well, but if we were comparing the two alternatives medically, I would be better. After we hung up, I stared at my computer screen without seeing the code. Samantha called me 2 days later. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. Before I finished greeting her, her voice was tight and aggressive. She stated Thomas Clark told her I was a better fit than her and asked whether I was delighted. I told her I didn't like this predicament she created, but I was glad Ella had good transplant possibilities. Samantha stated the doctors were still utilizing her cornea and she was having surgery in 4 weeks, daring me to fight. I liked that, and Ella was blessed to have her mother support her. Samantha's respiration was audible as the connection fell quiet. Her tone changed totally, bleeding fury into sheer fear. She said she was afraid about the surgery since she had never had surgery before and thought someone cutting into her eye made her sick. Over the previous week she experienced panic attacks about it, waking up gasping in the night. She couldn't sleep and had dreams of the procedure going wrong. She spoke like a real person for the first time in months, not the manipulative person who had harassed me since February. Despite all, I felt small pity. Recognizing medical procedure fear was real. I assured Samantha her concern was reasonable and understandable. Many individuals are afraid of surgery, especially eye surgery, which requires awareness. I advised she discuss anxiety treatment with the surgical team, such as pre-procedure medicine or relaxation exercises. Her silence was followed by a whispered request to be the donor as I was a better match. My number was solid. After refusing to contribute, she spent weeks attempting to get me to have surgery. Now she had to live with her choices. I wasn't going to save her from a predicament she made because she was terrified. Her dread was real, but it didn't modify her actions or require me to have surgery. Again, Samantha's voice strained. She felt I punished her by forcing surgery when there was a better choice. She accused me of being vengeful and exploiting the circumstance to get back at her for everything. I patiently stated that I wasn't forcing her. Ella's mother had caused this predicament by valuing her appearance over her daughter's health. She would give since the doctor said she could. She was afraid, but weeks of harassment and manipulation remained. My phone died after she hung up. I put my phone on the kitchen counter and felt exhausted, like the chat had drained me. Dad phoned the next day. He spoke in such tone when he was going to lecture me on family responsibilities. He stated Samantha was having a breakdown about the procedure and I should give. He repeated his points from weeks earlier about me being unmarried with no one to impress and my career not dependent on my beauty. He stated programmers didn't require flawless eyesight like models and losing one eye wouldn't harm my lifestyle. I stopped him off and informed him his arguments were insulting the first time and didn't improve by repeating them. Despite being unmarried and working from home, my body wasn't negotiable. I told my dad Samantha spent weeks saying the procedure would ruin her modeling career. After the agency determined that was a fraud, she said she was too terrified to proceed. I acknowledged her medical procedure phobia. Her worry didn't force me to get surgery. Like Ella's mother, moms have to do terrifying things for their kids. He said I had changed since this began and was harsh and cold-hearted. He stated I used to be understanding and eager to help family when I inquired what changed. Now I prioritized my comfort over my niece and sister. I informed him I was prioritizing my body autonomy over my family's demand to get surgery, which was different. After much argument, he hung up in frustration. I scheduled a week later meeting with Miriam. In her office, I informed her my father's assertion that I had changed. I worried he was correct when she asked me what I thought. I may have been cold-hearted by not helping when I was the better donor. Miriam leaned forward and said something that solidified everything. She said I hadn't changed. I stopped putting others' comfort above mine. This boundary setting upset my family's routine of prioritizing Samantha's needs. Because I usually did what they asked, people saw my self-protection as being tough or frigid. While pondering her statements, I realized she was accurate. My family's discomfort with my boundaries didn't mean the boundaries were wrong. It meant the old dynamic was unhealthy and they didn't like having to adjust. Maintaining these limits means admitting that some family ties may not return. My father may always remember me as the unpleasant daughter who rejected help. Samantha may never forgive me for not saving her from her decisions, but protecting myself was worth it. James texted me a week before Samantha's surgery to meet for coffee. I gazed at the message for a few minutes, uncertain if I wanted to sit down with someone who'd tried to buy my cornea like a used car part. Yet his tone was different from his forceful messages weeks before. I suggested we meet in a coffee shop between our neighborhoods. He looked unfamiliar when I entered and saw him at a corner table. With black bags under his eyes and unkempt hair, James looked like he hadn't slept in days. I noticed him standing with a weary smile that didn't reach his eyes. After ordering beverages, we sat awkwardly before he started chatting. He said the preceding 2 months had been awful at home. Ella continued asking questions they couldn't answer, worsening Samantha's concern before the procedure. The 8-year-old didn't understand why the adults fought when they tried to help her see better. James took 2 hands to his face and claimed he was fatigued from handling Samantha's panic attacks and keeping Ella from feeling guilty for the family quarrel. I was surprised by his next move. He apologized for pressing me, noting the $60,000 offer. He took the issue like a business discussion where money could repair everything, thinking like a problem solver to find a solution everyone could accept. He was visibly uneasy as he realized he'd been wrong to sell my body. His apology was more sincere than my parents' since he took responsibility for specific acts rather than making general, "sorry you feel that way" comments. I thanked him for his apologies and said it indicated he recognized his mistake. While drinking coffee, I wondered about something upsetting me. I asked James why Samantha was so opposed to the operation beyond fear given the medical risks were low and recovery was expected to be short. He paused, peering into his coffee cup as if the solution was there. Then he said something unexpected. Samantha had always feared altering her look, even momentarily. Not only modeling career worried, but horribly afraid he didn't understand. Since she started modeling at 12, she'd defined herself as gorgeous. He couldn't see how face surgery, especially little eye surgery without scars, damaged her sense of self. James tried to talk to her about it, but she became defensive and stated it was about her profession, which was easier to fight about than admitting she was afraid of losing her only asset. His answer clarified Samantha's psychology without condoning her conduct. I informed James that Samantha's identity troubles and worries didn't excuse family pressure, and Ella guilt-tripping me into surgery. He nodded and agreed that Samantha's motivation didn't excuse her actions. I suggested that this event may help Samantha appreciate her worth beyond her beauty. James nodded regretfully and hoped so. But he didn't think Samantha would learn anything. He stated his wife blamed others when things went wrong, instead of evaluating her own conduct, and today was no different. After coffee, James thanked me for meeting him. I understood the whole problem better as we exited the coffee shop, but I was still irritated about how it happened. Mom phoned 3 days before Samantha's operation to ask me to family dinner at her place. I rejected quickly, not wanting to eat awkwardly with everyone like the last months hadn't happened. However, my mother stated Ella would be there and wanted to see me. She stated my niece constantly requesting Aunt Rachel to visit again. Lacking the will to punish Ella for her mother's actions bound me. This was for Ella, so I came. I knew it would be awkward, but I wanted to stay in touch with my niece throughout this adult struggle. I could almost taste the tension when I arrived at my folks' place that evening. Nobody mentioned corneas, surgeries, or the months-long family battle because everyone was too polite. Ella came up and grabbed me when I entered, placing her little arms around my waist. With her impaired vision, she inquired whether I was still furious with Mommy. I crouched beside her and informed her that grown-ups often disagree on important matters. But I loved her. And none of this was her fault. That explanation satisfied her, so she drew me into the living room to show me a new toy. Dinner and everyone's phony friendliness were awful. My father inquired about my work in a really inquisitive manner, as if to show he cared about my profession. Mom continued offering me more food and asking whether I was comfortable. Samantha pushed food about her plate and answered questions in small phrases across from me without looking at me. James attempted to keep the subject safe with weather and local news. Ella spoke enthusiastically about school, unaware of the stress. Ella invited me into her room after supper to see her artwork. We were sitting on her bedroom floor when she begged me in a whisper if I would give her my eye because Mother was worried. I was surprised she knew these information and wondered what she overheard or Samantha told her. I gently emphasized that mother would be courageous and help her, and that being brave sometimes includes doing things when we're terrified. Ella nodded genuinely and stated she was frightened about surgery. I told her it's normal to be afraid of things we don't comprehend. She appeared happy and showed me sketches of her returning vision following surgery. The photographs showed her seeing brightly colored flowers, butterflies, and family faces. Looking at these optimistic drawings from a youngster manipulated by adults broke my heart. Samantha quickly caught me as I pulled on my jacket near the front entrance after the family supper. She apologized for everything. Her apology was hasty and awkward, with words falling over each other like she'd prepared them but didn't mean them. I could see she was told to apologize rather than comprehending her mistake. Like a performer, she kept looking toward the living room where everyone was. I thanked her for apologizing but didn't say I forgave her, and her expression clenched in disappointment. She expected me to accept and return to our typical family dynamic quickly. She left without saying a word when I didn't satisfy her. James contacted me the day before Samantha's surgery that she was at the hospital for pre-op appointments and instructed him to inform me of the 8 a.m. operation. I thanked you for the update and wished Ella a smooth ride. No personal well wishes for Samantha were intentional, and James wasn't shocked. He replied with a thumbs up and promised to inform me after surgery. I couldn't focus on my coding the day Samantha had surgery. I checked my phone every few minutes for updates, even though I told myself I didn't care about Samantha. James texted around midday that Samantha was recovering after surgery. Once Ella was ready and the cornea was viable, the operation would happen tomorrow. I was relieved for Ella and confused about Samantha. I was delighted she did it so Ella could obtain medical attention. However, the months of manipulation, familial pressure, and guilt for preserving my body left me enraged. Samantha did what she should have done from the start, yet she still inflicted harm by avoiding it. James sent me Ella's transplant operation updates the next morning. The surgical team appeared optimistic when they returned her to the operating room at 8:30. I looked at my phone for a moment before saying I hoped things went well. Another SMS arrived at 10 o'clock saying the procedure was going well and the surgeons liked the cornea. Despite trying to concentrate, I checked my phone every few minutes. James updated at 11:30 that they were completing, and the surgical team said everything went well. Knowing Ella will finally have her vision repair made me feel relieved. Just before midday, Ella received the last SMS confirming her recovery and good visual prognosis. The transplant worked, although she needed weeks of special eye medications and limited exercise. I instantly replied that I was delighted she was okay and hoped her rehabilitation went well. James thanked me and promised to update me on her development. 3 days later, my mother called with that tone that signaled she wanted something from me. She asked how I was doing and spoke about the weather before explaining why she was calling. She stated Samantha's recuperation was harder than planned, with pain and concern about mending. Samantha is emotionally struggling and needs family support, she said. The inference was clear without her saying so. Her voice indicated that she expected me to volunteer to visit or contact Samantha to check on her. I inhaled and informed my mother that Samantha had James, the babysitter, and both her parents close. I said she had enough of recovery support. My mother paused before stating that family support was different, and Samantha was struggling. I told her I wouldn't console someone who hadn't recognized her months of harm. My mother groaned and said she understood, but she disagreed with me. After that, she awkwardly hung up. 2 weeks following both procedures, my mother called again to arrange lunch. Her request was for just us and no relatives. She claimed she'd been thinking about my response to her apologies and wanted to talk about our family dynamics. My mother never had long emotional talks about family dynamics, so I was suspicious. However, her voice was less defensive and more hesitant this time. I agreed to meet her at a nearby restaurant the following Saturday. The week before lunch, I questioned if she was ready to confront the problematic habits or just trying to smooth things up without meaningful change. I went to the restaurant first on Saturday and secured a peaceful table in the rear. My mother entered nervously and smiled tentatively as she sat down. We ordered dinner and awkwardly discussed work and weather till it arrived. After setting down her fork, my mother glanced at me with an unusual expression. She said she'd always seen Samantha as more delicate and in need of protection due to her modeling profession and beauty obsession. She realized she'd ignored my wants and feelings throughout the years after seeing me stand up to the whole family. She constantly expected me to be reasonable and satisfy Samantha's needs. As she admitted to making me feel less important than my sister, her voice shook. Her prior apologies seemed more about resolving dispute than understanding. As she talked, my wrath toward her softened. My mother inquired how to fix our relationship. I liked that she asked instead of expecting everything would return to normal. I told her honestly that she shouldn't expect me to sacrifice for Samantha in the future. I requested that she prioritize both girls' needs rather than Samantha to repair our friendship. I demanded that she obey my boundaries, even if it upset Samantha or complicated family matters. My mother cried and squeezed my hand across the table. She agreed and claimed she wanted to do better, that she hadn't understood how much partiality had hurt until the situation forced her to see it. I was cautiously optimistic for the first time in months that our relationship may mend with true effort from both of us. James sent me Ella's progress images 3 weeks after the procedures. The first batch depicted her happy visage with a protective eye covering and joyful notes about her improved vision. He reported her visual progress every several days. Ella's doctor said her graft was mending well and she could see better than before her illness. Ella sent a snapshot of her elaborate drawings of flowers and butterflies, which she couldn't see previously. James's text claimed she was happy to see her mother's face again and was pointing out features she'd missed. I was thrilled for my niece when I saw their drawings. Ella's excitement and satisfaction that the medical procedure was favorable made all my conflicted feelings regarding Samantha and my family worthwhile. Samantha didn't contact me for a month following surgery. In his Ella updates, James periodically noted that Samantha had healed physically from the treatment but was struggling with her emotions. He stated she was irritated that the procedure was tougher and more painful than predicted. He said Samantha was upset I never thanked her for giving to Ella. I let James know that Samantha doing what moms do for their kids wasn't a sacrifice I needed to appreciate. She'd spent months lying about job implications and encouraging Ella to guilt-trip me into surgery. Going through with what she should have agreed to instantly didn't impress me. After that, James said nothing but acknowledged that he understood my position. My father contacted 6 weeks after both surgery with his usual direct family conflict style. He claimed enough time had gone and the family needed to move on from turmoil. He wanted to have a party to put this behind us and resume family life. I told him I was willing to attend family occasions, but that normal needed to mean something different from it did before. I stated that going ahead required healthy boundaries and mutual respect rather than just pretending the preceding months hadn't happened. My father seemed upset and suggested I was making things more complex than they needed to be. He stated everyone had apologized and Samantha had done the right thing in the end, so we should all just get past it. I pointed out that apologies without altered conduct didn't mean much, and that I wasn't going to return to a dynamic where my needs were immediately neglected. He complained about my being stubborn, but ultimately agreed that he'd host a family cookout and I could come if I wanted to. 2 months after surgery, I headed to my parents' place for my father's cookout. Coming into their driveway and seeing Samantha's vehicle parked made me apprehensive. After entering the garden, I noted the uneasy atmosphere of everyone being extremely nice and careful with their words. Samantha was talking to James near the grill when I arrived and hardly looked at me. Mama hugged me and whispered she was delighted I arrived. Ella called my name and ran across the yard toward me. Ella slammed into me with an embrace and showed me her improved vision. She correctly read yard signs and detailed microscopic details on flowers and foliage she couldn't see before the transplant. Her joy and excitement were contagious. Watching her point out everything she could now see made the difficult family dynamics worth it. Later that afternoon, Samantha and I were alone on my parents' back porch. When I stepped outside to get away from the crowd, she followed. We were uneasy for a minute before she said quietly. Her modeling agency included her gift in a promotion promoting loving moms. Several clients had praised her, and the tale had garnered exposure for her and the agency. She softly acknowledged that I was right about the career implications being overblown. She was afraid about the procedure, not the career repercussions. She lowered her voice as she said that she'd never had surgery and that the thought of having her eye operated on had caused weeks of panic episodes. It was her closest to taking responsibility for her actions. She wasn't apologetic, but she said her anxieties were about the procedure, not her career. While I didn't declare I'd forgiven her, I nodded to acknowledge her. We waited there for another time before returning inside to the family. I told Samantha I understood being terrified of medical issues, but she shouldn't rush me into surgery or guilt-trip me. Moving her weight, she peered down at the porch planks. She regretted her actions, especially including Ella in adult issues. I nodded to acknowledge her but didn't forgive her. We returned inside where everyone was eating and feigning calm. I avoided Samantha for a few months and spent more time with my mother and Ella. Dad stopped calling my looks or career worthless. He nevertheless reacted defensively to pressure campaign mentions. James texted me sometimes to check in and apologize for his role in things, which I liked since he appeared to understand why they did wrong. I started visiting Miriam every other week to maintain healthy family boundaries and stay in touch with loved ones. She showed me I could love my family without being hurt. I practiced identifying manipulation so I could stop it before it got out of hand, as with the cornea scenario. James reported that Samantha signed multiple modeling contracts 4 months after the procedures, including one that portrayed her as a dedicated mother who gave to her kid. She had battled so hard against contributing, so it was ludicrous. But now she was earning money by being unselfish. James claimed Samantha seldom mentioned the operation and didn't realize how close she came to refusing to help Ella. In one therapy session, I told Miriam I was frustrated that Samantha would never comprehend her injury. Miriam asked me what I could manage. I couldn't make Samantha learn from what occurred, only how I treated her. I choose to focus on Ella rather than Samantha and keep things distant but courteous with my sister. At Ella's 6-month visit, the doctor remarked her recovery was fantastic, better than expected. Now that she could see the school board, she took art courses and sketched these intricate images. Watching her point out minor things in her paintings she never seen before made me thrilled the medical portion went well. Despite the familial chaos, my mother hosted Thanksgiving dinner and I didn't feel apprehensive traveling there like I used to. I stated my disapproval of some issues and practices. My mother respected such limits. My mother interrupted my father's joking about me being the troublesome daughter and stated I was right to defend myself. Her defense of me nearly knocked my fork over. Samantha and I became cordial at family gatherings but didn't hang together or communicate on the phone. She never thanked me for being a backup donor or acknowledged her unreasonable expectations. I understood that this was probably our best relationship and was okay with it. Olivia and I had coffee one day and she stated I seemed more confident than previously. I reconsidered and agreed with her. Standing up to my family when they pressured me and preserving my limits when things became heated made me trust myself more. It was inspiring to understand I could withstand family disapproval and come out all right. One evening 6 months after the operations, I sat at my desk thinking about how the event affected my concept of family and body autonomy. I was delighted Ella got medical treatment and Samantha did what a mother should. Teaching my family that my limits mattered was worth the brief friction and unpleasantness, so I was pleased I didn't let them manipulate me into contributing. Mom started contacting me every Sunday afternoon to ask about my week and listen to my work assignment. She asked me about the coding and the difficulties I was solving instead of waiting to chat about Samantha's recent picture session. She told me she'd been researching computer languages online to better understand my profession one Sunday. I almost dropped my phone hearing that. She stopped making remarks about my attire or inquiring when I was meeting someone, making family calls much less unpleasant. James emailed me photographs of Ella reading chapter books and drawing intricately, demonstrating her eyesight recovery. He wrote letters moaning about Samantha taking 2 hours to get dressed for grocery store visits or sweating out about a mirror wrinkle. I generally complimented Ella's growth or said something neutral about Samantha's conduct in my quick comments. I suggested he should see a therapist for his marriage issues when he asked for advice on Samantha's vanity. We both liked it more when he stopped and only sent Ella updates. Students covered every wall and table in the primary school cafeteria art display. Ella grabbed my hand when I entered and hurried me to her part, excitedly pointing off her drawings. She had this amazing butterfly sketch with tiny wing patterns that she couldn't create before the surgery because she couldn't see them. Samantha was always shooting photographs and videos and sharing them on social media with remarks praising her amazing kid. I disliked the paperwork since Samantha made everything about her internet image. At least she showed there and looked interested in Ella's work. Dad phoned to offer lunch 8 months after Samantha wanted my cornea. He spent the first 10 minutes in this cafe near my place awkwardly talking about weather and traffic. He then laid down his menu and stated he owed me a serious apology for his behavior during the transplant. He said he was incorrect to think my profession and appearance were less significant than Samantha's because I worked from home. He reflected on how he always anticipated me to be the easy kid who didn't need attention while Samantha was treated better since she was more frail. He said he was proud of how I stood up for myself despite family opposition. That required courage he didn't realize. I could tell he meant it because his voice broke. Since I accepted his apologies, I wanted to improve our relationship. Samantha had numerous more modeling jobs in the following months, and her agent promoted her contribution story. She told parenting publications that giving her cornea was the most important thing she'd ever done and about Mom's sacrifices. Given her initial opposition to contributing, the web stories seemed ludicrous. The great exposure made her kinder during family gatherings. Because she was high on attention and praise, She smiled more and made less harsh remarks about others. I never mentioned how phony the loving mother image was compared to her actions during those months of pressure and manipulation. While sitting at my computer one evening, I noticed I didn't feel that searing fury anymore when I thought about February and March. The experience and family conduct were awful. But I learnt vital lessons about setting boundaries and trusting my own judgment when others disagreed. With more confidence in my choices, I was less inclined to second-guess myself when someone pressured me into something I didn't want to do. Miriam's treatment helped me see manipulative methods and stop them before they got out of hand. I could be appreciative for what I learned without pretending the incident was acceptable or my family handled it nicely. A few weeks later, Samantha, James, and Ella joined us for supper at Mom's. Ella questioned me across the table why I didn't give her my eye like Mommy did halfway through the dinner. Everyone stopped eating to hear my response. I emphasized that mommies and daddies care for their kids differently than aunts and uncles. Some family members don't have the same responsibility to support their children as parents. Ella hesitated, then nodded and said she was grateful Mommy was bold enough to let her see again. Her mother did the right thing, I agreed. Samantha stared at her dish silently. At Olivia's apartment on New Year's Eve, I reflected on how much had changed since February. With meaningful interactions and mutual respect, my connection with Mom was improving instead of being rejected. Dad apologized and appeared to grasp his mistake. Ella and I had a good connection, so I could be in her life without pressure or manipulation. Samantha and I would certainly never be close sisters who phoned each other for advice or hung out. But we could be together without friction, which was plenty. I defended my right to make bodily decisions, made sure Ella had the best medical care, and educated my family to accept my limitations. Despite my fear, standing up for myself while everyone was against me was one of the finest things I ever did. My father shoved me into the fountain at my sister's wedding. Guests laughed, until my secret husband walked in with a billion-dollar name. On my sister's wedding night, my father shoved me into the fountain. I stood, mascara bleeding, and smiled. Because in exactly 20 minutes, the doors would open and the family that laughed would finally learn who I really was. My father, at my sister's wedding, pushed me into a fountain. Water was dripping from my beautiful clothing. Mascara is dripping down my face. But rather than cry, I smiled. A discreet, knowing smile. Because at the time they had no idea who I really was or who I had married. The whispers, chuckles, and pointed fingers were about to be silenced forever. Growing up in the wealthy Campbell household of Boston was all about looks. Our 5-bedroom colonial on Beacon Hill shouted success. However, behind those immaculate doors, things were different. I've been likened to my sister Isolde since I can remember. She was 2 years younger yet was usually the center of attention. My parents, Robert and Patricia Campbell, played, "Why can't you be more like your sister?" on repeat throughout my youth. My father, a prominent business attorney, prioritized appearance above all else. My mother, a former beauty queen turned socialite, never missed an opportunity to tell me I wasn't enough. I would bring home straight A's, while Isolde got straight A's plus extracurricular activities. I'd win second place in a science competition, but it would be overshadowed by Isolde's dance performance. It was unrelenting. "Brionna, stand up straight. No one will take you seriously with that posture," my mother would say when I was just 12. "Isolde has natural grace," she'd say happily, resting her hand on my sister's shoulder. My father raised a glass on my 16th birthday saying, "You have to work harder at these things." I recall the anticipation, thinking, maybe this time it's for me. Instead, he announced Isolde's admission to a prestigious summer program at Yale. My birthday cake was forgotten in the kitchen. College provided no relief. While I was at Boston University, working a part-time job and achieving a 4.0 GPA, my parents rarely attended my events. But they'd travel 3 states to see every one of Isolde's Juilliard performances. My mother made the first statement at my college graduation about my logical career decision in criminal justice. "At the very least you're being realistic about your prospects," she added, smiling tightly. Meanwhile, Isolde was praised for pursuing her passion with her arts degree. The 1,000 paper cuts lasted throughout adulthood. Each family vacation was an endurance test. Every accomplishment is diminished, and every error is emphasized. Something shifted during my second year at the FBI Academy in Quantico. I chose to build emotional distance. I stopped revealing specifics about my life. I declined holiday invites. I built walls taller than our family home. What's with the irony? My career was thriving. I'd discovered my calling in counterintelligence, quickly ascending through the ranks with a combination of keen analytical skills and unwavering drive. By the age of 29, I was in charge of specialized operations that my family was completely unaware of. Cassian Reed and I met while working on a challenging multinational case. Not on the field, as one might imagine, but at a cybersecurity conference, where I represented the agency. Cassian wasn't your typical tech entrepreneur. He transformed Reed Technologies from a college dorm room into a global security behemoth worth billions. His systems safeguarded governments and corporations against growing risks. Our connection was quick and surprising. Here was someone who saw me clearly, without the distorted prism of my family past. Our romance was intense, sandwiched between my covert operations and his worldwide business empire. "I've never met anyone like you," Cassian told me on our third date, as we walked down the PTOAC at midnight. "You're extraordinary, Brianna. I hope you know that." Those words, simple but real, provided more validation than I had received in decades of family life. We married 18 months later in a private ceremony seen by only 2 people, my closest co-worker, Evander, and Cassian's sister, Eliza. Our decision to keep our marriage clandestine was not solely motivated by security concerns. It was my decision to maintain this vital area of my life free of my family's toxicity. For 3 years, we developed our lives together while retaining separate public personas. Cassian traveled widely, and my position at the FBI advanced until I was appointed as the agency's youngest deputy director of counterintelligence operations. This brings me back to my sister's wedding. 6 months ago, the invitation came in Boston, gold and dripping with presumption. Isolde was married Leander Wellington IV, the heir to a banking fortune. The evening promised to be the kind of extravagant exhibition that my parents adored. Cassian was poised to close a significant security deal in Tokyo. "I can reschedule," he said, noticing my uncertainty. "No," I insisted. "This is too important for Reed Tech. I'll be fine for one afternoon. I'll try to make it back for the reception," he told me. "Even if it's just for the end." So I found myself traveling alone to the Fairmont Copley Plaza Hotel, my stomach clenching with every mile. I hadn't seen much of my family in nearly 2 years. My sleek black Audi, one of the few comforts I gave myself, approached the valet. I checked my reflection one more time. Classy emerald green dress, subtle diamond studs, a Cassian present, and hair in a classic updo. I appeared successful, confident, and untouchable. I wish I felt that way within. For Isolde's wedding, the Fairmont's big ballroom transformed into a flower wonderland. White orchids and roses cascaded from crystal chandeliers. It was just the kind of extravagant show my folks had always envisioned. I gave my invitation to the usher, who looked at his list with a small grimace. "Miss Campbell, we have you seated at table 19. This is not the family table, of course." I nodded politely, having already understood. My cousin Rebecca noticed me first, her eyes expanding slightly before settling into a rehearsed smile. "Brianna, what a surprise. We weren't sure you'd make it." Her glance shifted to my vacant side. "And you came alone?" "I did," I said simply, with no explanation. "How brave," she replied with fake sympathy. "After what happened with that professor you were dating, what was his name?" "Mom said it was just devastating when he left you for his teaching assistant." It was a complete lie. I'd never dated a professor, let alone been abandoned by one. But this was the Campbell family's specialty, constructing tales that portrayed me as a continuous failure. "Your memory must be confusing me with someone else," I responded quietly. More relatives approached, and the interactions were the same. Aunt Vivian commented on my practical haircut, saying it was reasonable for a lady in my situation to forego more fashionable options. Uncle Harold inquired loudly if I was still pushing papers for the government and if I had considered changing careers because those positions never paid well enough to attract a good husband. My cousin Tiffany, Isolde's maid of honor, approached with air kisses that purposefully avoided my cheeks. "Brianna, it's been a while. I love the dress. Is it from the bargain retailer where you've always found great deals?" She didn't wait for an answer. "Isolde was just saying she wasn't sure you'd come. You know, since you missed the bridal shower, the bachelorette weekend, and the rehearsal supper, each occasion had coincided with vital operations I couldn't disclose. I had sent beautiful gifts with loving messages." "Work responsibilities," I simply explained. "Right, your mysterious government job." She inserted air quotes around mysterious. "Leander's cousin works for the State Department. He says those administrative roles can be so demanding." I just smiled, letting them believe I was a clerical worker. The truth would have shocked them into silence. But it wasn't mine to disclose yet. My mother appeared, resplendent in a pale blue designer gown that likely cost more than a month of my substantial salary. "Brionna, you made it." Her tone suggested I'd completed an arduous journey rather than a simple drive across Boston. "Your sister was concerned you wouldn't come again." "I wouldn't miss Isolde's wedding," I said. Her eyes quickly scanned my looks for imperfections, but found none, so she settled on. "That color washes you out." Isolde, now officially Mrs. Wellington, arrived at the reception on the arm of her banker husband, and she was undeniably stunning in a custom barong gown with a cathedral train. My father beamed with pride, looking at Isolde as if she were the sun and moon combined, and I couldn't remember him ever looking at. The maitre d' directed me to table 19, which was so far from the main family table that I almost needed binoculars to see it. I was seated with distant cousins, my mother's former college roommate, and several elderly relatives who couldn't quite place who I was. "Are you one of the Wellington girls?" A hard-of-hearing great-aunt squinted at me over thick glasses. "No, I'm Robert and Patricia's daughter," I explained, Isolde's sister. Her face registered surprise. "Oh, I didn't know there was another daughter." That stung more than it should have, even after all these years. Dinner proceeded with elaborate courses and flowing champagne. From my distant vantage point, I watched my family holding court at the center table, laughing and celebrating without a glance in my direction. The traditional family photos had been taken earlier. During the maid of honor speech, Tiffany spoke movingly about growing up with Isolde, who was, like the sister I never had, pointedly ignoring my existence. The best man joked about Leander joining the Campbell family dynasty and how he was trading up by marrying the Campbell golden child. I kept my cool through it all, sipping water to stay clear-headed. Cassian had texted an hour earlier. "Landing shortly. Traffic from the airport is heavy." When the dance began, I tried to join a circle of relatives, but they discreetly closed ranks, leaving me on the outside. I retired to a quiet corner, checking my watch. Cassian would be here soon, just a little longer. My mother approached with a champagne flute in hand. "You could at least try to look like you're enjoying yourself," she snarled. "Your perpetual sulking is becoming a topic of conversation." "I'm not sulking, Mother. I am only observing." "Well, observe with a smile. The Wellingtons are important people, and your sister made an excellent match. Don't embarrass us, as if I were the one being embarrassed in this situation." "The least you could have done was bring a date," she continued. "Everyone is asking why you're here alone." I didn't bother explaining that my husband was worth more than the entire Wellington family fortune combined. That revelation would come soon enough. My father tapped his crystal glass for attention as the reception was in full swing. The audience fell silent as he went center stage in front of an impressive ice sculpture. "Today," he started, his voice conveying the trained projection of a seasoned attorney, "is the proudest day of my life. My lovely Isolde has made a match that beyond even a father's wildest dreams." A scattering of approving laughter followed. "Leander," he continued, turning to my new brother-in-law, "you're getting not just a wife, but admittance into a family focused on excellence and achievement." He raised his glass higher. "To Isolde, who has never disappointed us. From her earliest steps to her Juilliard graduation with highest honors and humanitarian foundation work, she has been nothing but a source of pride." My chest tightened. Not because I expected to be mentioned, I knew better, but because of the implicit comparison. Isolde had never disappointed them, and the unspoken conclusion was obvious. As he continued extolling Isolde's virtues, I quietly slipped away toward the terrace doors, needing air, space, and a moment to regroup before Cassian arrived. The evening sun was sinking over the hotel's famed courtyard fountain, sending golden light across the rippling water, and I was almost to the sanctuary of the terrace when my father's voice roared from behind me. "Leaving so soon, Brionna?" I slowly turned, and he stood 10 feet away, microphone still in hand, with the entire reception looking in our direction. My mother and Isolde flanked him, identical stares of disdain on their flawless faces. "Just getting some air," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Running away." "Classic Brionna," he said, as the microphone amplified his remarks to the entire audience. "Disappearing when family commitments become inconvenient." A rush of heat rose up my neck. "That isn't true, is it?" His voice had taken on the cross-examination tone that I remembered from childhood. "You've missed half of the wedding events. You arrived alone, without even the decency of bringing a companion." The room had turned utterly silent. "I'm sorry if my being alone bothered you," I added gently. "She couldn't even find a date," my father declared to the audience, eliciting uncomfortable laughter. 32 years old and no prospects in sight. Meanwhile, your sister has secured one of Boston's most eligible bachelors. His theatrics elicited even more laughs. Dad, I murmured quietly. This isn't the time or place. It's exactly the time and place, he retorted, advancing toward me. This is a celebration of success, of family achievement, something you would know nothing about. Each word was a calculated barb designed to penetrate years of carefully constructed armor. I looked at my mother and sister, hoping for any sign of intervention. They simply watched, my mother with a stiff smile, and Isolde with scarcely veiled joy. Do you think we don't know why you're really alone? Why are you hiding behind that mystery government job? My father added. You've always been envious of your sister's accomplishments. Always a disappointment. Always a failure. Dad, please stop, I begged, mindful of the hundreds of eyes on us. Stop what? Telling the truth? The truth that you've never lived up to your potential and are ashamed of the Campbell name? His voice rose with each question, and something inside me snapped, not toward anger, but toward a strange, calm clarity. You have no idea who I am, I said quietly. I know exactly who you are, he snarled. Then it happened. His hands touched my shoulders, a forceful shove that caught me completely off guard. I stumbled backward, arms windmilling, but there was nothing to grab onto. For a split second, I felt weightlessness, then the shocking cold as I plunged backward into the courtyard fountain. Water engulfed me. My carefully styled hair collapsed, my silk dress billowed, then clung, and my makeup undoubtedly ran in rivulets down my face. The physical shock was nothing compared to the realization that my own father had just publicly humiliated me at my sister's wedding. The crowd's reaction came in waves, first shocked gasps, then uncertain titters, finally erupting into full-throated laughter and even scattered applause. Someone wolf whistled, and another voice called out, "Wet t-shirt contest after the garter toss." More laughter and applause. I pushed myself up, water streaming from my ruined dress, and my heels slipped on the fountain's slick bottom as I found my footing. Through dripping strands of hair, I saw my father's triumphant expression, my mother's hand covering a smile, and my sister's undisguised glee. The photographer took picture after picture, capturing my humiliation for posterity. This would be in the wedding album shared around at future family gatherings, another chapter in the Briona the failure narrative. But something unexpected happened in that fountain, and as the cold water stunned my system, I realized I was done. I stood fully upright in the fountain, water cascading from my designer dress, pushing back my soaked hair and looking directly at my father. Remember this moment, I said, my voice carrying across the suddenly quiet courtyard. Not shouting, not emotional, but clear and precise. My father's smile froze. Something in my tone must have registered because worry flickered in his eyes. Remember exactly how you treated me, I added, edging slowly closer the fountain's edge. Remember the decisions you made. Remember what you did to your daughter, because I guarantee you I will. I got out of the fountain with as much dignity as my wet state permitted. A stunned silence had replaced the laughter, and even my father appeared to be at a loss for words. I remembered a similar public humiliation from high school graduation, when my father interrupted my valedictorian speech to loudly comment that memorization had always been Briona's only talent, and the audience had laughed as well. I had shrunken into myself, becoming smaller, but not this time. I walked through the crowd, water dripping with each step, creating a trail across the expensive carpet. No one stopped me, no one offered help, no one spoke, and strangely, I was fine with that. For the first time in my life, I didn't need anything from these people. When I pushed through the door of the Fairmont's ladies' room, I saw myself in the gold-framed mirror, mascara streaked, plastered to my skull, the emerald dress now a darker forest green, saturated with water. But I didn't feel defeated. Rather, I felt strangely liberated. My phone was in my clutch, which I had happily left at table 19 prior to the fountain episode. I grabbed it from a concerned-looking distant relative who had guarded it for me, then returned to the bathroom to text Cassian. How near are you? His response was immediate. 20 minutes out, clearing traffic. Is everything okay? I hesitated before typing. Dad pushed me into the fountain in front of everyone. 3 dots appeared instantaneously, then disappeared and reappeared. Finally. I'm coming. 10 minutes. Cassian was always thinking 10 steps ahead and protecting what was important to him, which included me. I had no idea he had dispatched a security team ahead. The restroom door flew open, and a young woman entered, one of Leander's relatives, I assumed. She paused when she seen me. Oh, are you okay? I'm all right, I said, straightening my spine. Just a little wet. She hovered uncertainly. Everyone's talking about what happened. It was quite dreadful of your father. Her unexpected friendliness almost shattered my heart. Thank you for saying that. I have a spare dress in my car, she said. It could be a little big, but... That's really nice, but I have a change of clothes in my car. A professional habit. Always have backup plans. Could you accompany me to the valet? I'd rather not wade through the crowd alone. Of course, she answered. My name is Maris. Leander's step-cousin from his mother's second marriage. Essentially, the Wellington family is an aberration. Brionna, I replied, offering my dripping hand. The Campbell family is a scapegoat. Maris intervened as we made our way through a side exit to the valet stand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. She laughed, and that brief moment of connection helped me stay calm. I collected my backup wardrobe from the Audi's trunk, a modest black sheath dress and flats I kept for emergencies, and after 10 minutes in a neighboring washroom, I had transformed myself from drowned rat to pretty acceptable professional. As I applied fresh makeup, I reflected on my real life, not the distorted version my family saw. I had graduated from Quantico at the top of my class, led operations that saved American lives, earned the respect of hardened field agents and Washington officials alike, and married a brilliant, kind man who valued me exactly as I was. None of that validation had come from the people now celebrating in the ballroom. And maybe that was the point. True worth is only found beyond the funhouse mirrors of poisonous family relationships. I checked my watch. Cassian would arrive any minute, and for the first time, I was ready to stop disguising our connection, not because I wanted my family to be impressed. That ship had sailed into the fountain with me, but I was tired of lowering myself to make them comfortable. My phone vibrated with a text message. From Cassian. In position. I took a deep breath, straightened my new dress, and headed back toward the reception with my head up and shoulders back. Maris had returned to her table, but she flashed me an encouraging thumbs up as I passed. The celebrations had resumed during my absence. The dance floor was crowded, the bar was busy, the cake was waiting to be cut, and no one noticed me right away, allowing me to position myself strategically near the main entrance. I spotted my mother first, holding court with several of her socialite friends, gesturing animatedly, and as I got closer, her words became clear. It's always been difficult. We've tried everything with her. Absolutely everything. The best schools, the best therapists. Some people simply refuse to thrive. Such a shame, said one of her acquaintances. Especially with Isolde being so successful. Same parents, same opportunities, genetics are mysterious. My mother sighed theatrically. Robert and I have accepted that Brionna will never. She trailed off when she recognized me standing there, no longer hidden in the bathroom as she had believed. Brionna, she replied swiftly. You look dry. Yes, mother. I always keep a spare outfit handy, one of many professional habits. Her pals exchanged awkward welcomes before finding urgent excuses to refill their drinks. Was humiliating me part of the wedding itinerary, or did Dad improvise that part? I was softly asking. Don't be so dramatic, she snarled. You were trying to slink away as usual. Your father simply lost patience with your antisocial behavior. Pushing your adult daughter into a fountain is not a normal response to perceived antisocial behavior. Perhaps if you had brought a date, made any effort at all to participate in your sister's happiness instead of making everything about your mysterious job and your perpetually busy schedule, things would have gone differently. I studied my mother's face, looking for any sign of the protective instinct that should have existed. There was nothing but resentment that I had interrupted her narration. You know what's interesting, Mother? I've never once made anything about me. In fact, I've spent my entire life trying to take up as little space as possible in this family, and it still wasn't enough. A ruckus at the door drew everyone's attention. The unmistakable sound of several car doors closing in rapid succession. The appearance of two men in perfect suits carrying out a modest security sweep. My mother frowned. What's happening? Did the Wellingtons arrange additional security without consulting us? I checked my wristwatch. Right on time, I said. The sleek black Maybach had arrived, along with two equally outstanding security vehicles. Conversations paused as attention switched toward the entrance, as witnessed by the wedding guests. Even the music felt too quiet. My heart raced, despite my outward serenity. Cassian's effect on me persisted even after 3 years of marriage. And in about 60 seconds, my family would finally meet my husband. The huge doors to the ballroom opened with authority. Evander and Dmitri were the first two security personnel to enter. I recognized their attentive eyes, which were searching the room with professional competence. They wore excellent clothes that couldn't quite hide their military appearance. Whispers echoed throughout the event. The bride's father approached the security personnel with an affronted attitude. "Excuse me," my father said, puffing his chest. "This is a private event. If you're looking for the corporate conference, it's in the West Wing." Evander merely gazed through him, as if he were translucent. Dmitri tapped his earphone and spoke softly. "Perimeter secure, proceeding." And then Cassian walked in. My spouse has always had a dominating presence, but tonight he appeared to fill the entire entryway. 6'2" with strong shoulders from years of swimming. He wore a custom Tom Ford suit that exuded riches and power. His brown hair was slightly windblown. He'd most likely come directly from the helicopter pad on the roof. His jawline could have cut glass. But it was his eyes that always got me. They were intensely blue and laser-focused, scanning the room in seconds before landing on me. When they did, his solemn countenance relaxed into a private smile, intended for me. He strode through the crowd with the assurance of someone who has never doubted his right to be anywhere. People instantly stepped aside, leaving a passage straight to where I stood. I was barely aware of my mother beside me, her body stiffening as she realized this enormous man was coming directly at us. Behind him, 4 additional security personnel had entered, methodically positioned themselves around the perimeter. "Briona," Cassian began as he approached me, his voice a warm bass that reverberated through the now quiet chamber. He took my hands, stroking his thumbs on my knuckles in a secret gesture of connection. "Sorry I'm late." "You're right on time," I said, feeling calm for the first time that day. He leaned down and kissed me. Not a spectacular spectacle, but a sincere greeting between lovers. As he turned to face my mother, he placed a protective hand on the small of my back. "Mrs. Campbell," he said politely, but without warmth. "I'm Cassian Reed, Briona's husband." My mother's face went through a breathtaking range of expressions, including astonishment, incredulity, calculation, and finally a strained attempt at happiness. "Husband?" she said, her voice unusually high. But Briona never mentioned. 3 years next month, Cassian answered calmly. "We keep our private life private for security reasons." My father had pushed his way through the crowd and arrived by my mother's side, his face flushed with either rage or embarrassment, possibly both. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked, his gaze shifting from me to Cassian. "Some kind of prank? Hiring security and an actor to create a scene at your sister's wedding is a new low, Briona." Cassian's expression sharpened quite imperceptibly. Only someone who knew him as well as I did could see the lethal glitter in his eyes. "Mr. Campbell," he replied, his voice deceptively soft. "I'm Cassian Reed, CEO of Reed Technologies. Your daughter and I have been married for nearly 3 years." My father's mouth opened and closed silently. Reed Technologies was a household name and a multi-billion-dollar worldwide security corporation. Even my technologically averse father would recognize it. "That's not possible," he finally said. "We would have known." "Would you?" Cassian inquired, his tone genuine and curious. "When have you ever shown interest in Briona's actual life?" "From what I've observed today, and what she's shared over the years, your interest extends only to criticizing her choices, not understanding them." My sister had now come, her white robe resembling an apparition drifting through the shocked attendees. Leander followed in her footsteps, his countenance conflicted between surprise and fascination. "What's happening?" Isolde demanded. "Who are these people?" "Apparently," my mother murmured softly, "your sister has a husband." "That's ridiculous," Isolde remarked. "She's making it up for attention." "On my wedding day." Cassian tightened his arm around my waist, not possessively, but supportively. "Mrs. Wellington, congratulations on your marriage. I apologize for missing the ceremony. International business obligations kept me in Tokyo until a few hours ago." His excellent manners contrasted sharply with Isolde's harshness. She flushed, uncertainly gazing around at Cassian, the security team, and the growing number of eager wedding guests. "Is this some kind of joke?" my father asked, his voice returning. "You expect us to believe that Briona, our Briona, secretly married a billionaire tech CEO," said one of Leander's buddies from the back, who appeared to have Googled Cassian on his phone. "Holy that's really Cassian Reed, Forbes cover last month. Net worth estimated at $12 billion. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. My mother swayed slightly, grasping for the back of a chair to support herself. I don't understand, she muttered. Why wouldn't you tell us? For the first time, her query was genuine rather than accusing. I nearly felt bad for her. When have you ever wanted to hear about my successes, Mother? I said kindly. When have you ever celebrated anything about me? She asked. As for me, Cassian continued calmly, I've been looking forward to meeting the family Briona has described so vividly. Though I admit, after witnessing your behavior today, I find myself rather. He hesitated, carefully weighing his words. Disappointed. My father's face darkened. Now listen here, young man. No, Mr. Campbell, Cassian said abruptly, his voice as cold as steel. You listen. I watched from the terrace as you publicly humiliated your daughter. I saw you push her into that fountain. I heard the things you said to her. My father's face was devoid of blood. Under normal circumstances, Cassian went on, such an assault would have immediate consequences. My security team was prepared to intervene, but Briona signaled them to stand down. That's the kind of person your daughter is. Even after your despicable behavior, she didn't want to create a scene at her sister's wedding. The room had become utterly silent. Even the waiters were frozen in place. Fortunately for you, Cassian went on, my wife is a better person than I am. Because if anyone ever treated her that way again, my response would not be nearly so measured. The threat, conveyed in the most courteous manner possible, hovered in the air like storm clouds. The ballroom doors reopened at precisely that moment, as if orchestrated for maximum dramatic effect. Two people in impeccable business clothes came, their posture revealing their identities, even before I saw their faces. Evander and Sophia, my most trusted bureau team members. They came with purposeful strides, coming to a reasonable distance from Cassian and me as we stood with my family. Director Campbell, Sophia properly stated, adopting my official title. I apologize for the interruption, but there's a situation requiring your immediate attention. The title hung in the air for a moment before the whispering began. Director, did she say Director Campbell? What department? My father's confusion was nearly hilarious. Director of what? Some minor government office? Cassian's smile was razor-sharp. Your daughter is the youngest deputy director of counterintelligence operations in FBI history, Mr. Campbell. Her work has saved countless American lives and earned her the highest security clearance possible. More gasps and whispers. My mother looked like she was about to faint. Isolde stepped forward, her bridal glow dimmed by perplexity and dawning terror. That's impossible. Briona is just what, Isolde? I inquired calmly. Just your disappointing older sister? Just the family scapegoat? Just the perpetual failure? She wasn't going to respond. The Briona Campbell I know, Cassian began, his voice echoing easily across the silent room, is brilliant, courageous, and formidable. She has the respect of hardened field agents and government officials alike. She makes daily decisions that affect national security. He turned and looked directly at my father. And for some inexplicable reason, she still cared enough about your approval to attend this wedding, despite knowing exactly how you would treat her. My father appeared to have aged 10 years in the last 5 minutes. The confident bullying attorney had departed, leaving behind a perplexed elderly man struggling to reconcile his lifelong story with this new reality. Why didn't you tell us? He inquired, his voice as low as I had ever heard it. Would you have believed me? I said simply. Or would you have found a way to reduce this as well? His silence provided an adequate response. Evander approached with a protected tablet. Director, I hate to press, but we need your authorization on this operation. I grabbed the tablet, scanned the material, and made a hasty choice. Proceed with option 2, but increase surveillance on the secondary target. I'll call in for the full briefing in 20 minutes. Yes, ma'am, Evander said, handing the tablet back. The professional discussion took seconds, but the impact on the room was seismic. This was not play acting. This wasn't some sophisticated ruse. This was genuine authority and responsibility, which I wielded with casual assurance. Cassian checked his watch. We should go. The chopper is waiting, and the Tokyo crew is ready for the video conference at 9 o'clock. I nodded and turned to face my startled family one final time. Congratulations on your wedding, Isolde. I wish you and Leander all happiness. My sister appeared unable to speak. Leander, to his credit, stepped up and extended his hand to Cassian. It was an honor to meet you, Mr. Reed and Director Campbell. I hope we can get to know each other better in the future. His genuineness was unexpected and quite heartwarming. I shook his hand warmly. I'd enjoy that, Leander. My parents stayed frozen. Decades of well-crafted story lay in shambles around them. Cassian addressed Mr. and Mrs. Campbell with exemplary civility. Thank you for this invitation. I sincerely apologize for missing the ceremony. My father has finally found his voice. Briona, wait. We need to discuss this. We are your parents. We've always wanted the best for you. We have always been proud of you. The open attempt to change history may have worked in the past. Not today. No, Dad, I said gently. You have not. But that's fine. I don't need you to be proud of me anymore. With that, Cassian and I turned and went out of the ballroom, my security team forming around us. Behind us, whispering had turned into full-throated exclamations. The Campbells would never be the same, and neither would I. The sleek black helicopter waited on the Fairmont's rooftop helipad, its blades already starting their slow rotation. As we approached, escorted by security, I sensed a strange lightness. Decades of family baggage appeared to have vanished in that ballroom, leaving only my parents' broken illusions. Are you okay? Cassian said, his mouth close enough to my ear to be heard above the rising rotor noise. Surprisingly, I said. Better than okay. Sophia approached us before we could board, looking apprehensive. Director, there's been a development. The ambassador is requesting your presence at the embassy immediately. The surveillance package picked up anomalous signals. Cassian gave me a concerned look. This was not part of the evening's script. Is it real or performance art? I asked gently. Unfortunately, real, she answered. Evander has already started communicating with the field team. Time sensitive. I nodded, totally entering professional mode. Reroute the helicopter to the embassy. Alert the duty analyst team. I would like a comprehensive briefing when I arrive. Sophia affirmed that everything had already been done. Cassian touched my arm. Go. I will meet you there. This smooth adaptability to catastrophe was the foundation of our marriage. Two high-powered careers may clash with personal goals. The difference was that we supported, not disliked, each other's obligations. As we returned to the roof access door, intending to descend and escape by the hotel's private security gate, our path was barred. My mother stood there, slightly winded after seemingly rushing up several flights of stairs. Her perfect coiffure had faded slightly, and even her flawless makeup couldn't conceal her sorrow. Briona, she murmured, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain. You cannot just leave like this. We need to talk. I glanced at Sophia, who nodded subtly and walked aside to allow us some privacy. I have a job emergency, Mom. National security does not wait for family reunification. She repeated, national security, as if for the first time. You truly are what they said. A director at the FBI and deputy director of counterintelligence operations. I confirmed for the last 18 months. Before that, I was the assistant director for 3 years. She appeared to be attempting to reconcile this information with her long-held perception of me. But why the secrecy? Why not tell us? We'd have been proud. I finished for her. Wouldn't you? Or could you have discovered a way to reduce it? Compare it negatively to Isolde's accomplishments. I believe I obtained the job through connections rather than competence. Her flinch indicated that I had struck the mark. And the marriage, she pressed, lasted 3 years, he said. 3 years. And you never mentioned your marriage to one of the country's wealthiest men. I noticed she emphasized Cassian's wealth over any of his other exceptional features. Even today, status was her main preoccupation. Our marriage is private for several reasons, as I painstakingly explained. Cassian's location makes him a potential target. My job entails classified work, and to be honest, I wanted something in my life that was not susceptible to the Campbell family's scrutiny. The chopper pilot indicated that we needed to depart. Time was running out. I have to leave, I said. There is a legitimate national security scenario brewing. Will you come back? She inquired. And for the first time in my adult life, I detected true hesitation in her voice. To converse and get to know you. The question astonished me. I scrutinized her face, searching for the manipulative mother I'd known my entire life. Instead, I saw perplexity, hurt, and possibly a dawning knowledge of what she had missed. I'm not sure, I answered honestly. That depends on whether you want to know the real me or just the successful one that now has your approval. She had no quick reaction to that. Think about it, I advised. Consider whether you want a relationship based on who I am, rather than who you wish I were. I turned to leave, but her voice interrupted me once more. Your father would never accept it, she added gently. But he was mistaken today. He did something unforgivable. It wasn't an apology, but it was more acknowledgement than I'd ever had. Thank you for saying that, I said. I need to go. As Cassian and I boarded the chopper, I looked back to see my mother still standing there, a small figure against the expanse of the Boston cityscape. For the first time, I saw her not as the terrifying grandmother of my youth, but as a lady who had built her entire identity on appearances and social standing, and was now facing the breakdown of her carefully maintained illusions. I had an unexpected feeling of compassion. The embassy scenario turned out to be legitimate but controllable, with encrypted messages indicating a potential security breach, which my team successfully resolved within 2 hours. By 11 p.m., Cassian and I were alone in our penthouse overlooking the Charles River. Some wedding, he said, removing his tie as we stood on the terrace. The city lights reflected on the lake, producing a tapestry of sparkling patterns. Not quite how I had planned to introduce you to the family, I conceded, taking off my shoes. I thought it went rather well actually, he added with a faint smile. The look on your father's face when Evander called you director was worth the price of admission. I laughed despite myself. That was rather satisfying. Your mother followed you to the roof, he told me. That seems significant. I'm not sure what it means yet, I said. Honestly, 32 years of patterns don't change in an afternoon. No, he agrees. But revelations can sometimes create opportunities for change. He softly drew me into his arms. Whatever you decide about your family, I'm with you. If you want to explore reconciliation, I'll support that. If you want to maintain distance, I'll support that too. This was what true love felt like. Not the conditional acceptance I had been seeking from my family for decades, but unwavering support regardless of my decisions. Did you see Leander's face when he realized who you were? I inquired, shifting the conversation. I think he was mentally calculating how to get you to invest in his hedge fund. Cassian laughed. He seemed like the only decent one in the bunch. Recognized your title immediately and showed appropriate respect. I noticed that too, I admitted. Maybe Isolde made a better choice than I gave her credit for. My phone vibrated with an incoming text. I expected it to be work-related, but instead, I saw my cousin Maris's name. OMG. The family is in utter collapse since you left. Your father keeps claiming there must be an error. Your mom is unusually silent. Isolde has shut herself inside the bridal suite. Also, I googled your hubby, and holy crap. Also, I'm sorry they treated you so poorly all these years. Have a drink sometime. I signed your new favorite cousin. I showed Cassian the note and he raised an eyebrow. New favorite cousin. She was kind to me after the fountain incident, I stated before you arrived. Offered me a spare dress. Helped me avoid the crowd. Small kindness, but it stood out. Sometimes allies come from unexpected places, he noted. Over the next hour my phone filled up with messages from family members who had never called me before. Distant family unexpectedly recalled my birthday. Second cousins asked about lunch dates. My father sent a stiffly formal text message requesting that we discuss recent developments at your earliest convenience. I hushed the phone and laid it aside. Those reactions can wait. They're not reaching out to me, I told Cassian as we got ready for bed. They're reaching out to Director Campbell, wife of billionaire Cassian Reed, not to the person I actually am. Does that surprise you? He inquired gently. No, I conceded, but it does help clarify things. As I drifted off to sleep in the comfort of our home, I realized that the events of the day had not provided me with a family. I'd had one all along, Cassian, my trusty bureau team, and friends that valued me for who I am. The family I selected over the one I was born into. And, as I discovered, it made all the difference. 3 weeks after my sister's wedding, Cassian and I sat in our favorite nook of Thinking Cup Cafe on Newberry Street. Despite our combined net worth and prominence, we relished these brief moments of normalcy, nice coffee, calm discussion, and people watching in an environment where we were not immediately recognized. Your mother called again yesterday, Cassian explained, swirling his Americano. That's the 3rd time this week. I nodded as passers-by hurried past the window. The Boston fall has painted the trees on Commonwealth Avenue in vivid reds and golds. She left another voicemail, invited us to Sunday dinner. Are you thinking about it? His tone was indifferent, neither encouraging nor discouraging. I'm not sure, I confessed. Part of me thinks it's careful distance, still processing her displacement from the family spotlight. But there were moments. Brief, tentative moments of something like genuine connection. My father posed intelligent questions concerning a recent cybersecurity project Cassian's organization had launched for federal entities. My mother brought a box of my childhood accomplishments, which she seems to have preserved all these years: debate trophies, scholastic accolades, and scientific competition medals, evidence that she may have recognized more than she realized. Most shocking was Isolde's desire for a private conversation after supper. My sister struggled visibly in the area where we had played as children, with words that did not come easy to her. "I didn't know," she finally said, "about your job, husband or life." "You never asked," I remarked, not unkindly. "I know." She nervously twisted her wedding ring. I think I liked being the favorite. It was easier not to question it." Her candor was unexpected. "Leander says, I need to examine why I felt threatened by your success," she told me. "Even before I knew about all of this." She made a vague gesture that included my work, marriage, and position. "He thinks we could both benefit from family therapy." I stared at my sister intently, probably for the first time in years. Behind the beautiful facade, I saw uncertainty and uneasiness. Even the golden kid status comes with its own set of difficulties and unreasonable expectations. "I'd think about that," I responded cautiously. "Not immediately, but eventually." It wasn't really forgiveness, but it was an opening. There was a slight break in the fortress walls I had created around my heart when it came to family. The months that followed saw gradual and imprecise improvement. Weekly family dinners progressively become less stressful. My parents learnt to respect the boundaries I set. My father initially resisted anger management therapy, but eventually became more self-aware. My mother and I began tentative mother-daughter trips, which alternated between stress and genuine laughing. Healing was not a linear process. There were setbacks, instances when old patterns resurfaced, such as my father's rage or my mother's criticism. However, accountability was introduced for the first time. A readiness to accept responsibility for harm and make efforts to remedy it. However, the most profound change occurred within myself rather than in my family. I no longer based my worth on their acceptance. I no longer downplayed my accomplishments to make people comfortable. I could no longer accept disrespect as the price of membership. 1 year after the infamous wedding, Cassian and I had a party at our house. Not just immediate relatives, but the people who had built my support system over the years. My FBI colleagues, Cassian's sister and her family, friends who had stood by me, Maris and her new boyfriend, and even a few extended family members who had expressed genuine interest and connection. As I glanced around at this eclectic gathering, this chosen family interlaced with biological connections, I realized something deep. Family is more than just shared DNA, it's about who shows up, who sees you plainly and still loves you, who celebrates your accomplishments without envy and supports you through mistakes without judgment. Sometimes those folks are in your bloodline. Often they do not. The magic happens when you stop imposing connections where they don't naturally exist, and instead cultivate those that bring mutual joy and growth. Standing in our kitchen, prepared to serve dessert, I felt Cassian's arms embrace me from behind. "Happy?" he inquired simply. I snuggled into his arms, gazing through the doorway as my father talked animatedly with Evander about fishing strategies, and my mother showed Maris images from her phone. And Isolde let out a melodious laugh in response to what Leander said. Not perfect, yet difficult, but authentic in ways it had never been before. "Yes," I responded sincerely. "I am." If you're watching this and have dealt with toxic family relationships, I want you to know that your worth isn't defined by people who don't recognize it. Setting limits is not selfish. It is vital for healing. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to create space until true transformation comes. Have you seen family relationships improve after setting clear boundaries? Or have you found peace by starting your own family instead? Please share your stories in the comments section below. Your experience could be just what another viewer needs to hear today. My parents demanded $75,000 for raising me, then tried to force my brother to choose between college or loyalty, so I paid his tuition myself. Until the age of 10, I lived with my Aunt Elise, 52, and Uncle Robert, 54, both females. My parents, Susan, 49, and Andrew, 51, worked in construction management overseas and left me with Elise when I was 3 years old. They called maybe once a month and sent birthday cards, but I scarcely knew them. Elise and Robert were my true parents in every manner that mattered. They taught me how to ride a bike, helped me with my homework, and attended school plays. When I was 10, my parents returned with my baby brother Lucas, who is now 18 years old and male. They had this great idea to be a regular family today. The difficulty was that I did not want to leave Elise and Robert. I threw tantrums, refused to pack, and cried for weeks following the relocation. My parents became unhappy with my behavior and began limiting my visits to Elise's place. They told me I needed to change and stop living in the past. The house was not like anything I'd seen before. Andrew had a short temper and would rant about minor infractions such as leaving shoes in the incorrect place or not finishing meals quickly enough. Susan was always preoccupied with Lucas and considered my demands for attention as disruptions. I began behaving out at school, getting into fights, and my grades suffered. When I was 16, Elise and Robert were killed in a house fire. They were sleeping when an electrical breakdown occurred. I was distraught, but my parents would not let me take time from school. Andrew stated that while mourning is natural, life must go on. When my guidance counselor suggested that I talk to someone about the loss, Susan dismissed it as a waste of money and advised me to toughen up. I began skipping classes and hanging out with students who smoked under the gym. I tried marijuana for the first time that year and began drinking on weekends. I wasn't hooked or anything severe, but I was certainly making poor decisions. One night, I arrived home inebriated, and Andrew was waiting for me. He grabbed my arm, shook me, and said I was a disappointment to the family. The following day, they enrolled me at a boarding school 3 hours away. The boarding school did assist. It had structure, decent teachers, and I was free of the continual stress at home. I improved my academics, stopped drinking, and graduated with good scores. I even got into a public institution on a half scholarship. However, Andrew declined to help with the remaining tuition. He said he had already spent enough money on me through boarding school tuition, and I needed to learn responsibility. I took out school loans and worked 2 part-time jobs to cover my expenditures. Meanwhile, Lucas received a car for his 16th birthday, and my parents established a college fund for him while he was still in middle school. Following graduation, I relocated to another city for job. I began as a junior analyst at a technology company and worked my way up over 6 years. Last month I was promoted to senior manager, with a hefty salary rise. I currently earn $95,000 per year, which is more than I ever expected growing up. I was excited about the promotion and wanted to spread the word. I called Susan and informed her about the new employment. Her first query was if I was certain the job was authentic. She inquired if they had conducted a thorough background check and expressed surprise that a company would recruit someone with my past. I reminded her that my so-called history consisted solely of teenage drinking and poor academic performance, with no criminal record. Andrew picked up the phone and began asking thorough questions about my income and benefits. He wanted to know exact figures, how much I paid in taxes, and what my monthly costs were. I assumed he was merely curious about my life, so I responded honestly. Then the conversation took an unusual turn. Andrew began discussing all the money they had spent on me over the years. He noted the boarding school fees, which were approximately $30,000. He brought up medical bills from when I had pneumonia at the age of 12. He also estimated the expense of food and housing while I was with them. Susan jumped in, saying that now that I was making excellent money, it was time to start paying them back. She explained that Lucas was entering college next year and that they needed assistance with his expenditures. Andrew concurred, stating that successful children had a responsibility to assist their parents, especially after everything they had given. I wondered what they meant by sacrifices. Andrew mentioned the boarding school again, as well as the cost of flying back from overseas to deal with my behavioral issues when I was younger. Susan described how uncomfortable it was when teachers complained about my low performance, and how it harmed their reputation in the community. I tried to explain that I had previously paid my own way through college and was just starting to save. Andrew intervened and stated that it was immaterial because family comes first. He calculated that I should be able to pay them at least $500 per month, plus help with Lucas's college expenses. The conversation lasted 2 hours. They took turns explaining why I owed them money and how Lucas deserved the same opportunities they denied me. Susan stated I was being selfish by keeping all of my earnings when I should be assisting my family. Andrew reminded me that he was becoming older and might require financial assistance in retirement. I said I needed to think about it and ended the call. But I couldn't quit thinking about how they handled Lucas compared to me. He received the college fund, the car, a solid living situation, and their undivided attention. Boarding school was my punishment, and student loans taught me about responsibility. 3 days later, Susan called back. She had devised a payment plan in which I would pay them $600 each month for the next 5 years to reimburse their previous expenses. She also requested that I start contributing $300 per month to Lucas's college fund immediately. She explained that they had already informed Lucas that I would be assisting him with his schooling and that he was looking forward to attending his first-choice school. I questioned her why they never mentioned repayment before I was promoted. Susan explained that they knew I couldn't afford it on my prior wage, but now that I was successful, it was time to move ahead. She also remarked that all of their friends' children helped support their parents and she was embarrassed to acknowledge that I had never contributed. Andrew called and told me I had 1 week to make a decision on the payment plan. He reminded me that my parents deserved to be respected and financially supported. He said if I declined, it would show that I was still the selfish person I had been as a teenager. Susan finished the call by adding she hoped I would make the right decision for the family. She stated that Lucas was dependent on my assistance, and I shouldn't let him down the way I had disappointed them when I was younger. I have not phoned them back, and the week's deadline passed 2 days ago. My phone has been constantly ringing, but I keep sending it to voicemail. The texts are becoming more confrontational, with Andrew accusing me of disrespect and Susan threatening to cut off contact if I do not react quickly. I kept thinking about how they never asked how I was doing after a promotion, or congratulated me on my accomplishment. The entire chat revolved around what I could do for them financially. I can't help comparing it to how they treat Lucas, who is praised for much smaller accomplishments but has never been expected to contribute to the household. Part of me wonders if I really owe them anything for parenting me, even though it didn't feel like the kind of upbringing I received from Elise and Robert. Another part of me believes they are just interested in my achievement now because it will help them financially. I am not sure what to do next. Should I agree to provide some money to keep the peace, or should I simply ignore their demands? I'm torn between feeling ungrateful and thinking they're manipulative. Update 1. Since my previous post, the situation with my parents has deteriorated significantly. I declined to accept to their payment plan, but I also did not call them back to clarify my reason. I hoped that if I ignored it long enough, they would drop the matter and we could resume our normal distant but courteous relationship. I was mistaken. 2 weeks ago, Lucas called me. He was disappointed and perplexed since Susan and Andrew had informed him that I was paying for his college, but then abruptly claimed that I had changed my mind. He said they informed him I was going through a selfish period and didn't want to support my family anymore. Lucas asked me directly what was going on. I tried to explain that our parents had never discussed this college finance scheme with me previously and were asking that I pay for it. I informed him of their repayment demands and how they determined I owed them money for my childhood costs. He remained quiet for a long time after I described everything. Then he explained that he had no idea they were asking me to repay them for rearing me. He assumed I had offered to help with his college expenses since I was now successful. Susan had informed him that I was thrilled to be the big brother who could afford to help. Lucas apologized for assuming I had made a promise only to break it. He stated he would discuss the issue with our parents and make it clear that he did not expect me to pay for anything. I assumed that would be the end of it. Lucas seemed sensible and I assumed he would work things out with Susan and Andrew. But 3 days later, I received an angry voicemail from Andrew, who claimed I had poisoned Lucas against them and was attempting to destroy their family togetherness. Susan apparently became enraged when Lucas informed them that he did not need me to pay for college, and that he understood why I was not making regular payments. She accused me of influencing Lucas and turning him on his parents. Andrew claimed I was spreading lies about their parenting and trying to portray myself as a victim. The voicemail was 15 minutes long. Andrew went through a detailed accounting of what I had cost them financially and emotionally over the years. He mentioned the boarding school again, but this time he included interest charges as if the fees were a loan I had defaulted on. He determined that I now owe them about $75,000, including compound interest over the years. He also argued that my failure to assist Lucas demonstrated that I had never cared about family. He said that successful individuals usually help their families, and my selfishness demonstrated that I had not truly grown from the unhappy youngster they recalled. The message concluded with Andrew stating that they were done with my rude behavior. He said that if I did not provide them $1,000 as a good faith payment right away, they would consider me dead to them. Susan called in the end and claimed I was like my father's brother, who abandoned his family when he earned money, and they should have expected this type of betrayal. I had not heard of this uncle before. So I called my cousin David, 35 million, who was more knowledgeable about our extended family history. David informed me that Andrew's brother Paul had loaned Andrew money years ago to establish his overseas construction business. When Paul begged for repayment, when Andrew became successful, Andrew refused, accusing Paul of being greedy. They hadn't communicated for almost 20 years. This revelation made me think that Andrew could be putting his own guilt over the situation with Paul onto me. He owes money to a family member and never paid it back. But now he's demanding that I pay him for charges I never promised to pay. I decided to call Susan and try to calmly discuss the problem. I wanted to clarify that I was not attempting to harm Lucas or damage their family. I simply couldn't afford the payment schedule they had demanded. The conversation didn't go well. Susan immediately began ranting about how I had turned Lucas against them and derailed their plans for his schooling. She stated that Lucas was now asking why they treated me differently growing up, which was causing problems in their household. I inquired what she meant when she said Lucas was doubting their parenting. She explained that he had been wondering why I was sent to boarding school while he had never faced similar penalties for his mistakes. He also questioned why they had formed a college fund for him but not for me. Susan accused me for instilling these beliefs in Lucas's mind. She claimed I was jealous of Lucas's attention and was attempting to make him feel bad about his advantages. She claimed I was trying to split their family because I couldn't accept that they loved Lucas more than me. That last part caught me off surprise. She had never explicitly stated that they treated us differently or that Lucas was their favorite. I asked her to repeat what she just said about loving Lucas more. Susan paused, then clarified that she had not meant it that way. She attempted to backtrack, claiming that parents love all of their children equally, but some are easier to raise than others. She claimed Lucas was always well-behaved and grateful, but I had been difficult and demanding from the start. I asked her why they had separated me from Elise and Robert if I was so difficult too. Susan became defensive, claiming they were my true parents and had every right to raise me. She claimed Elise and Robert had spoilt me, making me expect special attention that the real world would not deliver. Susan demanded that I call Lucas and tell him that our parents had treated both of us fairly. She wanted me to persuade him that the disparities in our treatment were justified by my behavioral issues. She threatened that if I didn't remedy the mess I had caused, the rest of our extended family would learn how selfish and ungrateful I had become. I did not make the call to Lucas. Instead, I decided to cease replying to my parents' messages and phone calls altogether. I changed my work phone number and banned their personal numbers on my cell phone. However, they obviously obtained my new work phone number since my assistant informed me yesterday that a woman claiming to be my mother had called 3 times to speak with me regarding a family situation. She asked my assistant to validate my income and job title, alleging that she needed the information for insurance purposes. I instructed my assistant to direct any calls from Susan or Andrew to voicemail and not to disclose any information about my employment to anybody pretending to be family members. This morning, I discovered why they were so persistent in contacting me. Lucas texted me that Susan and Andrew had arrived at his university unexpectedly and caused a disturbance in his hostel. They were demanding that he phone me and ask me to start making monthly payments to them. Lucas reported that other pupils saw Susan crying in the hallway about how I had abandoned my family after becoming successful. Andrew was supposedly telling everybody who would listen that I owed them money and refused to pay my bills. When they refused to leave Lucas's dorm, university security had to take them off the property. Lucas was ashamed and asked if there was anything I could do to get them to stop involve him in our argument. I understood my technique of ignoring them was making it worse for Lucas. They were using him to get at me, and it was unfair to put him in that situation. I'm debating whether I should respond to them directly or continue to let them exacerbate the problem on their own. Update 2. I believe my parents would eventually calm down and stop demanding money, but the matter has gotten entirely out of hand. What I learned about their financial status has made things considerably more problematic. Following my last report, I decided to call Susan and Andrew to try to put an end to their harassment of Lucas. I wanted to have one final chat in which I explicitly explained my limits and requested that they leave my brother out of our conflict. The call began with Andrew immediately demanding to know why I had been ignoring them. He replied, "Successful people don't ignore their family responsibilities, and I was setting a bad example for Lucas." Susan interjected, saying that Lucas was suffering in college because of the stress I had caused by refusing to help with his tuition. I told them I'd consider paying a small sum to Lucas's schooling provided they stopped seeking repayment for my childhood costs. I thought this was a reasonable solution that would aid my brother without succumbing to their larger financial demands. Andrew quickly refused this offer. He claimed I couldn't choose which family commitments to fulfill. He wanted the whole monthly payment schedule we had agreed on, plus the college contribution, plus a lump sum to cover what he called back payments for the months I had already missed. During their dispute, Susan revealed some information that explained why they were so anxious for money. She added that they were overdue on their mortgage payments and had relied on my help to prevent foreclosure proceedings. After the call finished, I decided to conduct some research. I searched up public records for their property and discovered that they had refinanced their home 3 times in the previous 5 years. They currently owe more than the house is worth, and there are other liens on the property for unpaid construction costs. I also discovered that Andrew's construction business had failed 2 years ago. He had been bidding on jobs at a loss to keep the company afloat and had eventually declared bankruptcy. Susan's part-time employment at a dental office was insufficient to meet their costs after Andrew lost his company revenue. This knowledge made me conclude that their newfound interest in my success was not based on family responsibilities. They were in financial devastation and regarded my income as a solution to their issues. Their requests came shortly after I told them about my promotion, which made a lot more sense today. I decided to call Lucas and tell him what I had learned. He deserved to know that our parents were in significant financial distress and had planned to utilize my money to solve their problems without fully disclosing the truth. Lucas was startled when I told him about the mortgage problems and Andrew's failed business. He stated that our parents had never revealed any financial concerns to him. They had been discussing taking a vacation to Europe next summer and had recently purchased new furniture for the house. He said something else that disturbed me. Susan had been asking him comprehensive questions about my employment, my residence, and whether I had mentioned any savings or assets. She also suggested that he approach me for money personally, believing that I would be more generous if the request came from him rather than our parents. Lucas stated that he refused to manipulate me for money, which made Susan unhappy. She told him he was being naive about how families operated, and that successful siblings had a responsibility to aid less fortunate relatives. 2 days after speaking with Lucas, I received a certified letter from a lawyer representing Susan and Andrew. The letter said that I had verbally agreed to offer financial support to my parents and was now in breach of that commitment. The lawyer requested $15,000 in immediate back payments, plus $800 in monthly contributions. The letter also threatened to take legal action against me for the entire sum they claimed I owed for childhood costs if I did not react within 10 days. I brought the letter to my own lawyer, who informed me that the claims were absolutely untrue. You cannot make a verbal contract to repay someone for raising you as a child, and my parents had no legal right to seek money from me. The lawyer explained that the threatening letter was most likely a desperate attempt to scare me into paying. But the legal threat made me realize how serious the matter had gotten. My parents were willing to lie to a lawyer and possibly file bogus lawsuits to obtain money from me. They had gone well beyond normal family pressure and appeared to be harassing and extorting others. I decided to send a comprehensive response to their lawyer, noting that I had never committed to any payment plan and that their demands were based on inaccurate information. I also logged all phone calls, voicemails, and occurrences involving Lucas to demonstrate a pattern of harassment. My lawyer responded with a cease and desist letter, instructing Susan and Andrew not to contact me at work or involve Lucas in their financial troubles. My parents responded quickly and viciously. Susan contacted me from various phone lines throughout the day, leaving voicemails calling me callous and selfish. She claimed that I was destroying their family and that Elise and Robert would be ashamed of who I had become. Andrew left his own messages, threatening to contact my employer and reveal the type of person they had employed. He promised to make sure everyone in our hometown knew that I had abandoned my parents when they needed help. He also threatened to post about my childhood troubles on social media, destroying my reputation. Susan and Andrew arrived at my apartment complex last week, escalating the issue. They had sneaked past the security desk and were waiting in the hallway outside my door when I returned home from work. Susan began crying and begged me to reconsider my choice. She claimed they were about to lose their home and had nowhere else to turn for help. Andrew stood behind her, nodding aggressively and claiming that I was the only son who could save them from destitution. I told them they had to leave immediately, or I would contact building security. Susan grabbed my arm and told me that I couldn't just abandon my family when they were in severe need. Andrew began ranting about how much money they'd spent on me over the years and how I owed them my success. I had to contact security to escort them out of the building. The security guy informed me that Susan had been attempting to obtain my apartment number from the front desk for more than an hour before I arrived. She stated she had a family issue and needed to surprise me with critical news. Building management has now barred both of my parents from entering the property and set additional security measures to prevent them from returning. They also gave me documentation on the incident in case I needed it for legal reasons. The next day I discovered that Susan had contacted my company's main line and attempted to talk with my supervisor. She informed the receptionist that I had stolen money from my family and that my employer should be aware of my character issues. Fortunately, my employer had standards regarding personal calls and did not route her to anyone significant. I understood my parents were not going to halt their attempt to coerce me into giving them money. Their financial desperation had driven them to lie, threaten, and harass me in ways that exceeded any normal boundaries. Lucas called me after hearing about the incident in my apartment complex. Susan told him an entirely different narrative, stating that I was unpleasant and unfriendly when they attempted to visit me. She said I had threatened to have them arrested simply for wanting to see their son. I told Lucas everything what had transpired, including how they had lied to building security to get access to my floor. He remained silent for a long time before admitting that he was beginning to see why I had been so resistive to their demands. He also informed me that Susan and Andrew had been urging him to drop out of education and work to help pay their mortgage. They claimed that his education was a luxury they could no longer afford and that family responsibilities required everyone to sacrifice. This was the last bit of information I needed to see how desperate and deceitful my parents had become. They were willing to harm Lucas's future as well as our relationship, in order to solve their financial issues. Update 3. I've been putting off posting this update because I hoped the situation would improve, but it's evident that my parents' behavior will never alter. What occurred with Lucas convinced me that I needed to end all communication completely. After my last report, things went quiet for approximately 3 weeks. I hoped the legal cease and desist letter had finally convinced Susan and Andrew that they couldn't continue pressuring me for money. I was mistaken. The first indication that they were preparing something new was when Lucas called to inform me that our parents had enrolled him in a different college for the spring semester. They said his present institution was too pricey, and that he should transfer to a community college closer to home. Lucas was sad because he was doing well in his current school and had established friends there. He had also been accepted into a competitive program for his major that was not offered at the community college. When he contested the transfer, Susan informed him that the family could no longer afford luxuries such as prominent universities. But here's the part where I realized how manipulative they were being. Susan told Lucas that if I had been willing to help with tuition as promised, he wouldn't have had to transfer schools. She was exploiting his dissatisfaction with the school change to put pressure on me for money. Lucas saw right through this deception and declined to approach me about paying for his college. This infuriated Andrew, who warned Lucas that he was betraying the family by standing with me over his parents. The situation at their residence became so stressful that Lucas began staying with friends to avoid the regular fights over money and family devotion. Susan accused him of abandoning them, just as I had, while Andrew claimed that both of his sons were greedy and ungrateful. Lucas called me 2 weeks ago and cried. Susan and Andrew had told him that if he didn't come home right away and persuade me to start making payments, they would cease paying for his current semester and force him to drop out of college altogether. They were practically threatening his schooling in order to force him to manipulate me for money. This was new. Even their standards are low. They were willing to wreck Lucas's future to continue their campaign against me. I encouraged Lucas not to worry about his tuition and assured him that I would manage the problem. I contacted his school's financial aid office and agreed to cover his outstanding expenses for the current semester in the following year. I made it clear that this payment was exclusively for Lucas and did not constitute an acceptance of owing money to our parents. When Susan and Andrew discovered that I had paid Lucas's tuition personally, they were outraged. Andrew called me, yelling that I was undermining their parental authority and interfering with their family decisions. Susan accused me of attempting to steal Lucas away from them by paying for expenses they could not afford. They insisted that I cease paying his tuition and instead give them the money so they could handle his education on their own. When I declined, Andrew threatened to withdraw Lucas from college rather than allow me to sponsor his education. This threat made Lucas realize that his parents were more concerned with controlling the situation than with his actual well-being. He threatened that if they removed him from school out of spite, he would move in with me and they would never see him again. Susan began crying, claiming that both of her sons despised her and wished to destroy her family. Andrew accused me for turning Lucas against them, claiming I poisoned his mind with lies about their parenting. The ultimate showdown occurred when Susan and Andrew requested that Lucas choose between preserving a connection with them and receiving help from me. They felt he couldn't have it both ways, and accepting my tuition money meant breaking his parents' trust. Lucas told them he had chosen me. He claimed they had demonstrated their willingness to sacrifice his future for their personal financial gain, and he couldn't trust them to make decisions in his best interests anymore. Susan and Andrew disowned Lucas on the spot. They warned him he was no longer welcome at their house and that they would inform everyone that he had abandoned his family for money. Andrew stated that both of his sons were dead to him and that he regretted ever having children. Lucas moved in with me last week. He plans to finish college and then decide what kind of relationship he wants to have with our parents in the future. Right now, he claims he needs time to understand how willing they were to hurt him, only to get to me. I have received a few more threatening voicemails from Andrew, but they appear to have acknowledged that their tactic failed. Susan left one last message, stating she hoped I was content destroying my family and that one day I would realize what it was like to be abandoned by my own children. The irony is that they ruined their own family by prioritizing money over relationships. They lost both of their sons because they refused to understand that I had the authority to refuse their cash requests. I've blocked each of their phone numbers and email addresses. I also told my employer's security department about the earlier harassment in case they attempted to contact me at work again. Lucas has also blocked them, requesting that his school not share any information regarding his enrollment or grades with our parents. We are both doing great presently. Lucas is doing well in school and appears pleased to be away from the continual stress and manipulation at home. I'm focusing on my profession and finally saving money that I couldn't while worried about family issues. I sometimes wonder if things would have turned out differently if Susan and Andrew had addressed the situation honestly, rather than with demands and threats. If they had simply begged for help with their financial troubles and admitted their flaws and how they treated me growing up, I might have been willing to make a decent contribution. However, they chose manipulation, harassment, and emotional blackmail instead. They were willing to give up their connections with both of their sons for the money they felt they were entitled to receive. That was their choice, not mine. Lucas and I are now creating our own definition of family based on mutual respect and support, rather than obligation and guilt. We both realize that the people who share your DNA do not always deserve your allegiance. Susan and Andrew are still facing foreclosure and have been begging other relatives for money, according to the most recent information I have received from extended family. They've been telling people that their sons abandoned them in their time of need, but it appears that the majority of our family members are aware enough of the issue to look past their victim tale. I do not wish people harm, but I also do not feel guilty for declining to fix problems. They made it for themselves. They had options at every stage of the crisis, and they repeatedly prioritized money above relationships. They now have to deal with the consequences of their decisions. Lucas starts his sophomore year next month, and I'm very proud of him for standing up to their manipulation. He demonstrates that you may interrupt the pattern of poisonous behavior and pick healthy connections for yourself. As for me, I'm finally at peace with my decision to end communication. I spent years hoping to get their approval and acceptance. But now I see that once I became wealthy, they would never consider me as anything other than a potential source of income. I'm creating a life based on my own values and choices, rather than attempting to return debts I never owed to people who never truly viewed me as their son. Now let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. My best friend revealed his love to my fiancée just before our wedding. Now he's dating her sister, and our friend circle is in disarray. A shocking update. I never expected to be writing this, but I do need some advice. I'm Sam, a 28-year-old man, and I'm in a tricky position with my fiancée Myra, a 27-year-old woman, and my best friend Nathan, a 29-year-old man. It's been years in the making, and I don't know what to do. To get the complete picture, I need to take you back to the beginning. Nathan and I first met in 6th grade while working on a scientific project together. We connected over our shared passion of Star Wars and spent many hours debating which film was the best in the franchise. We were inseparable from that day on. Throughout middle and high school, Nathan was the most outgoing. He had a natural charisma that attracted others to him, but I was more quiet and socially awkward. However, Nathan never left me behind. He dragged me to parties, introduced me to new people, and encouraged me to come out of my shell. By the time we graduated high school, Nathan was responsible for my tiny but stable group of friends. We both got into state university and agreed to be housemates. College was a thrilling experience for us. Nathan joined a fraternity, whilst I focused on my education and joined the chess club. Despite our diverse interests, we always made time for one another. Every Friday night, we had a movie marathon in our dorm room, complete with microwave popcorn and cheap beer. Myra came into our lives during our sophomore year. She was a transfer student from California, with beautiful brown hair and the most contagious laugh I had ever heard. Nathan noticed her first in our combined economics class and was instantly enamored. He spent weeks getting up the guts to ask her out, and when he did, she accepted. Their connection was heated from the beginning. Myra was passionate and free-spirited, which complemented Nathan's adventurous character. They'd take unexpected road trips, crash parties, and engage in passionate disputes about anything from politics to pizza toppings. However, their devotion brought volatility. They'd have heated debates that would rock the walls of our hostel, followed by equally emotional reconciliations. When things were too hot, I often found myself in the midst, acting as a mediator. It was exhausting, but I loved deeply about both of them and wanted them to be happy. Despite the tension, there were also some enjoyable moments. We would regularly hang out together, and I came to consider Myra a close friend. After around 6 months, Nathan and Myra had their worst disagreement yet. I never got the complete story, but it involved Nathan's ex-girlfriend attending a party. Harsh words were spoken, allegations were made, and their relationship was officially finished. Nathan was devastated. He put up a tough front in public, but behind closed doors, he was a shambles. I spent endless nights listening to him rage and cry about Myra. He'd switch between wrath and sadness, often inside the same sentence. It was at this point that I recognized how deeply Nathan had fallen for Myra and how much the breakup had devastated him. As Nathan attempted to move on, Myra and I became closer friends. It began simply enough. We'd have coffee between classes or study in the library. I was taken to her brains and unique sense of humor. She had a jaded yet hopeful view on the world, and I enjoyed hearing her perspectives on life. Something changed between us around a year after Nathan and Myra ended their relationship. We were attending a mutual friend's birthday party. As the night progressed, we became increasingly engaged in conversation. The rest of the party drifted away as we discussed our hopes, anxieties, and future goals. She kissed me as I walked her back to her dorm at night. I was astonished, happy, and immediately guilty. I knew Nathan was not over Myra, and I was concerned about how this would damage our friendship. Myra and I agreed to keep things private while we worked out our feelings. For the next few weeks, Myra and I met secretly. We'd go for lengthy walks through the park or have picnics in hidden areas on campus. I felt as if I was living in a happy bubble, but remorse lingered in the back of my mind. After about a month, we felt we needed to inform Nathan. I was frightened of losing my best buddy, but I knew I couldn't continue to lie to him. We sat him down in our dorm room and delivered the news. To my astonishment and relief, Nathan appeared genuinely thrilled for us. He said he was over Myra and relieved that his two greatest buddies had found each other. He hugged both of us and joked about becoming our wingman. I felt as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. For the next few years, everything seemed ideal. Myra and I grew closer, and our connection deepened. Nathan remained a constant in our life, and the three of us frequently hung out together. We all graduated, obtained jobs in the same city, and remained a close group. Last year, I decided to propose to Myra. I spent months planning the perfect proposal, with Nathan's aid to make it extra special. On a lovely fall evening, I took Myra to the rooftop garden for our first official date. With the city lights glittering below us and lovely music playing in the background, I got down on one knee and asked her to marry him. She agreed, and as we hugged, Nathan emerged with champagne to celebrate with us. I asked Nathan to be my best man, and he happily agreed. He poured himself into organizing my bachelor party and assisting with wedding plans. He was the buddy I'd always known to be encouraging, enthusiastic, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood when wedding stress became too much. But approximately 2 months ago, things began to alter. Nathan started acting strangely around Myra. He'd make bizarre remarks about their previous relationship or bring up internal jokes they used to have. At first, I dismissed it as nostalgia, but it became more regular. Then, last week, everything came apart. Myra approached me in tears after a mutual friend's birthday party. She claimed Nathan cornered her at the party and revealed that he still had feelings for her. He informed her that he had never stopped loving her and that marrying me would be a mistake. Myra was stunned and immediately left the party to inform me. I confronted Nathan the following day. To his credit, he did not attempt to refute it. He admitted everything Myra had told me. He stated he had suppressed his feelings for years and couldn't take the thought of Myra marrying someone else, even if it was me. He begged me to understand, stating he couldn't help his feelings. I was infuriated. I felt deceived by my dearest buddy of more than 15 years. Had all of his efforts to promote our relationship, including a proposal and wedding plans, been an act? I informed Nathan that I wanted space and that he was no longer welcome at the wedding. He departed looking distraught, and I haven't spoken with him since. Now I am torn. A part of me wants to forgive Nathan. We've been through a lot together, and I understand how much Myra has hurt him in the past. I recall how distraught he was after their breakup, and I'm curious if he ever completely got over her. But another part of me is enraged and believes this is an inexcusable breach of trust. He's had years to accept Myra and I's relationship. Why wait until we're ready to get married to bring this up, and then go behind my back and declare his affections to Myra? This feels like a betrayal of our friendship. Myra is naturally uncomfortable around Nathan right now, and she does not want him at our wedding. She admits to feeling guilty despite the fact that she did nothing wrong. I despise seeing her upset and knowing that my best buddy caused the anguish. I'm also concerned about how this may influence our larger friend group. Nathan and I have numerous shared friends, some dating back to high school. I don't want to force them to take sides, but I'm not sure I can be around Nathan right now without feeling angry and betrayed. Our wedding is in 3 months, and what should have been a happy occasion is now clouded by this drama. I'm having trouble focusing on work, and Mir and I are bickering more as the stress of the situation mounts. Am I overreacting? Should I try to recover my friendship with Nathan, or is this the end of it? How can I maintain my friendship with Myra while navigating this mess? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. It's been nearly a month since my previous post, and a lot has happened. I would want to thank everyone for their advice and support. It truly helped me have a better perspective on the problem. After much deliberation and several lengthy conversations with Myra, I decided to meet with Nathan to completely understand his perspective. We planned to meet at Oakwood Park, where we used to hang out as children. It felt appropriate given the history of our friendship. When I got to the park, I spotted Nathan seated on our old favorite bench, near the duck pond. He looked dreadful, as if he had not slept well. As I approached, he stood up, his expression a mix of hope and dread. We began walking around the pond, with an unpleasant stillness between us. Finally, Nathan broke the ice. He began by apologizing profusely. He admitted that his acts were selfish and unacceptable. He added that seeing Myra and me so happy together had reawakened old feelings he believed were long forgotten. Then Nathan disclosed something I didn't know. He stated that he has been dealing with depression for the past year. He had lost his work 6 months ago and was too humiliated to notify anyone. The stress of unemployment, combined with watching Myra and I plan our wedding, had thrown him into a downward spiral. While I appreciated Nathan's candor, I informed him that his mental health difficulties did not excuse his behavior. I stated how upset and betrayed I felt, not only for myself, but also for Myra. Nathan listened intently and nodded, tears in his eyes. Just when I thought the conversation couldn't get much more heated, Nathan dropped a bombshell. He admitted that he had been surreptitiously seeing Myra's younger sister, Lily, 24F, for the past 3 months. They apparently reconnected during our engagement party and struck it off. Nathan expressed guilt about the relationship, which exacerbated his inner struggle and contributed to his outburst at Myra. I was shocked. This revelation added an entirely new level of intricacy to the problem. I asked Nathan why he hadn't told me about Lily earlier. He stated he was concerned about how I would respond considering our past with Myra, and he wasn't sure if the relationship would endure. As we continued walking, Nathan revealed more about his relationship with Lily. He stated that she had been a source of support during his despair, encouraging him to get therapy and even assisting him in finding work opportunities. He admitted that he was developing genuine love for her, which made him feel even more awful about his outburst at Myra. Following our conversation, I went home to share everything with Myra. She was just as astonished as I was by Nathan and Lily. She revealed that Lily had been acting strangely recently, canceling their weekly sister lunches and being vague about her plans. However, Myra had no idea it was due of her relationship with Nathan. Myra and I spent hours discussing the situation. We were both saddened and deceived by Nathan's behavior, but we also recognized the complex emotions at play. We discussed our personal relationships and how the incident had affected them. Myra admitted that she had been having reservations about the wedding, not because of Nathan's revelation, but because of the strain it had placed on our relationship. This admission sparked a serious, honest conversation about our future together. We renewed our love for each other and pledged to make our relationship work. We decided that, while Nathan could not attend our wedding as planned, we did not want to completely cut him out of our lives. We came to a compromise. We told Nathan that he may attend the wedding as a guest, but not as my best man. We also instructed him to keep his distance from Myra at the event and to bring Lily as his date to avoid any embarrassing situations. Nathan agreed to our terms, obviously happy that he hadn't lost us altogether. He pledged to respect our boundaries and improve himself to be a better friend. He also mentioned that he had started seeing a therapist to deal with his sadness and other concerns. Myra spoke with her sister for quite some time about Lily. Lily apologized for keeping her relationship with Nathan a secret, promising to be more transparent in the future. She also convinced Myra that her love for Nathan were genuine and not a ploy to get back at her sister. The situation is still stressful, but it appears to be improving. Our friends have been understanding, and no one has been pressured to take sides. Some friends have even shared their own stories of problematic relationships, making us all feel less alone in this difficult circumstance. Myra and I have chosen to postpone our wedding for a few months. We want to give ourselves time to recover and deepen our relationship before taking such a significant move. We're also using this time to reconnect with each other, go on dates, and reflect on why we fell in love in the first place. Nathan has put himself into his job search and rehabilitation. He calls once a week to check in, always respecting our boundaries. It's a gradual process, but I can see hints of my old pal appearing. Our wedding is now scheduled for next spring, and while it will not go exactly as planned, Myra and I are focused on our love for each other. We're resolved not to let the drama overshadow our big day. I'll update again after the wedding. Thank you all again for your encouragement and wisdom. It's been a hard month, but I'm optimistic about the future. Update 2. It has been 3 months since my last update, and I am writing this from a beachside cafe in Bali, where Myra and I are on honeymoon. A lot has happened, and I would like to share it all with you. First, the wedding. Despite the drama leading up to it, the day itself was stunning. We picked a small personal wedding at a nearby botanical park. The weather was ideal, sunny with a moderate breeze that made the flowers dance. Myra was lovely in her flowing white dress, and I felt like the luckiest man alive. As we exchanged vows, I noticed tears in her eyes, echoing mine. In that instant, all of the stress and drama of the previous months vanished. We simply promised to love and support each other no matter what life threw at us. Nathan came as a guest with Lily, as we had arranged. He maintained his distance from Myra and remained respectful during the event. I could see a range of emotions on his face. Happiness for us is laced with melancholy and regret. However, he made an effort to be sincerely supportive, even sharing a heartfelt congratulations with us during the reception. However, the true drama occurred later at the reception. My cousin Alex, 26 million, who had taken over as best man, became intoxicated and decided to give an impromptu speech. He began talking about Nathan and Myra's previous relationship, seemingly unaware of the current tensions. The room fell silent, and I could see Nathan squirming in his seat. Myra grasped my palm tightly under the table. Just as I was ready to intervene, Lily stood up. She calmly but firmly urged Alex to sit down before giving a lovely toast to Myra and myself. She discussed the power of our relationship and how love can conquer any difficulty. It was a wonderful moment that relieved stress and brought tears to many people's eyes, including mine. After the wedding, Myra and I went on our honeymoon. We spent 2 weeks traveling around Europe, enjoying each other's company and beginning our married life. During this journey, Myra told me some shocking news. Remember how I mentioned Nathan's struggle with depression? It turns out that Lily is a psychologist who specializes in relationship counseling. She had been assisting Nathan in working through his challenges, which was how they first became close. Myra learned about this via her parents, whom Lily had confided in. This insight provided a new viewpoint. While this did not excuse Nathan's behavior, it did assist to understand part of it. Myra and I agreed that we were delighted Nathan was getting care, even though the circumstances were complicated. When we got back from our honeymoon, we asked Nathan and Lily over for dinner. It was odd at first, but as the evening proceeded, we all became more relaxed. Nathan apologized once more for his previous behavior and stated that he has been making progress in his therapy sessions with a different psychologist to prevent any ethical difficulties with Lily. Myra and Nathan shared a private talk that they both described as healing. They were able to discuss some unsolved concerns from their previous relationship and clear the air. Myra stated that she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Nathan and Lily's relationship seemed to be continuing well. They recently moved in together and are discussing buying a puppy. It still feels awkward to see them as a couple, but I'm getting used to it. Our friends have acclimated to the new dynamics. There are still some tense moments, but things are substantially better than they were a few months ago. Myra and I are settling into married life and planning our future together. We plan to buy a house and start a family within the next year or two. Despite the challenges, this experience has strengthened our connection. I'm appreciative for the help and advice I have received here. It helped me go through a challenging situation while keeping my marriage and friendships intact. Life is rarely easy, but with communication, understanding, and a willingness to work through problems, even the most difficult situations can be conquered. Update 3. It has been 6 months since my last update, and I am returning with some unexpected news. Life has a way of tossing curveballs at you when you least expect them, and we've had our fair share. First, good news. Myra and I purchased our first home together. It's a nice 3-bedroom cottage with a large backyard, ideal for the family we plan to start shortly. We've been busy decorating and personalizing our space. It feels wonderful to have a place that is completely ours. We've also focused on our careers. Myra received a promotion at her marketing agency, while I began a new project at my software company. It's been amazing to watch each other progress professionally while supporting one another at home. Now for the more complex stuff. Remember how I said Lily was helping Nathan with his depression? Well, it turns out that their bond was not as strong as we assumed. About 2 months ago, Lily approached us in tears. She admitted that she and Nathan had split up. What's the reason? Nathan kissed Myra's best friend, Emma, 27F, at a party. Lily apprehended them and put an immediate halt to the situation. She was devastated and felt deceived, especially given how hard she had fought to help Nathan overcome his problems. Myra and I were astonished. We thought Nathan had overcome his harmful habit, but he plainly still had a lot of work to do. Myra was enraged, not only for her sister's sake, but also because Emma had abused her trust. We agreed to confront Nathan together. He broke down and admitted to the kiss, claiming he had been drinking and made a terrible mistake. He said it meant nothing, and that he loved Lily. But the harm had been done. Emma contacted Myra to apologize. She admitted that she had always had a crush on Nathan, and became carried away in the moment. Myra informed her that she needed time and space to comprehend the betrayal. The consequences of this occurrence have been enormous. Our friendship circle is now again in turmoil. Some individuals are angry with Nathan. Others are disappointed with Emma. And everyone feels terrible for Lily. Myra and I have found ourselves in the midst of it all, attempting to encourage Lily while also processing our own sadness and irritation at Nathan. For the time being, we have opted to keep our distance from him. It is apparent that he needs to improve himself before he can be a decent friend or companion to anyone. Lily has been staying with us while searching for a new place. It's been nice to have her around, and Myra's enjoying reconnecting with her sister. They've been to yoga classes together and are planning a sister's trip later this year. As for Nathan, we last heard that he had accepted to intense rehabilitation. He reached out to apologize again, but we begged him to give us some space. We don't know what the future holds for our friendship, but for now, we must focus on healing and going forward. This entire experience has taught us a lot about the intricacies of relationships, the value of trust, and the necessity of personal development. Myra and I are happy that our bond has stayed strong throughout this. If anything, these hardships have drawn us closer together. We're looking forward to the future, particularly our new house and our intentions to create a family. Life may be unpredictable, but we are confronting it together, stronger than ever. Thank you for your continued support along this journey. Your guidance and good words have helped me get through some difficult times. I am not sure if I will update again, but I wanted to share the final chapter of our tale. Here's praying for calmer waters ahead. My parents fired me to save money. Now their business is crumbling and I'm leading the competitor that's buying them out for pennies. I am Ethan Clark. I'm 38 years old, and after 15 years of establishing my family's business from the ground up, my parents fired me because I was too pricey. Before I explain how their desperate, panicked calls resulted in the most amazing corporate takeover you've ever heard of, please let me know where you are watching from in the comments section below. It's always exciting to see how far these stories spread. It happened on Tuesday. I recall the air in the conference room being stale and dense, with an unspoken tension that made the back of your neck tingle. My father, James, sat at the head of the big mahogany table, his expression one of business indifference. I knew it was a terrible indication. My mother, Linda, sat to his right, her gaze fixed on a minor imperfection on the table surface to avoid looking at me. My younger brother John, across from me, wore a proud and vicious look. He wasn't even attempting to hide it. Clark Properties was my entire universe for the previous 15 years. I had personally designed the whole digital infrastructure, from the tenant application portals across our 50 complexes in 3 states to the complicated maintenance request system and the secure payment processing network that processed millions of dollars per month. Everything originated from my head and fingertips. I designed it to be the silent, dependable foundation of our family's success. My father cleared his throat, making a dry, rasping sound. "Ethan," he said, his voice tinged with a frigid formality that he seldom used with me, even in joking. "We've been reviewing the company's finances with a consulting firm." He moved a glossy, spiral-bound binder across the polished table. The cover reads, "Operational Efficiency Analysis." I did not open it. I did not need to. For weeks, these cost-cutters, as I'd mentally dubbed them, had been strolling the halls, asking surface-level questions and nodding sagely as if they comprehended the responses. "It's a simple matter of overhead," my mother added, her voice low and reedy as she continued to look at the scratch on the table. "Your salary on that, it's a significant line item, Ethan, a very significant one." Then John leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table, his smile growing into a full grin. "We can get 3 junior engineers for what we pay you, Matt. he continued, his voice oozing with a sense of accomplishment that he'd clearly been waiting years to express. Nothing personal. It's just cost-cutting. Smart business. Nothing personal. The words hung in the airless room, taking out any remaining oxygen. 15 years at 2 a.m. server reboots, canceled dates, and vacation days spent on the phone fixing a system that only I understood. I'd built them an empire on a rock-solid digital foundation, and they were treating me like a faulty piece of hardware that could be replaced. I did not argue. I did not yell. What was the point? I just stared at my father and then my mother. I caught a tiny glimpse of guilt in my mother's eyes before she wiped it away. My father's expression remained blank. They had already made a decision. I rose up, pushed my chair in quietly, and nodded once. I understand, I replied, and the untruth tasted like ash in my mouth. As I headed back to my office, which I'd been in for almost a decade, I passed the main server room. The familiar, soothing, blinking green lights of the system I'd devised were visible through the reinforced glass. On one of the displays, a small simple line of text appeared in the system's back-end diagnostic log. The data archiving protocol is scheduled to run in 60 days, a routine I'd devised, a routine that required my oversight. They had no idea there was a ticking time bomb. I stepped inside my office and grabbed an empty cardboard box. Packing up 15 years of your life is an unusual task. It doesn't take as long as you'd expect. A few framed images of friends, a coffee cup that read "World's OK Coder," and a stack of technical manuals that I had virtually memorized. The entire time, a reel of memories went in my head, not the nice ones, but the minor ones. The 1,000 minor moments of being taken for granted that I had purposefully disregarded for years. I wasn't only their son, I was essentially their first employee. I remembered the real beginning, working from the wet, musty basement of their first little office building. While they were out hustling, making deals and shaking hands, I was down there, surrounded by cinderblock walls, powered by lukewarm coffee, and an almost naive faith in what we were creating together. I taught myself to code because we couldn't afford to employ a professional, not because I liked it at first. I was the one who put together our first server from recycled parts and stretched Ethernet cables across the ceiling using a staple gun. The system grew naturally as the company expanded. One property complex grew to 5, then 20, and finally 50 throughout Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. With each purchase, the system I created got more complex and necessary. It was more than just a convenience, it was the company's primary nervous system. It processed rent payments with merciless efficiency. It dispatched maintenance staff using an algorithm I devised to minimize travel time while increasing tenant satisfaction, allowing us to maintain the greatest occupancy rates in the region. It was our single most significant competitive edge, and I was the architect. The difficulty was that I was the only person who genuinely understood it. That was not by choice. It was based on budget. For at least the last 5 years, I'd been almost asking them to invest in establishing a professional technology department. I'd stroll into my father's large office, equipped with detailed plans and charts demonstrating the exponential growth of data and user requests. "Dad, we need to hire at least 2 support techs," I'd say, pointing to a graph that showed our server load approaching critical levels. "And we must start detailing the system architecture. If I get struck by a bus tomorrow, you'll be flying blind." My father would recline back in his beautiful leather chair, which I knew my system had paid for multiple times, and offer me that placating, condescending smile. "Son, the money is tight right now. Every spare dollar has to go into acquiring that new property portfolio in Pittsburgh. Besides," he'd add with a hearty pat on my shoulder, "you handle it all so well on your own. Why pay for more people when we have the best right here?" My mother's approach was different and milder in terms of invalidation. "Oh, Ethan, you always worry so much," she'd say, raising her hand as if to shoo away a fly. "It's all just computers and wires. As long as the rent checks keep coming in, it's working. Don't overcomplicate things." I recall one Thanksgiving clearly. I was due to attend my then-girlfriend's family dinner, which was a significant step for us. My phone blew up at 2 p.m., right as they were bringing the turkey out of the oven. A power surge at one of our primary data centers compromised a critical database. I spent the next 6 hours on the phone and remotely signed in, slowly rebuilding the index from a backup. I saved the company from a possible week-long downtime. When I called my father late that night to tell him the danger had been avoided, he simply responded, Good job, son. Knew you could handle it. Then she told me about the magnificent turkey John had cut. He never inquired what I'd missed. My girlfriend and I broke up a week later. David, our head of maintenance, appeared to be the only one in the entire organization who understood it. David was a lifer, with calloused hands and motor grease stuck under his fingernails. He'd seen me grow from a tiny child in the basement to the man who oversaw the entire digital show. After another difficult budget meeting, he found me in the server room, staring at the blinking lights. "Don't let 'em get to you, Matt," he replied with a low groan. "This whole place, this entire 50-complex operation runs on what's inside your head. They haven't got a clue. They think it's the buildings that make the money. It's not. It's this." He tapped the glass of a server rack with his fat finger. "It's you." His remarks provided some consolation, but the irritation grew, especially once John officially joined the team. He had finished with a business degree, and my parents promptly appointed him vice president of operations. He received a corner office, a large expense account, and a complete lack of understanding of how the business actually operated. I recall him coming into my office once, seeing my whiteboards covered in complicated diagrams, and remarking, "So you just make the computers work? Seems pretty straightforward." He saw me as the nerdy elder brother, the man in the back room who served a necessary but costly purpose. He despised my income because he couldn't measure my labor using one of his simple spreadsheets. I was seen as a problem to be solved rather as an asset to be valued. Then came the consultants. They were introduced to us by Mr. Paul, an old family friend who played golf with my father on Saturdays. "James, you have to meet these guys," Paul had remarked at a 4th of July BBQ, his voice booming with fake seriousness. "They're absolute wizards. They'll find efficiencies in your operation you never even knew you had." The wizards from Cost Slashers Incorporated were two suave guys dressed in outfits that probably cost more than my first automobile. They spoke solely in buzzwords: synergy, optimization, right-sizing, and value-added attrition. To minimize costs, they created colorful charts and slick PowerPoint slides that expressed the same thing in 100 different ways. What is the greatest, simplest, and most value-added cost to eliminate? They highlighted with a flourish the highly compensated head of engineering who, in their expert view, could be readily replaced by a team of cheaper, younger, and more flexible people. They shared their findings with my parents in the main conference room. I was invited but not requested to speak. I basically had to sit there and listen as these two charlatans, who most likely couldn't tell the difference between a server and a microwave, described how my 15 years of specialized knowledge was a disadvantage. "You're paying for legacy knowledge," one of them stated calmly, glancing at my father. "In today's fast-moving tech landscape, you want nimble, hungry juniors. You can get 3 of them for this one salary. Think of the immediate ROI." My parents, who were already under financial stress from a disastrous real estate investment that they had carefully kept from me, saw the consultant's idea as a miracle cure. It was not only about my money. It was about finding a simple, validating answer to a complex problem they were too proud to admit they had caused. Firing me was easier than admitting they had gambled and lost millions. Looking back, all of the signs were there. Mr. Paul would ask me extremely specific questions about our system security policies during family gatherings. My parents would awkwardly change the subject anytime I mentioned long-term strategic planning. They were not only being cheap, they were also desperate. What about John? John was merely relieved to be the unquestioned prince, with the court magician out of the way. I secured the cardboard box with a long, noisy length of packing tape. As I brought it out of my office for the final time, I saw David in the hallway. He only gazed at me, his eyes filled with a sad, weary understanding. He shook his head slowly. "They just made the biggest mistake of their lives, son," he said softly. At the time, I assumed he was simply being a loyal buddy. I had no idea how prophetic his words would prove to be. I stepped outside into the brilliant afternoon sun, leaving the blinking green lights and my entire family behind. I felt a deep sense of grief, but something else was bubbling behind it. Cold, unyielding determination. They had made a business decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. That night, after placing the box from my previous life in the corner of my quiet apartment, I unlocked my laptop. An unread email was in my inbox. The subject line was straightforward, direct, and professional. Interview invitation for Chief Systems Architect. The sender was Ridgeview Management, our largest, sharpest, and most successful competitor. The first 2 months after I left Clark Properties were a bizarre and surreal period of silence. For the first time in 15 years, my phone was not a ticking time bomb of emergency calls, causing constant low-level anxiety. I could eat without thinking about a database mistake. I slept all night every night. I had 3 rounds of rigorous, gratifying interviews with Ridgeview Management. Their CEO, Eleanor Cross, a sharp, no-nonsense woman, didn't only inquire about my qualifications. She interrogated me about my system design philosophy, scalability, and how to develop resilient, future-proof platforms. It was a talk I had wanted to have with my own father for years, one about building rather than just maintaining. Then, exactly 59 days after being fired, David called me. It wasn't on my old work phone, of course, but on my personal cell, which only a few individuals had. "Matt, it's David," he replied, his voice tense with a tightness I recognized all too well. It sounded like something broke. "We've got a problem. A big one." "What's going on, David?" I said, my heart beginning to beat with a familiar, unwanted rhythm. "The system's acting up, badly. Maintenance requests are vanishing into thin air. It's not just a glitch, it's like they were never even filed. John's new hotshot tech kid, Chad, keeps telling everyone it's a minor caching issue." Chad. I knew him from a quick, uncomfortable introduction before I left, young and confident, with a resume full of fashionable buzzwords and a smirk that was a cheap imitation of John. "It's Mrs. Gable in 12B, Matt," David said, his voice lowering. "She's 80 years old. I live alone. Her ceiling is about to collapse from a pipe leak. She's been calling for 3 days. Chad just keeps telling her to submit a ticket online, but the portal is broken. She's been calling my personal cell. Crying. I don't know what to do." The picture of this poor elderly woman afraid in her own home chilled my blood. This wasn't about servers or programming anymore. This was about people. "It's not a caching issue, is it, David?" I asked gently. There was a prolonged pause. "No, son, it's not. Feels different. Feels like the whole thing is starting to rot from the inside out." I knew what it was. Tomorrow marked day 60 of the data preservation protocol. I had built a powerful script that would run quarterly, a housekeeping measure for transferring old, inactive records to a deep storage server. This conserved space and kept the active database compact and speedy. However, it was not and never intended to be a fully automated procedure. It took manual supervision to distinguish between truly ancient data, such as a renter who moved out 3 years ago, and recently active data that had not been updated in a few weeks. It was fail-safe, a human check in the system to prevent precisely what was about to occur. Without my supervision, the script would operate blindly. It would flag a 3-month-old leasing agreement as inactive and archive it, rendering it unreachable to the front-end systems. It would look for a recent payment record and proceed in the same manner. It would not simply be a glitch, it would be a systematic and cascading data calamity. I described it to David in the clearest way I could. He uttered a lengthy, passionate curse beneath his breath. "I'll try to tell them," he said. But we both realized it was pointless. John refused to listen to an old maintenance person over his new IT genius. The next day, the storm hit full force. My phone began ringing around 9 a.m. The first call came from John. His voice was filled with displeasure, not alarm. "Hey Matt, that maintenance thing is a little worse than we thought. Chad's having some trouble tracking it down. What's the admin password for the root database?" It was a fundamentally irresponsible query, like requesting the launch codes for a nuclear silo. Giving him the password would be corporate suicide. "I'm no longer an employee, John," I explained gently, my voice steady. "I can't give you that information. It would be a massive security breach." "Don't be like that. We're family. Just help us out." "You define the terms of our relationship, John. It's business. And I'm no longer in business with you," I responded. Then I disconnected. An hour later, my mother called. Her voice was full of strained sweetness. "Ethan, honey, your brother is really struggling. He's so stressed. Can't you just come in for a little while, just to point him in the right direction?" "Mom, I don't work there anymore. It wouldn't be appropriate. Don't be so difficult, Ethan. This is your family's legacy on the line. You were the one who said it was just business, Mom, I answered, my tone harsher than intended. A wise business decision. I stopped the phone before she could respond. By mid-afternoon, true panic had set in. My father called, his voice full of fury and terror. Ethan, the payment processing system is completely down. It's rejecting all incoming rent payments. It's the first of the month. We have millions of dollars in receivables that have just vanished. Do you know what kind of penalties we face from the banks? I have an idea, I explained. The archiving mechanism presumably marked active tenant payment profiles as inactive and locked them down one by one. You have to fix this, he exclaimed, his voice breaking with despair. This is a disaster of your making. My making? I said, a frightening calm coming over me. I seem to recall presenting a budget for a support team and a documentation project for 5 years running. Who was it that called that unnecessary overhead? I'll pay you $200 an hour, whatever you want. Just come down here. This was the moment. The moment I had both dreaded and, in a dark, bitter corner of my heart, expected. My thoughts returned to the cold conference room, John's sneer, my mother's averted gaze, and my father's cold rejection. Years of being devalued. My warnings are being systematically ignored. A lifetime of it. Then my brain did something unexpected. It took me back to a sunny afternoon when I was 10 and John was 6. He had fallen off his bike and scraped his knee, blood mixed with dirt. He was screaming, and I was the one who picked him up, dusted him down, and carried him halfway home on my back. A pain of familial duty and a shadow of brotherly fondness twisted in my stomach. For a short second, I almost gave in. Then my phone vibrated with a new email notice. I took a quick check at my laptop screen. The sender was Victoria Cross. The subject line is, Formal Offer, Chief Systems Architect, Ridgeview Management. My memory of my crying young brother faded, replaced by a crystal-clear image of John's smug expression in that boardroom. The internal conflict was resolved. My determination solidified into something as strong and impenetrable as forged steel. Dad, I whispered into the phone, my voice steady and clear like a bell. You have made a business decision. I've also made one. Before he could react, I hung up. I opened the email from Ridgeview. My income was 30% higher than what my father had been paying me. It featured a large signing bonus and stock options in a growing company. But it was more than just money. That was the title. It was all about respect. It was an opportunity to create something amazing without having to beg for the necessary tools. The phone rang again. It was John, his voice wild and hysterical. It's $500 per hour, Matt. $500. Simply name your pricing. We will give you a part in the company. Please. I let it go to voicemail. I typed a one-word response to Victoria Cross. Accepted. Then I shut off the phone. For the first time in my adult life, quiet seemed peaceful. Starting with Ridgeview Management felt like walking out of a black and white film and into magnificent Technicolor. The workspaces were sleek and modern, created for cooperation, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a calm, concentrated energy. On my first day, Victoria Cross personally walked me to my new workplace. It was a corner office with a spectacular view of the downtown skyline. This is your space, Ethan, she stated, her tone straight and respectful. Your team is made up of 4 senior engineers, all of whom are top tier. The welcome packet includes your first-year budget. We hired you because you're among the best. We trust you to create the industry's most robust, scalable, and secure property management platform. My door is always open. Don't be afraid to ask for what you need. This is what I need. The words were simple, but they seemed revolutionary. For 15 years, my professional existence was defined by what I could not have. Here, I was asked what I needed to be successful. It was confusing in the greatest way. My new crew was fantastic. They were dedicated professionals who were truly eager to collaborate with me. When I presented my early architectural drawings on a huge whiteboard, they saw potential rather than obstacles. They posed sharp, insightful questions. They questioned my assumptions in a good manner. We spent the entire afternoon arguing the benefits of two different database technologies. We were collaborating to create something greater together. It was everything I'd ever dreamed in a professional setting. Linda, one of my engineers, discovered a technique to optimize a search query I had created, resulting in a half-second response time. Instead of being defensive, I was excited. "That's brilliant," I assured her. "Implement it." The unexpected appreciation on her face told me everything I needed to know about the society Victoria had established here. Meanwhile, the storm at Clark Properties intensified into a Category 5 hurricane. David kept me updated via sporadic, inconspicuous text messages and brief broadcasts from a war zone. They attempted to restore from a server backup. One text read, "It was 1 week old. They deleted the last 7 days of maintenance logs and payment data. Chad blames a corrupted server problem. John hired 2 additional junior employees from an internet freelance service." Another stated a week later, "They are based in 2 distinct nations. It's like seeing 3 kids try to solve a Rubik's Cube by bashing it with a hammer during a terrible video chat." The upheaval was no longer simply internal. The tenants were furious. Negative reviews were appearing on Google and Yelp like toxic mushrooms. Occupancy rates, once my family's proudest metric, were beginning to decline. About a month into my new job, Victoria summoned me to her office. It was the same office where she'd hired me, but the atmosphere was different. I was no longer a candidate. I was a member of her inner circle. "Ethan," she began, motioned for me to sit down. "You've been here for a few weeks. You're learning the lay of the land. I've got a mission for you that demands your unique and intimate insight." She pushed a file across her large desk. "I'd like a comprehensive competition analysis of the top businesses in our region. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I'm particularly interested in your expert and unbiased assessment of Clark Properties. I'm aware of the background, but I would like your expert assessment of their current operational weaknesses from a purely technical aspect." My heart skips a beat. This was not a casual request. This was a strategic move. A corporate chess move. I spent the next week working late into the night, not out of responsibility, but out of a strong sense of professional pride. I was objective. I didn't write anything about family treachery or sad feelings. I prepared a cold, rigorous technical analysis of a corporation in a downward spiral. I described the IT system's bespoke, undocumented, and vulnerable nature. I recognized the sole point of failure, a complete reliance on one person's institutional expertise. I detailed the cascading effects of allowing the data archiving protocol to run unchecked, including catastrophic data loss, major legal and compliance problems, and a full and permanent breakdown in tenant confidence. My assessment was stark. Without a top-to-bottom system rebuilt by an expert team, which would take months and cost millions of dollars, the company's essential operating integrity was irreparably damaged. I did not have to guess. I knew. I had built the house, so I knew where all of the load-bearing walls were, and I knew they were going to collapse. I turned in the 20-page report to Victoria. She read it in utter stillness, with an unreadable look. When she finished, she carefully set it on her desk and glanced up at me. "This is devastatingly thorough," she continued with a gleam in her eyes that I couldn't quite understand. "Thank you, Ethan. This is exactly what I needed." A few days later, I received a final SMS from David. It was an image of a letter written on thick letterhead from Vanguard Holdings, our former largest client. The text below was brief and to the point. "It's official. Vanguard recently ended their contract. That is 20% of our most profitable complexes gone. This is a fatal blow, Matt. The corporation is in a downward spiral with no escape hatches." I gazed at the image, then out the window of my new workplace to the bustling metropolis below. I didn't feel joyful. I didn't feel sorry. I felt a strong sense of inevitability, as if I were witnessing the application of a physical rule. Actions have consequences. It wasn't personal anymore. It was only business. My old family firm was crumbling, as I had prophesied for years. David's call about Vanguard Holdings ending their contract was the final tremor before the earthquake. I understood what the loss of their greatest client meant. It wasn't just a financial setback. It was a public vote of no faith that reverberated across the area real estate industry. Clark Properties was no longer struggling. It was plainly sinking, and sharks began to circle. I spent the rest of the day in a strange, focused detachment. I led a design meeting with my Ridgeview team, sketching out the architecture for our new cutting-edge tenant portal. We were creating something clean, modern, documented, and robust. We were constructing something the correct manner. My present and history contrasted sharply. That evening, as I drove into my driveway, my headlights shone through the twilight and settled on a familiar figure slumped on my front steps. It was John. He resembled a ghost of his old self. His usually impeccable hair was a mess, his fine suit was rumpled and damaged, and the typical sneer on his face had vanished, replaced by a raw, hollow-eyed desperation that was terrible to see. I shut off the engine and got out of my car, my keys jingling in the unexpected silence. I stepped carefully towards him. He stood up as I approached, his hands deep in his pockets and his shoulders bowed in defeat. "Matt," he replied, his voice scratchy and broken. We need to talk." "There's nothing to talk about, John," I said flatly, devoid of feeling. I kept my hand on the car door. "Please," he implored, and the words he said sounded like they were coming from a dog. "Just hear me out. Vanguard is gone. The bank is calling our loans. We're going to lose everything. The company is going to go under." "I see," I replied. "No, you don't see," he shot back, a flash of his old arrogance returning before being quickly smothered by a surge of misery. "It's a complete disaster. The system, it's a black box. Chad and his guys quit this morning. They took their final paychecks and just walked out. They said the whole system was unethically complex and unsalvageable. They said only a ghost could have built it. I'm not a ghost, John. I'm the guy you told me to pack his things because I was too expensive." The words lingered in the chilly night air between us. He flinched, as if I had physically hit him. For the first time in my life, I noticed genuine humiliation in my brother's eyes. "I know, okay? I know. I was an idiot. I was always jealous of you. I hated that Dad relied on you for the important stuff. I was a stupid, arrogant fool. Dad and Mom, they were stupid too. We were all stupid. But this is our family's legacy, Matt. Dad built this company from nothing." "No, John," I replied, my voice dangerously soft, cutting through his rant. "Dad signed the papers. I built the engine that made it run for 15 years. And you all decided to throw the mechanic out and let the chauffeur try to fix it. How did that work out for you?" He had no response to that. He only stared at me, his face pale and weary against the yellow glare of the porch light. "The insurance company is threatening to drop us because our maintenance records are missing," he murmured, the words rushing out. "The bank is threatening to freeze our assets. It's not just one thing, Matt, it's everything. It's all falling apart at once." He took a step forward. "Just help us," he begged, his voice breaking. "I am begging you. Name your price, any price. $1 million, a stake in the company, whatever you want. Just come back and fix it. Please. You're the only one in the world who can." I stared at my brother, the golden child who had everything delivered to him on a silver platter, who had now fallen so low that he was standing on my doorway, crying for help. A small, fatigued 10-year-old part of me felt pity. However, it was buried under 15 years of being considered as a utility. It was overshadowed by the remembrance of that smug smirk in the cold conference room. I took a big breath, and the air in my lungs felt clean and fresh. "You said you could run the company without me, John. You said it was just business. Well, this is the result of your business decision." Finally, I went to my front door and unlocked it. "Now you have to live with it." I went inside and shut the sturdy oak door, the click of the latch reflecting the gravity of my remarks. I did not watch him leave. I walked into my kitchen, leaned against the counter, my heart beating and my hands shaking slightly. It was over. That was the last word, or so I thought. The next morning, I was in a strategy meeting at Ridgeview when my phone, which was on the table, vibrated. David sent a text. My hands were still a little shaky when I lifted it up. It was not a message. It was a photograph. A photograph of a fresh, white, large envelope on the reception desk at Clark Properties. The return address was from a famous downtown legal firm that I knew for handling significant business deals. But it was the name placed quietly behind the legal firm's logo that caused the air to pour out of my lungs. Ridgeview Management. I own my own corporation. I mumbled an apology and excused myself from the meeting, my mind running at 1,000,000 miles per minute. I proceeded to the end of the hall, to the window that overlooked the city, and called David. He picked up on the first ring. "What is that, David?" I questioned, my voice scarcely audible. "A courier just dropped it off," he explained, his voice full of astonishment and disbelief. "It's addressed to your father, your mother, and John." I saw the letterhead, Matt. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," I admitted. And that was the truth. I had no idea what was coming. I hung up and walked, almost in a daze, straight to Victoria Cross's office. Her door was open. She noticed my expression and welcomed me in with a small nod. "You've heard, and I take it," she remarked quietly, her fingers curled on her desk. "Heard what, Victoria?" "What's going on?" "That letter." She gave a faint, contented smile that did not quite reach her eyes. It was the smirk of a grandmaster who had just gotten her opponent into checkmate. "Your competitive analysis was very persuasive, Ethan. Pointed out a unique and time-sensitive opportunity. A company with a valuable portfolio of properties, crippled by a catastrophic but eminently fixable operational failure. In the world of mergers and acquisitions, that's what we call a perfect target." She leaned forwards. "The board approved the move last night. We made a formal, non-negotiable offer this morning. A low one, I might add, given their current state of extreme distress. They'll have no choice but to accept. It's either this or Chapter 7 bankruptcy." It took me a moment to comprehend the vast, breathtaking scope of what she was saying. Ridgeview was purchasing Clark Properties. My new employer was purchasing my previous one. "And there's one more thing," she said, grabbing a folder from her desk. It was a copy of the official offer letter. "A key non-negotiable condition of this acquisition." She turned the sheet around and pointed to a specific clause, Section 4, Subsection B. My eyes landed on my name. "As a condition of this transaction, Mr. Ethan Clark, Ridgeview Management's Chief Systems Architect, will be appointed to manage the comprehensive technical audit and subsequent system integration of all Clark Properties assets." I looked at the words and then back at Victoria. The universe tilted on its axis before snapping back into bright, vivid focus. I wasn't the only guy who declined to help. I wasn't the only person who had been vindicated. I was now in charge. My family's urgent calls had finally halted, because they would now have to make an appointment to speak with me. The acquisition announcement detonated within Clark Properties' hollowed-out shell. David subsequently informed me that when my father opened the lawyer's letter, he read it 3 times, his face turning a gray color David had never seen before. My mother merely sat on the nearest chair, her hands quivering, and gazed into the middle distance. What about John? John just stood there, stunned at the truth of the situation, until it all came crashing down on him like a physical blow. Their business, their family legacy, was being sold for pennies on the dollar to their main competitor, and I was the face and motor behind that takeover. A week later, I walked back through the Clark Properties building's glass doors for the first time since being abruptly sacked. But I was not coming in as an embarrassed son. I walked in as a senior executive from the new parent firm, accompanied by 2 members of Ridgeview's quick, efficient transition team. As we walked in, the few remaining employees looked up from their desks, their eyes wide with a powerful combination of terror and interest. My parents and John stood in the doorway of my father's old office, waiting for me. They appeared smaller, diminished by the weight of their failure. "Ethan," my father began, his tone strained and hesitant. "Mr. Clark," I corrected him, my tone polite but strong, establishing an immediate and insurmountable difference. "Perhaps we should all convene in the conference room to discuss the transition plan." The shift in address of the chilly professional title struck them harder than any angry words could. It drew a line in the sand as sharp as a razor. On this day, in this building, I was neither their son nor their brother. I represented their new reality. We sat in the same conference room where I had been abruptly fired. The irony was so heavy that I practically tasted it. This time, I sat at the head of the table, like my father had always done. I presented the transition strategy with calm, professional accuracy, my voice never faltering. I discussed asset evaluation, operational audits, and personnel reviews. I did not gloat. I did not raise my voice. I didn't even make eye contact for any longer than was professionally required. My cool, detached professionalism served as both my armor and weapon. They understood the lingo, the language of business, and it was now being utilized to clearly inform them that they had lost complete control. "The first order of business," I said as I glanced at a wallboard that was barely above his head, "is a complete top-to-bottom overhaul of the IT infrastructure. My team will begin a full diagnostic tomorrow morning. John, you'll need to provide them with all existing administrative credentials and any and all documentation." "There is no documentation," John said, his gaze locked on the tabletop. "I'm aware," I responded, my voice as flat as a dial tone. "Then you'll just provide the credentials. My team will create the documentation. We do things correctly at Ridgeview." After the meeting, as I was packing my leather briefcase, my mother approached me, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "Ethan, can we please just talk for 5 minutes as a family?" A part of me felt a twinge of old guilt, but I knew that giving in even slightly would erode the wall I had fought so hard to create. I needed to see this through. "Mom," I began, my voice softening slightly, a deliberate amount of grace. "Right now my absolute priority is to stabilize this company, to protect Ridgeview's investment. Any conversations about non-business matters are best saved for another time and another place." I then turned to her, my voice becoming more official. "We can schedule a follow-up through my assistant if you have any further operational questions." She recoiled, like if I had slapped her. The boundary was established. It was absolute. She understood. The weeks that followed were a bizarre exercise in undoing my own life's work. My intelligent and efficient Ridgeview staff marveled at the complexity and inventiveness of what I'd constructed entirely on my own, and they shook their heads in bewilderment at the complete lack of support and documentation. "It's like one guy built an entire skyscraper," a couple of them told me, "and then they fired him and were surprised when the elevator stopped working." One of the most strange moments occurred when I required that all surviving Clark workers, including my brother, complete a multi-day training course on the new Ridgeview IT processes and ethics policies. Obviously, I did not conduct the training myself. I delegated it to a bright, capable junior engineer on my team, a lady named Maya, who was half John's age and twice as competent. I strolled past the training room at one time and looked through the glass barrier. I noticed John seated at a computer terminal, his shoulders depressed as Maya carefully explained the new help desk ticketing system. He looked up, and our gazes connected for a brief moment through the glass. I witnessed disgrace. I witnessed resentment. And for the first time in my life, I noticed a flicker of what appeared to be genuine, unadulterated respect. I gave him a small, almost unnoticeable nod and continued going. The message was clear. This is how a professional organization functions. This is what you threw out. 6 months have gone. Clark Properties' integration into the Ridgeview portfolio was not just successful, it also served as a case study for the organization. Under my guidance, we did more than merely restore the old, dysfunctional system. We tore it down to the studs and started from scratch. It was a work of art, secure, scalable, cloud-based, and so thoroughly documented that any qualified developer could walk in and understand it. Tenant satisfaction, which had touched rock bottom, skyrocketed. Ridgeview's most successful assets were the properties that had previously been losing money. My reputation within the organization was reinforced. I wasn't simply the person who had survived a horrific family betrayal. I was the guy who could transform a sinking ship into a flagship. However, my relationship with my family remained professional and distant. I saw them during quarterly review meetings. I sent courteous work-related emails. The personal link, which I had previously treasured above all else, felt severed, possibly permanently. Then, unexpectedly, my father contacted my personal mobile phone and invited me to join him for supper, just the two of us. I hesitated. My initial inclination was to say no in order to maintain the gap. But something in his voice, a deep weariness I'd never heard before, compelled me to acquiesce. We met in a quiet, old-school steakhouse, a neutral setting filled with the faint hum of other people's discussions. For a long time, we ate in awkward quiet. Finally, he set down his fork and knife, properly placed on his plate. He glanced at me with tired, hooded eyes. "I was wrong, Ethan," he continued, his words coming out slow and heavy, as if each one was a horrible burden he had to bear. "Your mother and I were wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong." I did not say anything. I simply listened, my expression neutral. I was not going to make things easy for him. "It wasn't just the money," he said, lowering his gaze to the white tablecloth. "It was pride. My pride. We made a bad investment, a speculative land deal down in Florida. It went south. We were deeper than we ever let on to anyone, especially you. We were facing the possibility of Chapter 11 bankruptcy." He drew a nervous breath and sipped some water. "And then Paul, our friend, your godfather, he was in my ear constantly. He kept telling me how bloated our operational costs were, how we were living in the past. He was the one who introduced us to those consultants. He pushed it, Matt. He said it was the only smart move, the only way to free up capital and save ourselves. He made it sound so simple, so logical, a lifeline." He looked up, and for the first time I saw a broken man rather than a failing businessman. We were scared. And we were ashamed. It was easier to believe a stranger in a suit who told us what we wanted to hear than to admit to our own son that we had failed. That we had put the family's legacy at risk. He stopped, his voice cracking. He played on my deepest fear, that I wouldn't have anything to leave for John. "James," he would ask, "what will John inherit if this all goes wrong? You are doing this for him." He stared me in the eyes. "We sacrificed you to save our own pride." This was the missing piece to the puzzle. The one who gave the entire horrible scene a terrible kind of meaning. It didn't excuse what they did, far from it, but it did reframe the situation. They weren't simply cruel. They were desperate, weak, and had been expertly managed. "Paul?" I inquired quietly. "Why would he do that to you? He was your best friend." My father gave a sour, humorless laugh that ended with a cough. "Best friend? Yeah. We found out a month after the Ridgeview acquisition was announced. His lawyer accidentally sent an email to our old accountant. Paul had a shell company set up, ready to make a lowball offer. He was planning to buy us out for 10 cents on the dollar the moment the bank called our loans. He wasn't trying to help us save the company. He was trying to push it off a cliff so he could pick through the wreckage." He shook his head slowly, the weight of the two betrayals weighing on him. "We were so busy betraying you. We never saw the real snake in the grass." We sat silently for another long minute. He'd confessed. He had exposed the family's guilt on the table between us. It was not an apology asking for forgiveness. Rather, it was a statement of truth. A final and heartbreaking account of the truth. "Thank you for telling me," I finally said. That was all I could provide. It was not forgiveness. It was not an absolution. But it was an acknowledgement. It was a weak and tentative start. The next day, while I was finishing up at work, I received an email. It originated from John's personal account. There was no subject line. I clicked it open, partly anticipating another desperate appeal or a harsh allegation. The email's body comprised merely 3 words. "You were correct." It was not an apology. It was a concession, a surrender, a complete and total acknowledgement of a truth he had spent his entire life rejecting. I stared at the 3 words on the screen for a long time. Then, with a discreet click, I dragged my pointer to an icon that resembled a miniature trash can. I erased the email. I didn't need his concession anymore. My vindication did not stem from his words, my father's confession, the money, or the corner office. It came from work. It always has. Today, I'm sitting in my old office. Naturally, it has undergone renovations. The walls are a pleasant, soothing gray. The furnishings are modern and simple. The old, wheezing server that used to hum in the closet has been replaced with a silent, powerful blade server linked to the Ridgeview cloud. This is my office, yet it is also not. It symbolizes how much has changed, both for the company and for me. From my view, I can watch the city spread out into a lively panorama of possibilities. I'm no longer the guy in the back room who keeps the lights on. I work as a future architect for a company that prioritizes long-term savings over short-term gains. This invests on resilience rather than cutting shortcuts. My family, our relationship is rebuilding. It's a tedious, careful procedure, similar to gluing together a cracked vase. It'll never be the same as before, and perhaps that's okay. It'll be something new, something more honest. There are awkward holiday dinners, complete with extended silences and whispered facts. My father is now quieter and more thoughtful. My mother tries too hard to be kind, and her gestures are filled with sadness that she can't fully express. John works in a junior project management position at another company in another state. I hear he's doing well. He's learning from the ground up as I did. Maybe someday we'll be brothers again. Perhaps not. When I reflect on what transpired, I do not feel triumphant. The anger and bitterness have mostly evaporated, replaced by something quieter. What I feel is tremendous and unwavering clarity. My family made a horrible mistake. They assumed my worth was a number that could be decreased on a spreadsheet. They believed they could replace 15 years of effort, expertise, and institutional knowledge with something cheaper and easier. They dismissed their son. However, they were unable to fire the repercussions. They discovered the hard way that the most expensive asset a corporation can lose is not money. It is irreplaceable knowledge. It's about trust. Finally, this was never intended to be a revenge story. The story was about respect. Respect for the work. Respect for experience. Finally, respect yourself, especially when those who are meant to love you the most fail to do so. You must be the one to determine your own worth, create your own worth, and to stand by it, even if it means standing alone. You must be willing to design your own future, brick by brick, line by line of code, because only a foundation based on actual unmistakable value can ever be shaken.